At this moment, my father Robert pointed at me, his biological son, and said, "William, how could you do such a thing? For the sake of shares, you can actually push us to destruction with your own hands." I stood in a corner of the conference room, sneering and silent. I used to think that betrayal would always be revealed and illusions would be shattered sooner or later. However, things were far from as simple as I expected. Baigo was arrested by the police. People outside thought it was a move planned by me. However, an unexpected car accident made me realize that the most dangerous enemy was quietly approaching me and wanted to replace me. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Robert saw this and showed a happy expression on his face. He hurriedly said, "Quick, invite him to the conference room. I know that this deal is very important to them." In the end, the Lynn family sold 25% of their shares for $700 million. After signing the contract and completing the formalities, the group left. The Lynn family's faces were full of joy and helplessness. Although the sale of shares had been completed, the price was so low that people were unwilling to accept it. "No matter what, this is free money for us," the second sister said with a smile. "Given the current situation of Lingyun Group, it is not bad to be able to sell it for $700 million. That's right. Robert sighed. "We can't be greedy. $700 million is already a huge sum of money for us. I have worked hard for so many years, but my assets have never exceeded $100 million. I didn't expect that after selling my shares, I would suddenly have more than $200 million. Indeed, third sister Lynn Keshin also expressed deep emotion. "I can get more than $100 million this time. If that bastard hadn't caused trouble himself, we could have sold more." Maria was still a little dissatisfied. "It's enough to get the money." Robert smiled and waved his hand. "Let's go have a big dinner tonight to celebrate." On the other side, Eve and I were having breakfast in the office. I picked up a poached egg and handed it to her. "Eat an egg. You eat so little each time. You're too thin." "Where are you thin?" Eve pinched her forearm. "It's all meat." I couldn't help but laugh. "You are 1.7 meters tall and weigh less than 100 kilograms. Aren't you skinny?" Eve looked at me with a helpless look in her eyes. "We have been hiding in the company for a long time, even sleeping in the company. Are you sure about this?" "I'm sure I can do it." I grinned. "Didn't you see that I have almost acquired all the shares of the group? Lynn Kai got her 5% for free, and the Lynn family only spent $700 million for their 25%. All the small shareholders who bought in earlier have also run away, and only a few are left. Now I hold 90% of the group's shares. It's good to take it back." Eve nodded with relief. "Don't be so stupid next time, and don't give away your shares for nothing. Look at those people in the Lynn family. They're all ungrateful. They took the shares you gave them, but they took advantage of their misfortunes at the critical moment. What's the point of being nice to them?" I chuckled. I can help them up, so I can naturally make them fall badly." At this moment, Black Wolf knocked on the door anxiously, pushed the door open, and walked in. "Boss Lynn, White Dog was arrested by the East City Police Station, and now the White Dog Gang is in chaos. People outside are also shocked, and they all think this is your handiwork." "What?" Eve's eyes widened. "Isn't this fake news? Chief Kong and Baigo are in the same boat. How could he allow the East City Police Station to take Baigo away? It's real news. Many people saw Baigo being taken to the East City police car. I also asked Brotherly, and he said it was true." Black Wolf looked shocked and turned to me. "Boss Lynn, I didn't expect you to be able to get in touch with the East City Police Station. The outside world now believes that this is your killer move against Baigo. Now the market value of Lingyun Group has risen to more than $5 billion. I didn't do this." I shook my head slowly. My expression became solemn. "I didn't do it." "It wasn't you who did it?" Black Wolf was shocked. "Then who attacked White Dog at this critical moment?" "Strange. White Dog once said that he would kill Lin Ling, but he was caught by the East City Police Station. If it wasn't me who did it, then this matter would not be simple." Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. "I'm afraid this is a setup." Eve approvingly. "You are really smart." She shook her head helplessly. "You are still talking nonsense at this time." I sneered and said, "White Dog wanted to force me to leave Lingyun Group and then plot against me from outside. He directed and acted out all this himself in order to make me let my guard down." I stood up, looked at Eve, and said with a smile, "In that case, I'll take advantage of the situation and go out for some fun. I've been stuck in the group for so many days, I'm almost bored to death." Black Wolf was startled and said hurriedly, "Absolutely not, Mr. Lin. This is not turning the tables. This is going to die." "Mr. Lin, Let me say something from the bottom of my heart. You'd better stay in the group, honestly. We can't be honest, otherwise it will be inconvenient for Li Qitian to take action. I smiled and shook my head. Brother Hailang, notify Yang Li and the others to go out for a walk with me. You just continue to guard the group. Hailang had no choice but to nod. Eve smiled and said, It's a nice day today. I want to go out and play too. No, I said with a serious expression. Although the white dog won't attack so quickly, it's still very dangerous. I can go out by myself. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Let's go. Eve took my hand and stood up. I've been bored for so many days. No, I still insisted. In my heart, I've already written a will. If anything goes wrong, all the inheritance will be left to Eve. Do you still regard me as your girlfriend? Eve's eyes are firm. If you still love me, then we will go together. I can't let my man take risks alone. Seeing Eve was so determined, I had no choice but to agree, but I still called Li Qitian and asked him to be prepared to ensure that everything would go well. We arrived at the underground parking lot, and Eve and I got into the Hummer. Yang Li did not wear a suit and sunglasses today. Instead, he changed into an ordinary shirt and gray trousers, looking very low-key. He looked serious and said, Mr. Lynn, we will disguise ourselves as passers-by and protect you and your wife's safety along the way. Okay, let's go and have some fun at the Moon Lake, I said with a smile. Arriving at Yuehu Lake, I held Eve's hand and strolled along the lake. The wind was cool, the lake water was clear, and there were many people strolling leisurely around. The scene was warm and peaceful with elderly people, children, students, and couples holding hands. Eve, wearing a white dress, attracted many eyes with her tall figure and delicate face. She took a deep breath happily and said, This is my first time to come to Yuehu Lake. The air is so fresh and the scenery is so beautiful. I smiled and asked, Why didn't you come here before? I used to come here often to go boating. It's quite relaxing. I didn't have a boyfriend before, and there are only couples here. I don't want to come here to eat dog food. She glanced at me and asked mischievously, You used to come here often. Which woman did you come here with? It couldn't be Annie, right? Her eyes were full of jealousy. I came here alone. I was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly. My family looked down on me at that time, and Annie treated me like a bootlicker. Ordinary people didn't dare to approach me. Apart from Li Qitian and you, I had no other friends. Li Qitian, a rough guy, didn't like this kind of place, and I didn't have any feelings for you at that time, so I could only come here to relieve my depression. Eve's jealousy disappeared instantly, and her eyes softened. She knew I had not lied to her. I was indeed very lonely at that time. Let's go boating. Eve took my hand and walked towards the ticket office excitedly. This time you won't be rowing alone. I smiled and nodded, looking at Yang Li and his friends who were pretending to be passers-by. The boating fee was not expensive, 20 yuan per hour, electric boat, 50 yuan deposit. I paid the money, bought some ice cream, snacks and drinks, and took Eve on the gently rocking boat. The breeze gently brushed my cheeks. I was teaching Eve how to drive the boat, but she always seemed to have a bad grasp of the direction and always drove the boat towards the bridge pier. Oh, it hit us again. Eve stuck out her tongue, helplessly. I couldn't help but joked. Do you have a grudge against this bridge pier? Why do you always hit it? I gripped the steering wheel tightly and pressed the reverse gear to prepare for adjustment. At this moment, a white boat suddenly hit our pink boat, blocking us and making it impossible to retreat. There were 2 middle-aged women and 3 little boys on the boat. The little boys laughed excitedly like birds. Ha! They can't retreat. Shoot them with water guns. Kill the drowned dog. Then the 3 little boys picked up water guns and sprayed Eve and me, soaking our clothes instantly. Eve smiled and said, Have mercy. Have mercy, kids. Stop making trouble. Our clothes are all wet. I laughed and said, That's enough. Stop it. However, the 3 children did not stop, but became even more proud, throwing the remaining fruit cores and empty bottles at the... We laughed arrogantly. I frowned and began to feel that something was wrong. I turned to the 2 women and said, Okay, let the children stop for a while. The woman with the mole on the corner of her mouth rolled her eyes at me and said, The children are just playing. Why are you so stingy? You are so old, but you actually brought girls to a place like this. You deserve to be a loser. At this moment, a small stone flew towards Eve. I was quick-witted and caught the small stone in time. When I opened it, I found that it was the size of a coin. If it hit my head, I would probably get a big swelling. Eve's smile disappeared, and she realized that this was no longer a joke. I frowned and said coldly, Pull the boat back and let us go. No. One of the little boys clapped his hands. If you want to leave, kneel down and beg for mercy first. The women remained indifferent, sitting on the boat cracking melon seeds and laughing at our embarrassment. At this time, Yang Li and his bodyguards drove over. I glanced at him with a gloomy look in my eyes. I'll say one last thing. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't leave. The woman laughed and said, young people are really capable, bullying us old people and children. Isn't it just a joke with you? Why are you angry? You are so stingy. Can't you be more generous? I spread out the stones in my hand and said coldly, is this just a joke? What if such a big stone hits your eyes? Bad brother, we will shoot you to death. Seeing that I was not angry, the three children became more proud and pointed their water guns at me. The water gun was powerful and it hurt when it hit my face. I stood in front of Eve, frowning, blocking her. At this time, Yang Li's boat had already hit us. The woman cursed, how dare you hit me? Yang Li quickly boarded their boat and slapped the two women each. Then, he slapped the three children each and threw their water guns into the lake. The three children burst into tears. Seeing this, the women were furious and punched and kicked Yang Li. Beat you to death, you bastard. How dare you hit a child? You dare to hit me. You're looking for death. Yang Li looked at them coldly and once again waved his hand and slapped each of the two women. This time, he was even stronger, and the two women's faces turned red and their ears were buzzing. Yang Li controlled the boat to back up, making room for our boat to leave. Yang Li jumped steadily onto the boat that was waiting for him. I nodded, signaling them not to get too close. However, just as we were about to leave, the woman's boat emitted a shrill scream. The woman with a mole in the corner of her mouth began to shout, bullying, a bunch of grown men, bullying us orphans and widows. He even beats the elderly and children. How shameless of him. The three children on the boat burst into tears. Grandma, my face hurts so much, wow. My water gun. They are too much. Let Daddy beat them to death. The surrounding boats stopped one after another, and everyone looked at us curiously. When they saw the situation in the boat, they immediately turned around and left. Damn, it's the old witch. Hurry up and don't get into trouble. The son of this old, which is the leader of the underground forces in this area. Who dares to mess with her? These guys are considered to be getting rid of harm for the people. This old, which is arrogant and unreasonable in Yuehu Lake, and no one dares to touch her. I didn't bother to pay attention to the gossip. I just grabbed the steering wheel and sped away. That's too much, Eve said angrily. Those three kids are spoiled. They really have no manners. She touched my arm with concern. Are you okay? The sunlight shone through the gaps in the roof of the boat onto her face, illuminating her dreamy features. The delicate collarbone under her neck made me stunned. I pulled her in my arms and kissed her directly. Eve was stunned for a moment. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks quickly turned red. No, don't make trouble. There are so many people. I ignored her, still intoxicated by her soft lips. Eve resisted at first, but soon fell in love with it and responded to my kiss. The breeze was blowing, and our kiss was so sweet on the boat. Soon, the surrounding tourists also noticed and took up their phones to record this moment. Enough. Eve pushed me away, panting. I can't breathe. When she saw someone taking pictures, her face turned red like a ripe apple, and she buried her head in my arms. There are so many people. How can you be so bold? It's just a kiss. Why are you shy? I laughed and teased. She stopped talking and just shyly hit my thigh. Although she said she didn't want to, her eyes were full of happiness. I lit a cigarette, savoring the kiss just now, with a smile on my face. However, the harsh voice came again. Oh my, how shameless. Hugging and kissing each other in public, ugh. The woman with a mole on the corner of her mouth chased after them with a vicious tone. Shameless. The three children also began to laugh sharply. You have no sense of shame, girl. Another woman cursed. If it were my daughter, I would slap her mouth until it broke. While they were swearing, they continued to drive the boat, trying to hit our boat. I raised my eyebrows and sneered. They're not done yet. Haven't they been slapped enough? Eve smiled and comforted me. Don't be upset. This is also a kind of fun. Yeah. I raised a smile and looked at the white boat. Didn't you get enough slaps just now? Do you believe I can ask someone to slap you a few more times? I smiled and looked at the lady on the white boat. She was so angry that she danced with joy, casting a spell while shouting. I'm going to beat you to death, you beast. Do you know who I am? My son is Shou-Ho, and he has brought people to wait for you. Shou-Ho. I chuckled and replied bluntly, my grandson is also called Shou-Ho, so do you have to call me Dad? As soon as the words came out, The ant was so angry that she almost exploded. She cursed. You little sharp-tongued thing. Wait for your death. Wait for my son to push you into the water and drown you. I raised my eyebrows and looked at Eve. She frowned slightly and whispered, disgusting. I sneered, took out my cell phone, and called Highlang. Bring people to Uehu. Someone wants to mess with me. The person on the other end of the phone didn't hesitate, responded briefly with okay, and hung up. Eve's expression changed slightly. Oh no, they're catching up. I waved my hand. Let's run first, and don't let them catch up. Okay. At this time, the playfulness in my heart was aroused. I shook my head to signal Yang Li and others to go ashore first. Then I took the steering wheel of the boat and sailed away. I used to come to Uehu Lake to take a boat, and I have practiced this little boating skill. Even a professional captain may not be able to beat me. Soon, I drove between two bridge piers, suddenly turned off the forward switch, and pretended to be stuck. The woman immediately became excited when she saw it. He is stuck. Go over and beat him. I raised the corners of my mouth and prepared to continue the play. She directed the monkeys to throw the trash cans while ramming the boat towards me. Eve was anxious and pulled me. Go. Wait. I smiled slightly. Let them get stuck too. Just when their boat was about to hit me, I suddenly started the boat and started it. As a result, they couldn't control the boat well and got stuck between the bridge piers. She started to curse. Wait. I teased slowly. Annie, stop it. There are some people you can't afford to offend. If you apologize, I will consider letting you go. She cursed even more fiercely. Die, you blind thing who gave birth to a child. My son is waiting for you on the shore. Wait to be beaten to death. Eve rolled her eyes. Forget it. Ignore her. I nodded and started the boat to dock. A group of people had gathered on the shore, including Highlang and his men and Yang Li. The most eye-catching were 7 or 8 men with bruised faces and noses kneeling on the ground. I frowned and looked at them. Which one is the skinny monkey? Black Wolf stepped forward, grabbed a man with scars all over his face, and roared. You are the one who is called Skinny Monkey? The man was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Mr. Lynn, please spare me. I really didn't mean to offend you. It's my mother who is blind. I asked her to apologize. At this moment, the vicious old witch and her son also came ashore. Seeing so many people, she was still arrogant and said, Humph, who dares to mess with me today? Son, did you catch that guy? Give him 10 slaps. Her children also shouted, beat him to death. Beat him to death. However, the onlookers began to laugh. This time the old witch has offended the right person. She is dead. Hurry up and kneel down with your son. The woman's face changed and her eyes widened. Don't talk nonsense. My son is hanging out with Brother by Go. Who dares to mess with him? Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the crowd. Mom, stop talking and cause trouble for me all day long. Now you've messed with someone you shouldn't mess with. Black Wolf kicked the skinny monkey in front of the woman and smiled coldly. Is this your son? The woman was so frightened that her whole body was shaking. She asked in horror, Son, what's wrong with you? Aren't you hanging out with Brother White Dog? The skinny monkey had a sad face and said aggrievedly, You should apologize quickly. Mr. Lin is not someone you can afford to offend. I watched coldly from the sidelines, already too lazy to bother with this group of people. Seeing this, another woman immediately pulled her child and tried to escape, but was stopped by Black Wolf's brothers. What do you want to do? Bullying people in broad daylight. She cried loudly. Shut up. I ordered coldly, and Black Wolf's brothers immediately slapped them a few times. Several people immediately became obedient. Apologize, do you hear me? Black Wolf glared at the woman and grabbed her collar. The woman turned pale with fear. You hit my son. Can you hit me again? I have a heart disease. If I scare you to death, you will pay with your life. Black Wolf laughed. The boss is worth billions. He can afford to pay for your life. Hurry up and die. The woman immediately cried and begged for mercy. Please, spare me. I am just an old woman with a child. I shook my head. Not sincere enough. I'll break your son's legs, and see if you dare not apologize sincerely. Black Wolf sneered and picked up the machete. The skinny monkey screamed in pain. His legs were broken, and he fainted. The two women were completely dumbfounded and hurriedly knelt down to apologize. At this time, I nodded. Okay, let's go. Surrounded by the crowd, we left, leaving the woman slumped on the ground. They never dreamed that the stranger they provoked was actually a big shot who dared to confront the white dog. On weekdays, they relied on the support of the skinny monkey to bully in Uehu, and no one dared to provoke them. But today, they were completely defeated. After a while, Scarface and his men came over. When the woman saw Scarface, her eyes lit up. She recognized him as a confidant of White Dog's men. "Brother, are you my son's friend?" Scarface's expression was grim. "Yes." The woman cried out in haste. "You have to avenge my son. He has been beaten like this." Scarface snorted coldly. "Take him away. Go see White Dog." He ordered people to splash water on the skinny monkey to wake him up. The woman was overjoyed and eager to see White Dog. The skinny monkey cried, "Brother White Dog, you have to make the decision for me." The woman also knelt down. "Brother White Dog, that kid bullied us, an orphan and a widow. You are my son's elder brother. You must avenge him." A sneer appeared on Baigo's face. "Revenge? I won't avenge him. I finally set up a trap to let him down, but you guys ended up alerting the enemy." He shouted angrily, "Beat him for me." Several of his brothers stepped forward and punched and kicked the woman and the skinny monkey. Baigo cursed, "You are so blind. You deserve to be beaten. I have planned this for so long. He must be more vigilant now and bring more bodyguards. Beat him for me, beat him to death." The woman and the thin monkey were completely dumbfounded and began to despair. They thought the White Dog would avenge them, but it ended up bringing them misfortune again. The thin monkey cried like a child, not knowing what he had done wrong, and only cared about being beaten. And Anthony were lying in bed. The atmosphere was a little dull, and frowned and complained, "We haven't slept together for several days. Why don't you take care of your body?" Anthony wanted to cry, but had no tears. He sighed in his heart. "How can I say that Moyu tortured me to death yesterday?" He sighed and thought that if it happened again, he would rather not get involved in the entanglement with Lin Ling than meet Moyu. He whispered, "I've been scared by Brother Lin Ling recently. I can't eat or sleep well. What are you afraid of?" Annie sneered disdainfully. "White Dog threatened to kill him, so he should be afraid. He's been killed. What are you afraid of?" Annie said bluntly. Anthony frowned. "But didn't you say that Lin Ling made a lot of money in the stock market? If he used the money to curry favor with the big shots and ask for forgiveness from Baigo, wouldn't the matter be resolved?" Anne's eyes suddenly widened, and she said angrily, "What if this bastard really made money? It's so infuriating. I wish he hadn't heard about the letter and the Salt Lake." She gritted her teeth and said, "Then our Sioux family can make a lot of money quietly." Anthony sighed a little depressed. "I asked my family to invest in the Salt Lake, but they didn't dare to." A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, "I heard that you have made almost 100 million. "Yes," Annie nodded proudly, "but it has fallen a little recently. I believe it will soar soon." She smiled gently. "Don't worry, Anthony, I have money, and I will protect you in the future." Anthony heaved a sigh of relief and was secretly happy. That loser Lin Ling had been trying to do something to me, but I refused to let him. Annie looked at him deeply, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. "Now that I'm naked, why are you still not able to do it?" Anthony looked aggrieved. "Are you going to go find Brother Lin Ling just because I can't do it?" "That's impossible," Annie smiled coldly. "Even if you can't let that kind of dog touch me." While the two were talking, Annie's cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. She picked up the phone, and after a moment, her face changed drastically, and her expression became solemn. "What's wrong?" Anthony asked hurriedly, and lowered her head and told him briefly what was on the phone, her expression becoming more complicated. "Today, Eve and I went out and taught Baigo's little brother a lesson, so that Baigo dared not even fart." This matter quickly spread throughout Nanzhou. Everyone was wondering if I had found some backer, so that Baigo dared to be afraid of me. As a result, the market value of Lingyun Group also rose back to 5 billion. Could it be that he really found a backer? Annie's voice was full of resentment, and her eyes widened. "I knew long ago that Lin Ling could make a lot of money from Sino and Salt Lake shares, so he must have found a backer." "No way." Anthony frowned, thinking back to what Moyu said last night. "Baigo just hasn't found the opportunity yet." "Don't worry," Anthony gritted his teeth. "No matter how Lin Ling struggles, Baigo and Director Kong will definitely be able to crush him together," he said in a low voice, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. "He's your brother. Why do you want him to die so much?" Annie was shocked. "Huh? No, I'm just worried about him." Anthony hastily defended. "I'm trying to persuade him to change his ways." The phone suddenly rang. It was the eldest sister, Lin Kai. Her voice was anxious. "Anthony, go home quickly. Mom, Dad and sisters are all very angry. Come and persuade them." Anthony hung up the phone in a hurry and said and something happened at home. I have to leave first. He quickly put on his clothes and left in a hurry. Annie lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, her heart full of resentment. If she had known that Anthony was not good enough, she would have chosen Lin Ling long ago. She clicked on Lin Ling's photo, and an unusual light flashed at her eyes. Anthony drove all the way, his heart full of anger, and when he rushed home, he found that his house was empty. He called and learned that everyone had gone to Ling Yun Group to settle accounts with Lin Ling. He immediately drove to Ling Yun Group, his eyes burning with anger. At this time, in front of the gate of Ling Yun Group, the Lin family blocked a Hummer, shouting in anger. Black Wolf and his group of brothers surrounded the scene, and Yang Li and 12 other bodyguards were on standby to protect Eve and me. You beast, you actually plotted against us. Robert was so angry that he was shaking all over, pointing at me with trembling fingers. How could you do such a thing? The second sister also spoke angrily. Do you think we are fools? You were just dreaming to send someone to cheat us of our shares. I sneered at them and said, I'm sorry, I never considered you my family. Did I force you to sell the shares? Did I make you sign the document? Their anger grew even stronger. The second sister's eyes widened with anger. You clearly had a plan to increase the market value, but you actually swindled the shares from us in advance. We lost 550 million yuan. Do you feel a little guilty? Don't you think this is too much? I said coldly. You have lost far more than 550 million. These shares were originally mine. If it weren't for your stupidity, how could I have taken them back? This is simply, Robert roared. How can you have such a disgusting son? Eve looked at them coldly. What's the point of you saying these things to Lin Ling now? Do you want the shares back? The Lin family was stunned, and the second sister immediately said, Of course you have to return it to us. We were the ones who sold the shares in the first place, so how can you not return them? The third sister also nodded and agreed. If you still have a conscience, return the shares to us. I couldn't help but laugh. What a bunch of weirdos. Forget it. Let's not waste time. Let's go. I pulled Eve and prepared to leave. Eve looked dissatisfied. How dare you say such things? Lin Ling gave you shares, but you want to regret it. It's really pathetic. How dare you say he cheated you? You have become a laughingstock in Nanzhou now. Do you know that? Everyone knows that the Lin family is greedy and is lying on Lin Ling like a vampire. For so many years, I have been silently tolerating the Lin family and selflessly serving them, but they have never been grateful and always treated me like a servant. Today, the Lin family dared to come and settle accounts with me. Eve couldn't stand it. She has always protected me like her life. She said coldly, My man, only I can bully him. No one else can. The faces of the Lin family members changed instantly, especially the second sister Lin Kuer. They all knew that Lin Ling had given them shares for free, and now he was taking them back and giving them 700 million yuan. They should be content. Everyone was silent for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Just then, Anthony arrived. He looked at me with disbelief on his face. How can you say that? Brother Lin Ling, isn't it natural for him to give us shares? His eyes were shining, obviously defending his family. Is it wrong to be nice to family members? He continued. We treat them as family members, so what's wrong with taking a little from them? The Lin family seemed to be convinced by him, and the guilt in their hearts slowly dissipated. The second sister pointed at Eve in dissatisfaction. You bitch, how can you talk like that? He is our family. Shouldn't you give him some shares? The third sister sneered. You are just a secretary. How dare you interfere in our family affairs? Eve was furious, but I looked down at her and said coldly, She's my woman. The atmosphere froze instantly. My words were like a heavy blow, making the whole scene even more tense. Enough, I ordered coldly. Lin Ling, don't have family like you. Remember that. Anthony was stunned, his eyes full of surprise and disappointment. How can you talk like that? We are your family. Your parents raised you. How can you be so heartless? Did you hear that? You beast. Robert was furious. I shouldn't have given birth to an ungrateful thing like you. The second sister continued to be dissatisfied. You don't understand Anthony's goodness. Can't you learn from him? I sneered. Okay, then you should treat this adopted son as a treasure. After saying that, I took Eva's hand and turned to leave. You! Robert was so angry that he was about to explode. At this moment, Anthony's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. His actions seemed very anxious, and he obviously had other thoughts. I didn't think much about it. and pulled Eve into the building. However, the Lynn family did not stop at this time. They were still complaining. Just as they were leaving, Anthony suddenly left in a hurry, and I didn't notice it. A few hours later, the Lynn family was driving home, but an accident happened. A truck lost control from behind and hit their BMW X5, and everyone in the car fainted. The ambulance arrived quickly, and the Lynn family was sent to the hospital. Anthony also rushed over and saw all this, sweating profusely. "Dad, Mom, are you okay?" "It's okay. Luckily, nothing serious happened," the eldest sister said thankfully. "But I almost lost my life. The truck suddenly hit me." The police officer said the truck's brakes failed, but the aging of the brake pads was abnormal. Anthony was silent for a moment, frowning. The aging of the brake pads is equivalent to driving 50,000 kilometers. When the eldest sister heard this, her expression suddenly became serious. "Is this?" Before she finished her words, someone suddenly spoke up. "This car accident is likely man-made." The police officer's words made the atmosphere even more solemn. "We suspect this was a deliberate car accident. The driver is an employee of Ling Yun Group." For a moment, the ward fell silent. The Lin family looked at each other, and it seemed that all eyes were on me. Lin Keshin suddenly said, "Could it be that Lin Ling sent someone to deliberately bump into us?" Before the words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and everyone turned pale. The eldest sister asked in shock, "No way. No, I don't believe it." Robert shook his head. "Although he is cruel, he would not do such a thing." However, the police officer continued, "The driver is a driver from Ling Yun Group, and you have had several conflicts with Lin Ling recently. Investigations show that this car accident is likely a revenge against you." I listened to their discussion with a confused look on my face. My mind was in a mess. The Lin family had been blaming Lin Ling, believing that he was responsible for the car accident. The third sister, Lin Keshin, angrily suggested, "We can't wait any longer. We should forcibly take him to the police station for questioning." I knew in my heart that these accusations alone would not solve the problem at all. The police officer responded indifferently. "Catch him if you can. Don't expect me to do it." After that, he left without looking back. The atmosphere in the ward was heavy for a while, and Robert's anger almost swallowed him up. "This beast dared to murder me." Everyone cursed Lin Ling, but there was nothing they could do to him. At this time, the eldest sister Lin Kai spoke up. Actually, it was not necessarily Lin Ling who did it. Her words stunned everyone present, and the whole room fell silent in an instant. My second sister questioned harshly, "Why are you saying this? The evidence is so obvious. He is the culprit." I could feel her anger, but my eldest sister's words shocked me. What big sister said makes sense, I thought quietly. Lin Kai's analysis was concise and powerful. If Lin Ling really wanted to do it, he would never choose a driver from Ling Yun Group. This arrangement was obviously made by someone to make us mistakenly believe that it was done by Lin Ling. Everyone fell silent, and doubts began to grow in their hearts. While we were still discussing, Anthony suddenly started crying. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." His words made my heart tighten. Anthony said with a sad face, "I think this car accident was caused by me. The driver deliberately slowed down when he saw that I was not in the car. Otherwise, you might really..." His words stopped abruptly, and the air froze. My heart suddenly shook. Does Lin Ling really want to kill him? Everyone started discussing, and the atmosphere became more tense. What Anthony means, Maria's voice trembled, is that Lin Ling is going to attack Anthony. Her voice was full of disbelief. Anthony choked up and said, "I know that brother Lin Ling is jealous of me. He thinks it's me who made you distance yourself from him. So he wants to..." His voice gradually became low, and the entire ward became depressing. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The eldest sister frowned, obviously unwilling to believe it. If this is true, why would Lin Ling be so stupid as to use the group's driver? Her voice was full of doubt. Maybe he didn't have time to find someone else, so he had to find a familiar driver. Anthony tried to explain. I felt that he had something else in mind. Lin Kai's eyes flickered, and her intuition told her that there was a deeper conspiracy. If it was really Lin Ling who did it, the driver wouldn't be so low-key. She began to re-examine what happened. However, with Anthony's explanation, everything seemed to return to its original state. The Lin family was furious again. This beast. Their voices became more and more shrill. I stood aside, with mixed emotions in my heart. It seemed that this family would never be able to get rid of those stupid fights and betrayals. There was a hasty knock on the ward door. I was startled and looked up. Anthony hurriedly stood up and opened the door. A dozen reporters carrying cameras swarmed in. Robert frowned as he saw the reporters appear. Who let them in? Get out now. His tone was full of anger. My second sister Lynn frowned and said, Dad, I think we should let them do the interview. Maybe we can use public opinion to put pressure on Lynn Ling. Her words made me a little shaken. Although I also hate the reporters' omnipresence, it seems at this time we can really change the situation through the media. Robert was dissatisfied and said, Let them interview? How can we let outsiders know about such a shameful thing? But Anthony said firmly, Dad, I think it's time. Public opinion can give us strength. Lynn Ling has done such a terrible thing. We should let more people know. Lin Kuer also supported Anthony's opinion. We can't let Lynn Ling continue to get away with it. Let everyone know how he framed us. Maybe he can pay the price. Everyone began to discuss in a low voice, and obviously they all felt that this method had a certain effect. So, the reporter started to ask questions one after another, with the microphone pointed at me. Mr. Lin, what do you think about this car accident? Do you think it was just an accident? Did someone try to harm you? The reporter's rapid-fire questions made me feel a little uncomfortable. It's Lin Ling. He's the beast who wants to kill us. The second sister shouted angrily, her voice sharp. He first cheated us out of our shares, and then sent someone to attack us. The third sister was also merciless. Yes, the driver is from Ling Yun Group, and the brake pads of the truck have been tampered with. All of this points to Lin Ling. Hearing this, Robert was overwhelmed with grief, his face full of pain. What a misfortune! How could I have such a son? His voice was low and desperate. The reporters were recording excitedly, and the atmosphere in the room almost reached its climax. This interview was destined to become big news in Nanzhou. The next day, the news quickly dominated the headlines of major media outlets. Headlines came one after another. Family feud. Father and son become enemies. Ling Yun Group President Lin Ling actually tried to murder his own father. The media reports shocked everyone. I never thought that my momentary impulse would lead to such an out-of-control situation. The news of hiring a killer quickly spread throughout Nanzhou. Everyone was shocked, and some even gasped, unable to believe it was true. Recently, I offended Bai Go, and the news was all over the place. Everyone was talking about the feud between Bai Go and me. As a result, this kind of news broke out on me again, leaving me no chance to breathe. The eyes of the entire Nanzhou were focused on me, as if I had become a sinner in everyone's eyes. The market value of my company, Domain Group, plummeted again, almost hitting rock bottom. People criticized me. Some even called me a heartless person and labeled me a father murderer. Some said I was cruel and took advantage of everyone's trust and did this behind their backs. My image was completely destroyed. Ling Yun Group has deep cooperation with major companies, and the cooperative relationship should have been stable. But now, everything has changed dramatically. Those companies that once firmly cooperated with me have been completely shaken after facing this scandal. They even began to publicly express their disappointment with me and felt that they could no longer continue to cooperate with me because of my behavior. I understand their situation. After all, their brand image has been greatly affected by this scandal. Now, they have announced that they will sever cooperation with Ling Yun Group to avoid being implicated. Even some long-term partners have chosen to cut off contact because of my scandal. Those who held Ling Yun Group's shares were even more emotional and chose to sell their shares. The stock price plummeted, and the market value of Ling Yun Group fell to a low point again. Some people even began to question whether I had lost my mind. I stood downstairs of Ling Yun building, watching the chaos in front of me. Teenage girls held banners and screamed deafeningly. Why did you kill our brother? Their voices surged like a tide, completely ignoring the police and reporters around them. There was anger in everyone's eyes. The banners read, killing your own brother, killing your own father, and Lin Ling. Gout, pay with your life. I knew that all of this had something to do with me. The anger of these girls almost filled the entire street with a sense of oppression. Traffic was completely paralyzed, and the road in front of Ling Yun building was blocked. Taxis stopped one after another, and more girls rushed into the crowd as if it was a large-scale demonstration. Reporters rushed to take pictures of the incident, and their cameras were pointed at me, recording every emotional moment. Police cars swarmed in, surrounded the scene, and tried to disperse the crowd, but the girls remained unmoved. They angrily accused the police of protecting me, as if everything had lost its rationality. The police could only stand by to maintain order, fearing that a stampede would occur. The gate of Ling Yun building was blocked, and the elevators and stairs were completely unusable. The crowd had already started smashing and looting downstairs to vent their anger. Seeing this, the employees of Lingyun Group fled. Those who reacted quickly changed their suits and hid their work badges. Those who reacted slowly were caught and treated violently. All of this was recorded by the reporters. People watched and talked about it. Some were amazed, some were terrified. This incident seemed to be just an explosive news, but behind it, there seemed to be more ulterior conspiracies. At the same time, the Lynn family members in the ward were all delighted. "Anthony, you are amazing," Maria said excitedly. A Weibo post can cause such a big response. They all seemed to be enjoying this moment and felt that Lin Ling's death was not far away. Anthony's eyes were full of greed and calculation. He had learned the details of the plan from Bai Moyu to trick me into taking action and assassinate me. If I died, he and his parents would easily inherit everything I had and become the true controller of the Lingyun Group. The Lin family has never hidden their desire for my property, and now they can finally pursue it with confidence. Anthony's eyes flickered, as if he had seen the moment when he was about to reach the top. However, Lin Kuer beside him was somewhat dissatisfied. "Anthony, this is really too much. Even if Lin Ling did something wrong, it shouldn't be like this, right?" Her eyes were full of doubt, and she seemed to disagree with this extreme approach. "Isn't this excessive enough? Just watch. Lin Ling will definitely not be able to escape." Robert sneered. "No matter how powerful his lawyer is, he can't keep delaying. The police can't just sit there and watch." Maria gnashed her teeth and said, "This beast, if he dares to come over, I will beat him to a pulp." The eldest sister Lin Kui frowned and said in a low voice, "Is it really right for you to do this? Are you sure that Lin Ling really did these things?" There was a hint of calmness in her tone, as if she hoped everyone could stay rational. This storm is destined not to subside. Chapter 152. Lin Kui looked at everything in front of her, and her heart was filled with disappointment. She had never thought that her family could be so cruel. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere froze. If he is willing to apologize, hand over all his assets, and behave himself, we might be able to give him another chance, Robert said with a frown. Anthony smiled and shook his head. Anyway, his plan to harm us has failed. Let him go, maybe he will reform. However, there was a barely perceptible sneer hidden in his words. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be forgiven. The second sister shouted angrily. If we let him go now, he will definitely find an opportunity to kill us next time. Anthony, you are too naive. Maria's tears fell. You even want to harm your own brother, and you still say such things. Anthony nodded painfully. I can't bear to give up on him, but my family is too important to me. Seeing him pretending to be sad, Robert also sighed. I am really content to have a son like you. Lin Ling doesn't deserve any more family affection. Anthony sneered in his heart. The original plan had been completed. No matter how Lin Ling died on the road, the Lin family would not stand up for him and would not even be moved. He had already figured out in his mind that everything about Lin Ling, including the beautiful secretary Eve, would eventually be his. Eve's beauty and temperament made him unable to stop. He imagined Eve's humiliation in front of him, and his heart was itching. Lin Kai watched these people from the side. The anger in her heart almost swallowed her up. She tried to defend Lin Ling, but was easily defeated by Anthony's tears. Every word she said seemed so powerless, and the family's hatred for Lin Ling had deepened. She couldn't hold it back any longer. Tears kept flowing down her cheeks. She began to think back to every moment she had spent with Lin Ling and everything he had done for her. No matter how unreasonable her demands were, Lin Ling always went all out. She painfully recalled the moments when she slapped Lin Ling, and her heart was filled with regret. Now, what would happen to Lin Ling became her only concern. Without further hesitation, Lin Kai resolutely decided to call Eve and try to save Lin Ling's life through her. Her cell phone number had been blocked by Lin Ling, but Eve did not block her. But she didn't dare to call Eve easily for fear of losing the last means of contacting Lin Ling. But this time, I really have to dial it. Chapter 153, I'm afraid it's not easy. Lin Ling stood in front of the French window with a serious look in his eyes, looking at the bustling crowd downstairs, his inner uneasiness growing more and more. Black Wolf followed closely behind, looking worried. Boss Lin, the passage upstairs has been blocked, and all exits are under our surveillance to ensure that no one can get in. But what should we do now? Lin Ling asked in a low voice, frowning, thinking about how to deal with this sudden situation. Since I heard that the Lynn family had a car accident last night, I felt something was wrong. Black Wolf raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. The accident happened just after they left us. There must be someone behind this. White Dog, it must be him. Black Wolf gritted his teeth. He deliberately let you take the blame in order to frame you. Eve took over the conversation with a serious expression. Now, the whole Nanjo has spread it. Everyone thinks that you ordered people to hit the Lin family. The reputation of Ling Yun Group has been greatly affected. Partners have severed ties with us and even demanded compensation for losses. Our stock price has plummeted, and our market value has shrunk by 3 billion. She raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of helplessness and worry. This White Dog is too despicable. He actually came up with this method to slander Mr. Lin. Black Wolf was furious. Moreover, there's obviously no evidence, and the police did not say that Mr. Lin is guilty, but they still slandered him in the media. Lin Ling clenched his fists with a cold smile. He wants to cause trouble for me, but he doesn't want to kill me. He just wants to make me tired of dealing with it through this means. That's right. Black Wolf nodded. It's easy to find out about this kind of thing, but White Dog won't kill you. At most, he'll just annoy you for a while. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Li Qiqian's voice came out from the microphone with a little anxiety. Your brother is really a piece of shit. Every time he incites fans to besiege your company, we dare not fight back at all, for fear of causing greater trouble. Lin Ling's mouth twitched, feeling annoyed by Anthony's little actions. It's ridiculous that he was so easily fooled by those girls. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the murderous intent in his heart became stronger and stronger. Baigo was already insidious enough, and Anthony's behavior made him even more angry. Whether it was the Lin family's remarks in the media or all these frame-ups, he must have been behind scenes. Li Qiqian, can you find out who is behind this? I don't think it's possible for Baigo to be completely clean. Lin Ling said in a cold tone. Li Qiqian replied helplessly. If we can't find out now, Baigo can easily find a scapegoat. He has enough means anyway. Forget it then. Lin Ling took a deep breath, his anger not subsiding. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Try calling me Xiao Li again. Li Qiqian Loga. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ling hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. Why did Baigo ever target him so unscrupulously? At this moment, Eve's voice broke the silence. Your elder sister called me. Do you want to answer? Chapter 154. Come to the hospital and apologize. Lin Ling picked up the phone and said coldly, let me answer it. On the other end of the phone, Lin Kai's voice was anxious. Lin Ling, is that you? I know you will answer my call. Just say whatever you want to say. Lin Ling said calmly, having already anticipated that it would be about family matters. Lin Kai's voice trembled. You don't forgive me, do you? I really know I was wrong. I called you this time to tell you an important news. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows. Go ahead. Lin Kai hurriedly explained. I know you can't really want to hurt your parents and sisters. Someone must be framing you behind your back. It might be Baigo. But if your parents point fingers at you, coupled with the pressure from public opinion and the support of Chief Kong, you might be convicted of hiring a killer. The worst possible punishment is execution, and the lightest punishment is a few years in prison. Go on. Lin Ling responded calmly, obviously not frightened. Lin Kai said anxiously, the most important thing now is not to let your parents identify you, and not to let Anthony's fans make a bigger fuss. If your parents don't identify you, the media doesn't talk nonsense, and there's not enough evidence, you still have a chance. So, Lin Ling sneered. You want me to apologize? Lin Kai's voice was a little anxious. Isn't it just an apology? It can avoid so much trouble. Isn't it worth it? Although my parents and sisters did something wrong, they are your family after all. She paused. Dad originally planned to let you go, but Anthony instigated them, so they pointed out you. Lin Ling sneered. You only see Anthony's true face now. Apologize? They should apologize. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Even if they apologize, I can't forgive them. But Dad said that you have to hand over the shares and all assets of Ling Yun Group. Lin Kai was stunned. But this is better than going to jail, right? Lin Ling smiled. Get it back to me? Sooner or later, that asset will be given to that dog, Anthony. Don't be stubborn. Lin Kai said anxiously. Come to Nanjo Hospital right away. I'll pick you up downstairs and take you to apologize to your parents. As long as you are sincere and I speak for you, they will definitely forgive you. Nanjo Hospital? Lin Ling took a puff of cigarette and pondered in his mind. Yes, Dad and my second and third sisters are injured and are all in Nanzhou Hospital. Lin Koi said anxiously. Hurry up. Otherwise, if time goes by, Mom and Dad will be even more unwilling to forgive you. If the police ask them to identify you, the consequences will be even more serious. I understand. Lin Ling sneered. I know what to do. On the other end of the phone, Lin Kui's eyes were filled with tears. Are you finally willing to forgive me? Lin Ling said coldly. Maybe I won't hate you anymore. That's good. Come over and apologize quickly. Lin Kui said excitedly. What I want to understand is not that I should go over and apologize. Lin Ling showed a sneer on his face, but that someone wants to kill me on the road. What do you mean? Lin Kui exclaimed, but the call had been hung up. Chapter 155 The Truth of the Matter. I understand. A hint of coldness flashed across Lin Ling's eyes, and he immediately called Li Qiqian. Someone is planning to kill me on the road. We can act now. I received news that the killer hired by White Dog has already set out. You'd better be careful, Li Qiqian said in a deep voice and then hung up the phone. Black Wolf looked confused. Someone was planning to kill you? How'd you know? Lin Ling smiled, his eyes sharp. Eve, did you see it? Eve's beautiful eyes were solemn, and her pretty face was slightly frosted. I know what you want to do. Don't go. I don't want you to take any risks, she said eagerly. Lin Ling's curiosity was immediately aroused. Whenever Eve encountered major events, she would think of her brother. Could it be that her family had some kind of powerful background? No need. He held her hand and said calmly, I can handle this matter. I know Li Qiqian will help you, but I can't just watch you take risks. Eve's tone left no room for doubt. Really not. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. I can't even handle small characters like Bai Go and Kong Ju Shou. How can I talk about big things in the future? I said no. Eve insisted. Black Wolf was still confused. What are you talking about? What should I do? Eve looked serious. The recent events may seem chaotic on the surface, but when combined, they are actually a trap set against Lin Ling. If he is not prepared, Lin Ling will die. What? Black Wolf was still confused. Isn't it just that White Dog hired someone to slander General Manager Lin? Will White Dog wait until Lin Ling is imprisoned before taking action? Eve shook her head. If Lin Ling goes to the Lin family to seek peace, then it will be the end. What? Black Wolf was completely confused. Wouldn't it be possible to avoid going to jail if we sued for peace? You're so stupid. Eve glanced at him. If you ask for peace, you'll fall into White Dog's trap. Do you want him to die? She continued to explain. The recent news that White Dog was arrested was actually to lower Lin Ling's vigilance. Last night we beat up White Dog's men, but he didn't react at all. In fact, it was to lower Lin Ling's vigilance. The Lin family had a car accident last night, and it was also White Dog who secretly operated it. There are only two purposes. The first is to make Lin Ling feel that White Dog is not that powerful, but just disgusting. The second one, the real killer move, is waiting for Lin Ling on his way to the hospital. What? Black Wolf shouted in surprise. So the killer move is at the end. But the matter is so serious, and everyone is paying attention to Mr. Lin. Isn't he afraid of making a big fuss? Besides, Mr. Lin has people from the police station who can escort him to the hospital. There is no way that the White Dog would dare to attack the police officers, right? Lin Ling smiled and said calmly, It's good that the matter has become so serious. Now that so many people are paying attention, if I go to the Lin family to beg for mercy, I will definitely have to sneak out. This means that I can't even drive. And police escort? Chief Kong will never let the police escort me. He paused, a gleam in his eyes. I guess Li Qiqian and Chief Kong are arguing now. Now is the time for Li Qiqian to show his acting skills. Once he reveals a flaw, the old Fox Kong will immediately stop the operation. Chapter 156. The Dragon Slayer becomes a dragon. At the same time, the atmosphere in the police station was tense, and a conflict almost broke out between Li Qiqian and Kong Lingzhao. Li Qiqian, are you going to disobey orders? Director Kong roared angrily, with a threatening look on his face. Li Qiqian's face turned red with anger. He took off his hat and pointed at Director Kong. Do you know what you are doing? You are harming people. Have you forgotten the oath you made? You vowed to dedicate everything to the country and the people, he shouted angrily. Chief Kong sneered. Li Qiqian, you are just a deputy chief. It is not your turn to teach me how to do things. I am the chief. I assign you a task. You dare to disobey. Li Qiqian was furious. He threw his hat heavily to the ground and roared. If you dare to stop me, I will fight you. Seeing Li Qiqian so crazy, Chief Kong couldn't help but feel proud. Wait until I can deal with the provincial envoy and find a backer through by go. Maybe I can be promoted to deputy mayor and police chief. Then I can laugh all I want. He smiled sinisterly and said, Li Qiqian, the deputy chief, don't wear the hat anymore, right? I can apply to expel you from the police station and let you go to see Lin Yuan. Li Qiqian took a deep breath and said angrily, Kong Ling Zhao, you old bastard, I am warning you for the last time. Don't go too far. God is watching you. Although Li Qiqian was filled with anger, he still did not give up trying to persuade Kong Jisho. He hoped that Kong Jisho would wake up and get out of this road of no return. Li Qiqian knew that Kong Jisho was once a hero. He once saved 3 people, risked his own life, and shot the gangster dead even after being shot 5 times. He was once punished for defending the dignity of the country and seriously injuring 3 people. But now, Kong Jisho has succumbed to Baigo and done these unscrupulous things. Li Qiqian really couldn't understand how a former hero could become so corrupt. Chief Kong sneered. I'm arranging the tasks normally. What's wrong with that? But you actually disobeyed orders and tried to protect the murderer. It's already been established that Lin Ling hired someone to kill someone. Even his relatives have pointed him out. Director Kong accused without hesitation. You actually wanted to escort him to the hospital. Isn't this giving the murderer a chance to escape punishment? Li Qiqian's eyes were full of anger, and murderous intent burned in his chest. He glared at Kong Jisho, his heart filled with disappointment and anger. If Lin Ling hadn't told him about Baigo's plan in advance, if he hadn't rescued the envoy's family in time, everything would have gotten out of control. Li Qiqian knew that Chief Kong was deliberately preventing him from escorting Lin Ling to the hospital in order to give White Dog's men a chance to complete the assassination. He ordered his confidants, fuck it, brothers, drive and follow me to Ling Yun Group. Li Qiqian's team leaders looked at each other in dismay, not daring to act rashly. They all knew that if they followed Li Qiqian into trouble, they would be punished after the investigation. However, the 5 team leaders still stood up. Director Li, we will follow you. Yes. Human lives are at stake now. I don't care about patrols. Yes, do it. Li Qiqian showed a gratified smile, feeling lucky that he still had his loyal confidants. He had already made note of those who were unwilling to follow him, and would deal with them one by one later. Let's go. Li Qiqian shouted angrily, and took the lead in striding out of the police station. The 5 team leaders quickly contacted their team members and followed closely. Director Kong watched them leave coldly. When Li Qiqian stepped out of the police station, he was in a panic. Did Kong Ling Zhao really intend to let him go? If so, why didn't he send someone to stop him? However, Chief Kong did not remain silent. He quickly surrounded them with a dozen of his confidants, all of whom held their positions, and more police officers followed closely behind, surrounding Li Qiqian and his 5 police officers. Get out of the way. Li Qiqian's face flushed, and he shouted angrily. What are you doing? If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for taking action. He raised his fist and pretended to hit the police officer in front of him. He was completely irrational and acted like a madman. Seeing this, Chief Kong sneered in his heart. Li Qiqian was obviously planning to escort Lin Ling and try to win the Lin family's forgiveness for Lin Ling, and he had already arranged everything for this. Chief Kong was even more proud in his heart. Li Qiqian could never have imagined that Baigo had already prepared a killing move for him. In a few hours, the news of Lin Ling's sudden death would spread throughout Nanzhou. Why are you surrounding us? We are on a mission. Li Qiqian's team leaders shouted angrily. Do you want to cause chaos in the police station? We are all colleagues. Don't make things so awkward. Do you have to stop us? Their angry voices echoed all around. Chief Kong sneered and shouted. Li Qiqian disobeyed orders, abused his power, used the power of the police station to satisfy his personal desires, and even insulted his colleagues. In the name of the chief, I temporarily dismiss Deputy Director Li Qiqian from his post and investigate him. Deputy Director Zhang, execute the order. These words shocked everyone at the scene. No one thought that things would get to this point. Everyone thought Li Qiqian was crazy. He actually disobeyed orders and rushed out to escort Lin Ling. As a result, he not only failed to help Lin Ling escape, but also completely lost his position. Deputy Director Zhang Changchang led a dozen police officers and quickly rushed towards Li Qiqian and firmly controlled them. Seeing this, the 5 team leaders around Li Qiqian also realized that there was no going back, and they all bowed their heads and admitted defeat. Only Li Qiqian was still yelling madly. What are you doing? Let me go. Kong Ling Zhao. I'm not done with you. Chief Kong maintained a serious expression on his face, but he was already very happy inside. He successfully captured Li Qitian and completely controlled the police force in Nanzhou. He also notified the directors of other municipal bureaus not to help Lin Ling. Without the protection of the police, the killer could act with impunity and Lin Ling would surely die. Director Kong lowered his head and pressed a few buttons on his phone, then sent a short message to Baigo. The water is boiled. Have some tea. Li Qitian was still roaring in anger, completely ignoring the situation around him. But in his heart, he felt a sense of satisfaction, as Director Kong had completely taken the bait. At this point, both sides were confident that they had won. Chapter 158, I don't allow you to go. The other side, Black Wolf was shocked and said he couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that these simple things actually concealed a deadly killer move. He scratched his head, looking frustrated. He really felt old. If it were 10 years ago, people would just start fighting as soon as they were unhappy. There wouldn't be so many twists and turns. But now, it all depends on the brain, and it has to be so complicated. There are even multiple forces fighting behind scenes. Everyone thinks they are chess players, but in fact, most are just chess pieces. Only William is a chess player. Suddenly, he remembered what William said when they first met. I can help him get rid of the current head of the Bureau and become the head of the Bureau within a month. Plus, William and Li Qitian have been plotting something. He suddenly realized something and exclaimed, You kid are not going to be the bait to lure Baigo and Kong Ju show into the trap, are you? Have you arranged with Li Qitian that as soon as Baigo's men try to kill you, Li Qitian will move out and completely capture Baigo and Kong Jiso? That's right. William nodded, looking solemn. Black Wolf stood there in shock. I didn't expect William's plan to be so sophisticated, and he had been plotting against Director Kong and Baigo for a long time. At that time, he scoffed at William's bold statement of getting rid of Director Kong within a month, thinking it was simply impossible. Now it seems that William is really about to achieve it. All William needs to do is show up and attract the White Dog's people to take action. But this is too dangerous. Eve gasped and looked at William with eyes full of shock and admiration. After being bullied by the Lin family for 3 years and coming to his senses, William slowly turned back into the wise and resourceful man he had always imagined himself to be. And he also became my boyfriend. Thinking of this, her heart was filled with pride. But when she thought of the danger of putting herself in danger, her eyes were filled with worry and vigilance. I don't allow you to go. Eve stared into William's eyes and said word by word, I don't want to put myself in danger. William smiled bitterly. Who doesn't want to be Zhuge Liang who plans the strategy? But there is no other way. Only I can personally bring out the White Dog's killer move. If I don't show up, everything I have arranged before will be in vain. I don't want to hear what you have to say. Anyway, I won't let you go. Eve said coldly. Sorry, Eve. William also considered this. He made a phone call. Kai Wei, come over. Soon, Shan Kai Wei came in with several female employees, all of whom were William's confidants. Help me stop Eve and don't let her do anything stupid. I'm going out for a while. William said lightly. Eve, Mr. Lin has his own plans, so you should stay in the company. Shan Kai Wei said helplessly. William, you. Eve glared at William angrily. You even planned against me and told Kai Wei in advance. She was very angry. Originally, she could have solved the problem by just making a phone call and asking her brother to come over. Both the White Dog and Director Kong could be easily killed. But William insisted on taking the risk. Hailang was filled with admiration, as William even schemed against his own wife. Just then, William's phone rang. He took a look and saw it was an unfamiliar number, but he answered it without hesitation. A cold and arrogant female voice came from the other end of the phone. William, right? That's right. William nodded. We have already set up a tight net, and those desperate criminals are also under our real-time monitoring. Don't worry, come out. I guarantee that nothing will happen to you. The woman said coldly. Okay, I'll go out now. William said calmly. You have a way to break through the encirclement of those stupid girls, right? The woman said coldly. It's not convenient for us to take action for fear of alerting the enemy. Simple, William said, and hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, the cold and arrogant woman was stunned for a moment and said angrily, Dare you hang up on me? This was the first time a man her age hung up on her. She ordered coldly into the intercom. The bait will appear soon. All units should be prepared. Please reply if you receive any. Chapter 159, The Assassination begins. William glanced at Eve, wanting to keep her face completely in his heart. Although there is a high probability that nothing will happen on this trip, there is still a possibility of accidents. If something unexpected happens, this glance may be the last one. Then he quickly turned his eyes away, fearing that Eve would find out and refuse to let him go. Eve, I'll be back soon. He smiled and said with a relaxed look. Book a room at Zoatian Pavilion and we'll have a big dinner tonight. The sweet and sour fish, there is delicious. Remember to order one for me. No. Eve's voice was cold. You can't go. Stop it. William glanced at Sean Kaiway and was about to push the door and leave. Sean Kaiway comforted her. It's okay, Eve. Mr. Lynn has made all the arrangements. Let's just wait for his good news. I'll go with him. Let me go. Eve said with a firm look in her eyes. This. Sean Kaiway hesitated. I'll go with you. Eve shook off Sean Kaiway's hand and looked at William with a firm tone. Eve, stop it. William scolded helplessly. This is not something you can get involved in. Didn't you say there was no danger? Why didn't you let me go? Eve's beautiful eyes turned red. Sean Kaiway said, Boss Lynn, you should let Eve go with you. After all, you love each other. If it were me, I would also go with the one I love. Black Wolf nodded seriously. Me too. William frowned and hesitated for a moment. He figured everything out, took Eve's hand, and said firmly, Let's go. The situation is urgent and cannot be delayed any longer. Eve held William's hand tightly and wiped away the tears from her eyes. Yang Li and other bodyguards had been waiting outside for a long time and immediately escorted the two to the underground parking lot. Sitting on the bulletproof Hummer, Yang Li said respectfully, I have asked Black Wolf's brother to get the $2 million in cash he requested. They're already by the 5th floor terrace. Another 10 brothers have also boarded the other 2 vehicles and will protect your safety with their lives. Let's go, William said calmly. Remember, you only drive, and I will arrange the rest. Yes. Yang Li answered hayafili. 3 cars slowly drove out of the underground parking lot. The girls who were screaming wildly outside saw the 3 cars and gathered around screaming. Murderer, get off here now. Can a beast like you bully our Anthony? Smash him to death. Smash this heartless bastard to death. For a moment, a mess of debris rained down on the Hummer. But it was impossible to leave any trace on the Hummer. Just when the crowd was crowded together, blocking the road. Suddenly, a dense amount of cash fell from the sky not far away. They are all bright red. There was an immediate cry of surprise from the crowd. Is it raining money from the sky? Oh my God, that's a lot of money. Quick, go grab it. For a moment, most people gave up trying to block William and rushed to pick up the money nearby. Only a small number of people were still blocking the car, preventing it from moving. A dozen people screamed, Hey sisters, don't run. It's so hard to stop someone. Please don't leave. For this little money, won't you help Brother Anthony? A girl ran and shouted, You are the rich second generation. We are different. Money, my money. The remaining dozen people had no choice but to block William's way with their bodies. At this moment, a dozen ordinary passers-by suddenly rushed out and dragged the dozen people away by brute force. Those people were all Black Wolf's younger brothers. They had followed William's arrangements a long time ago. When the fans were guarding their brother, they sneaked down and disguised themselves as passers-by. In this way, the road gradually became unblocked. Boss, according to the news, all other roads are jammed with traffic. Only Nanshan Road is not jammed, said the bodyguard in the passenger seat. Take Nanshan Road, William said calmly. The traffic jam must have been arranged by the killer or Li Qitian's people. The purpose is to let myself walk along Nanshan Road. Even though we know there's a tiger in the mountain, we still have to go there. 3 Hummers were driving in a line, protecting William in the middle, speeding along Nanshan Road, honking their horns frantically along the way. The drivers on the road couldn't help but stick their heads out and curse. Some people just don't want to give in. But when they saw that there were 3 bulletproof Hummers with 2 license plates of different colors, they were frightened and quickly made way. Suddenly, as the Hummer approached, a large truck parked on the side of the road suddenly exploded, emitting thick smoke and a deafening sound. Chapter 160, Deadly Killing Move. All the cars braked suddenly, resulting in a chain rear-end collision. The 3 Hummers were also shaken and moved sideways for several meters and were lying across the middle of the road, unable to move. Thanks to the Hummer's extreme protection capabilities, William and Eve just trembled. Eve was so frightened that her face turned pale. William held her in his arms and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. At this time, masked gangsters appeared from several ordinary cars. They were holding strange-shaped tubular objects in their hands and shooting at the Humvee. Bullets were fired at the 3 Hummers like crazy, leaving holes in the glass and the bodies of the vehicles. The car body also shook. Although the Hummer is bulletproof, it cannot withstand the continuous shooting. Eve was so frightened that her face turned pale and her whole body was shaking. William squinted his eyes and looked out the window, extremely calm. Almost at the same time, 10 bodyguards armed with bulletproof shields and pistols rushed out of the other 2 Hummers and exchanged fire with the gangsters. There were more than a dozen gangsters, and their firepower was far stronger than that of the bodyguards, so the bodyguards were unable to raise their heads. There were also several people playing mid lane. At this time, Yang Li and another bodyguard grabbed the bulletproof shields, took out their pistols, and rushed out of the car. "Don't go down," William said coldly. "This brothers can't stand it any longer." Yang Li said anxiously, "Boss, although the Hummer is bulletproof, it can't withstand such a lot of gunfire." As he was talking, the left side of the rear window was already covered with spider silk-like patterns and was about to collapse. William still said coldly, "You are not allowed to go down without my order." Seeing William's firm attitude, Yang Li and another bodyguard had to give up. Just then, the shrill roar of the engine was heard. 7 Prince motorcycles quickly shuttled through the congested traffic. The desperados on the motorcycles also had guns in their hands and kept shooting at the Hummer where William was. The bodyguards were suppressed by the powerful firepower and could not raise their heads. They could only hide behind the Hummer. The criminals had already moved to motorcycles and were preparing to escape while shooting. Not only was Eve trembling with fear, but even Yang Li and another bodyguard were chattering with fear. Only William remained calm, looking out the window coldly. At this moment, countless small red dots were aimed at the gangsters who were shooting. Almost in an instant, more than half of the gangsters were shot and fell. The criminals exclaimed, "Sniper, run! We were ambushed!" But it was too late, and they were shot and fell to the ground one by one. At the same time, a large group of police officers in black uniforms rushed out from the street nearby and took control of the scene. A tall woman holding a megaphone shouted coldly, "Everyone raise your hands and get off the bus. If you don't get out of the car within 1 minute, you will be considered an accomplice of the criminal and shot dead together with him." Repeat that again. Soon, a large group of ordinary people got off the bus with their hands raised tremblingly. William was still silent. Yang Li hurriedly asked, "Boss Lynn, aren't we getting out of the car yet? Because we have guns in our hands, we have to get out of the car and be inspected, otherwise we'll be in big trouble. Even if these police officers are here to protect you, we still have to get off the car obediently. This is the rule of Dragon Country. If we get hurt by mistake, we're doomed. Don't get off the car yet." "I don't think things are that simple," William said firmly. The woman looked around and found that almost everyone had gotten off the car, except for William's car. She said coldly, "Last 10 seconds. 1987. William anxiously. William was still looking out the window with a calm expression. It was as if what was happening outside had nothing to do with him. As the final countdown came, an unmanned Jeep suddenly jumped up and slammed into William's Hummer. This car was specially modified, so it easily knocked over many cars. Until it was 2 parking spaces away from William's car, the whole car was riding on the other cars. The gas tank wrapped in black cloth inside suddenly exploded. With a loud bang, a burst of flames shot up into the sky. Ordinary people who were a little closer were blown away, and blood fell like raindrops. There were casualties everywhere at once. The police officers, including the female police officer, lay down one after another, but the explosion still caused blood to flow from the corners of their mouths. They lay on the ground and struggled to get up. There were exclamations and screams at the scene, and the crowd fled in all directions. Only 3 Hummers were left, their exteriors tattered from the bombing. William was blown into strange shapes. Chapter 161. William is dead? In the car, William took a while to come back to his senses and looked out the window with lingering fear. The gas tank fragments pierced deeply into the Hummer like steel knives. Fortunately, only the Jeep exploded and there were not many gas tanks in the car, so the explosion was not that terrible. Hiding in the car, you will suffer minor injuries at most. But if it's outside the car, the person will have to move around in pieces. Yang Li's face was filled with horror, and he was even more shocked and grateful to William. If he had gotten off the car just now, not only would William be dead, but he would also be dead. Even if only one door was opened, the people inside would be blown to pieces. Fortunately, the car door was not even opened, and the heavy door blocked the shockwave. The female police officer wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face full of panic, regret, and shock. "What I regret is that I shouldn't have ordered William to get off the bus as soon as possible. Otherwise, this mission will be a complete failure. If William died, without him as a key witness, it would be impossible to completely kill Director Kong and by go. What was shocking was that William had anticipated this killer move, but he remained decisive and refused to get out of the car. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, learned that William had already left and were preparing to come to the hospital to apologize. They all looked disgusted. It's too late to apologize now. Humph. He still wants us to forgive him. That's impossible. Just go to jail and be an honest person. I can't imagine how he would have the nerve to ask for our forgiveness if he sent someone to run us over and kill us. Anthony sneered secretly, feeling extremely proud. He knew that once William left Lin Group, the killer move arranged by Go would be enough to kill him. But he still pretended to be heartbroken. Hey, Brother William, how could he do this? The eldest sister Lynn secretly prayed that William would arrive safely and said, "We are all family. There is no need to be so extreme, right? I think if William is sincere, we can still forgive him. This will also make our family famous in Nanzhou for being loyal and righteous. As long as everyone is willing to forgive him, I can guarantee that he will hand over all his assets to us and obey us in the future." Hearing this, the whole family hesitated, as they also coveted William's assets. Not only does he have shares in Lin Group, he also has a large amount of cash. I heard that it is as much as tens of billions. And I heard from Anthony that William made a lot of money by investing in a stock. Maybe he has more than 3 billion in his hands. If they could get it, they would take off right where they are. Second sister Lin snorted coldly. Do we look like people who are after money? If it were me, even if he was willing to hand over all his assets, he would have to kowtow to us one by one. That's right, the third sister said indignantly. We have to make him sign an agreement to follow our lead and work like a slave for us. Yes, that's exactly what we have to do. Robert said angrily. The agreement must include that if he doesn't obey, our Lin family has the right to reopen the case, and he has to plead guilty and admit the fact that he sent someone to assassinate us. Damn beast, Maria cursed, and then said greedily, "Tell me, how much assets does William have?" Anthony spoke at the right time, showing his caring image. Although Brother William has always bullied me, I have always treated him as a brother. I don't want to see him go to jail, either. There is a hint of mockery in the depths of his eyes. William was dead anyway. So what if I plead for him? Seeing that everyone's attitude had eased, Lin was happy, but she kept thinking back to what William said. Someone wants to kill me on the road. She didn't understand. The white dog had framed William so badly. It was already a successful revenge. William on the road? Isn't Go afraid that things will get out of hand? More than 10 minutes later, the Lin family was still discussing the matter. But after Robert received a call, his face turned extremely horrified and he exclaimed, "Is William dead?" "What? William is dead," Maria exclaimed. The eldest sister, the second sister, and the third sister screamed in unison, "Dead?" Anthony also pretended to be shocked, but he was very happy in his heart. "Impossible. He can't be dead. Absolutely impossible." The eldest sister screamed, "He has so many bodyguards and drives a bulletproof Hummer. How could he be dead? And if we don't forgive him, he will go to jail, maybe even be shot. Who would be stupid enough to kill him? He's dead. There's no way he could survive." Robert said in a trembling voice, "I heard there was a traffic jam. A dozen armed gangsters kept shooting at his car." Chapter 162, Drinking and Talking. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a terrible silence. For words seemed to echo in the minds of all the Lin family members. William is dead? They couldn't believe their ears. Although they hated William, they didn't really want him to die. I just want to teach him a lesson and make him regret not listening to his family. But I didn't expect that he would be killed by Go's men. I really didn't expect that. Second sister Lin had a dull expression. White Dog was so cruel that he directly sent someone to kill William. And with a gun? I asked my friend and heard that there were 2 consecutive big explosions, both very close to William's car. The third sister, who had just put down her phone, was also shocked. "Ah, this kid," Robert sighed, "who told him to be so blind as to provoke Go and Chief Kong. Do you really think that you can be invincible just because you have a little money? You know, power is much scarier than money." Everyone was in a depressed mood. Anthony was so happy that he was planning to take over Lin Group, but his face was still full of sorrow. Brother William is so stupid. If he had listened to us, this wouldn't have happened. Humph. He has always been obedient to me, and nothing has happened to him. Robert snorted angrily. Why did he have to turn against his family and go out and make trouble? Oh, right. Maria's eyes suddenly lit up. William is dead. As a family, can we take over his inheritance, including Ling Yun Group? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, he's just our family. The inheritance must belong to us according to the law. Even if Ling Yun Group's stock price drops sharply, we still have at least 3 billion. We are rich. Then should we hurry to Ling Yun Group to declare our sovereignty? Robert slapped his thigh and said, yes. The important thing is to quickly stabilize the market value of Ling Yun Group. Notify the previous executives to prepare to return to Ling Yun Group and start normal work as soon as possible. But will Bai Go and Chief Kong just watch us take over? Anthony frowned and said, if so, they went to great lengths to kill William. And that's just making things easier for us, right? Give them half. Second sister Lynn said nonchalantly. Besides, they have no reason to occupy the magpie's nest. The eldest sister was in tears, her face full of disappointment. Unexpectedly, after William's death, the Lynn family still only cared about their own interests. William's inheritance without even going to take a look at his body. On the other side, in Bai Go's villa, the luxurious dining table under the crystal ceiling is filled with various exquisite dishes. Bai Go and Director Kong were drinking and chatting happily. I have temporarily locked up that stupid kid Li Qitian. I asked Zhang Qingchong to keep an eye on him. Even if he has supernatural powers, he can't escape. Director Kong laughed and said, and I have taken care of everything. No one will influence your actions, and this action will be described as an explosion by the media. No words related to guns will appear. It's guaranteed to be clean. Are your guys okay? Unless William is driving a transformer, he will definitely be blown to the sky. Bai Go stuffed the whole bowl of meat into his mouth and laughed. I hired more than a dozen killers alone. 2 big explosions were prepared. He is definitely dead. After he dies, I don't think anyone in the entire Nanzhou will dare to mess with us. Ha ha ha. Director Kong laughed loudly. I'm at ease with you doing the job. After this incident, I have completely established myself in Nanzhou. It's a pity that William is being used as an example to scare the monkeys. Poor. The white dog laughed again. He has to die sooner or later. I just helped him. Come on, let's drink and chat. Director Kong laughed and raised a glass of wine. The white dog quickly stood up and saluted. They both drank it all in one gulp, and the alcohol began to seep into their faces. In this situation, I can't help but want to sing a song. Kong just laughed. There's also a sound coming from Liuxing Street. The white dog laughed loudly and sang loudly. The sound of the buy-in. Alex Sandel's Bakery. Director Kong's eyes lit up, and he looked at the white dog with admiration. He didn't expect that this rough man also liked this song, so he continued singing. The white dog laughed. Is the bread ready? Just then, a sudden exclamation interrupted the 2 people singing. Chapter 163. Eating hot pot and singing songs. Big brother, something bad has happened. Scarface rushed in and said with a look of horror. The 2 literati looked unhappy when their fun was disturbed. Chief Kong said with dissatisfaction, You little brother, are you too ignorant? He was singing happily, but the next half sentence of the lyrics was stuck in his throat, making him feel very uncomfortable. This interest was suddenly interrupted by Scarface. The white dog snorted angrily. You are in such a hurry, like a monkey. How can you be so rude? You've been with me for so long. Why can't you learn to be as calm as me? Let me tell you, there's a saying that goes, if Mount Tai splits, everything will be in chaos. Even if Mount Tai collapses before your eyes, you won't panic. Director Kong said with a light cough. Yes, White Dog said angrily. You are in such a hurry for such a trivial matter. Do you think you are doing something important? Scarface was shaking all over, his mouth was quivering, and he couldn't speak. Just then, a sharp gunshot pierced the air. Fuck! Chief Kong was so frightened that he fell to the ground, rolling and crawling for cover. The white dog stood up with a look of shock. The 2 of them exclaimed in unison. At this moment, Li Qitian rushed in with dozens of police officers and surrounded the scene. Catch him for me. Li Qitian pointed his pistol at the white dog and said angrily. Chief Kong, who was lying on the ground in fear, suddenly stood up and said angrily, Li Qitian, are you really going to rebel? I put you in solitary confinement, and you actually brought people to break into a private house and fired a gun without permission. You are so brave. Li Qitian sneered. Kong Lingzhao, Things have changed now. What you and White Dog did has been discovered. I advise you to confess and be lenient." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Go and Director Kong's faces changed drastically. Could it be that the assassination attempt on William failed, the killer was caught and gave them away? Bai Go winked at Director Kong, indicating that the matter was handled cleanly and would definitely not involve them. The two had communicated before. Bai Go had never met the killer in person. The contact person was also a scapegoat hired by Bai Go. Even the transaction account had nothing to do with Bai Go. When Director Kong thought of this, he said confidently, "Li Qiqian, I don't understand what you were talking about. I was just having dinner with an outstanding entrepreneur from Nanzhou, and you brought people to arrest me. What does that mean? Are you holding a grudge against me for locking you up, and are you taking personal revenge by bringing people here to teach me a lesson?" Okay, I think you want to go to jail." Li Qiqian sneered. "I'm afraid some people don't even have the chance to go to jail." "Li Qiqian, you shot and injured my people for no reason." Bai Go also said angrily. "What do you mean? I didn't commit any crime. I will definitely hire the best lawyer to sue you. I will also file a complaint with the provincial government. If you know what's good for you, tell them to put down their guns." Li Qiqian said coldly. "Are you still dreaming now? I've been keeping an eye on what you have been doing for a month. You're still resisting now. You think there's still a chance, right? Cuff them and take them away." Several police officers immediately rushed forward and arrested the two men. Upon hearing this, Director Kong and Bai Go were dumbfounded and stood there in disbelief. They were targeted a month ago. Doesn't that mean they were targeted when they planned to kidnap the special envoy's family? If that's true, they're dead. Because the evidence is conclusive, it would not be excessive to shoot them on the spot. But how is this possible? They did it so covertly that there was no way Li Qiqian could discover it. Thinking of this, Director Kong said angrily, "What are you talking about? I don't know at all. Li Qiqian, don't try to trick me. I didn't do anything." That's right. Although the White Dog was so scared that his calves were trembling, he still insisted. He also didn't believe that he was targeted a month ago. Unless Li Qiqian is the worm in their stomachs. Li Qiqian sneered. "Take him away and bring him back to the police station for interrogation." Director Kong and Bai Go were taken to the police station. When they saw a bunch of military police standing in the police station and a cold and arrogant woman in a high-level police uniform, their hearts sank and they collapsed to the ground in fear. Chief Kong's eyes were filled with fear. Why were there so many war police from all provinces here? And why was that woman here as well? She is a well-known female venomous snake in the Southern Wilderness Police Force. Any senior police officer she targets will surely die. With this commotion, could it be that the truth has really been exposed? Thinking of this, he made up his mind that if the truth was exposed, he would surely die. It's better to deny it, even if you were beaten to death. White Dog thought so too. In the interrogation room, Li Qiqian shouted at Bai Go, "Do you know why you were brought here?" "I don't know." Bai Go said coldly, "I was eating hot pot and singing at home, and suddenly you guys brought me here. You still ask me why? I want to ask you why. You don't want to tell me, right? Then let me tell you." Li Qiqian sneered. "I'm being kind and telling you in advance. Kong Lingzhao will definitely die, but you still have a chance to survive. If you tell the truth, the worst you'll get is life in prison. If you still don't behave, then I'll meet you on the road to hell with Chief Kong." The White Dog trembled with fear and its face turned pale. Li Qiqian said slowly, "From the beginning, we learned that you kidnapped the provincial envoy. We sent the war police to rescue the envoy's wife and children and also controlled your men. But in order to thoroughly obtain evidence of Kong Lingzhao's crime, we chose to keep it secret and let your subordinates keep sending you messages to keep you stable. Then, you and William had a conflict. Actually, William did it on purpose to irritate you and get you to fight." He paused and knocked on the table in front of Bai Go. "I didn't expect you to be so bold. You hired a killer, used guns, and set off explosions. We have been keeping track of the killer since the moment he arrived in Nanzhou. Later, you created trouble for William and set traps for him. In fact, we knew everything clearly and cooperated with your plan. It's ridiculous to say that you pretended to be arrested by the East City Police Department and staged a car accident to frame William in order to lower his guard. William saw through all your cleverness and played along with you in this drama." Li Qiqian suddenly stood up and said, "Let me tell you, William is fine. The assassins you hired were either shot dead or committed suicide. All your and Kong Lingzhao's plans have come to nothing." At this time, the White Dog was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze, his eyes full of despair. He didn't expect that everything he did to be clever had already been seen through. He treated William as a fool, but William treated him as a fool and cooperated with him in acting. Thinking of this, he wanted to die. I admit it. I don't ask to survive. I just ask you to let my sister go. The white dog said dejectedly. Li Qiqian stood up with satisfaction. Okay, wait for the notification. After that, he went to another interrogation room. The interrogation room was filled with a foul smell. Kong Lingzhao slumped in his chair like a dead dog. As soon as Li Qiqian saw it, he knew that Kong Lingzhao had confessed everything under the questioning of the female poisonous snake. And I was scared to death. He walked up to Kong Lingzhao with a sneer and said, Kong Lingzhao, weren't you so majestic just now? You even put me in solitary confinement, but now you're like a dead dog. Kong Lingzhao raised his eyes weakly and moved his mouth twice, but he could not utter a word and his face looked dejected. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I have reminded you many times. Li Qiqian said slowly. I said that God is watching what you do. I advise you to stop in time. If you had stopped and told the truth at that time, you could have saved your life. Unfortunately, you took my words as fart. Chief Kong shook his head in annoyance and pounded his thigh with his fist. But it has already happened, and it's too late to regret. Li Qiqian continued. Kong Lingzhao, who fought for his life with the Sakura people and saved a family of 3 for his life. Why did he become like this? Have you really forgotten your original intention? Kong Lingzhao's eyes were empty, and his face was filled with tears as he recalled his passionate self as a teenager. Yeah, why did he become like this? He colluded with underground forces, hired killers to kill people, threatened entrepreneurs, and dreamed of becoming the emperor of Nanzhou. He shook his head. I don't understand. I don't understand either. Li Qiqian sighed. As colleagues, I will help you deal with your aftermath and protect your family from being implicated. Kong Lingzhao struggled to get up, clasped his handcuffed hands together, and said in a trembling voice, Li Qiqian, thank you. I'm sorry. If there is an afterlife, I will work like a cow or a horse to repay you. I only ask you to take good care of my family. I have offended too many people over the years. After I die, they will definitely not let my wife and children go. You don't have to work like a slave in the next life to repay me. Li Qiqian said slowly. The city has spoken first. We want to use you as an example and make a program to warn the world. I hope you will cooperate. Kong Lingzhao shuddered all over and understood why Li Qiqian suddenly showed his goodwill. He nodded weakly. Okay, I'll cooperate. Chapter 165, Destruction Before Construction. On the other side, William and Eve were sent to the hospital. Although neither of them was injured, they still underwent a full-body examination. In the ward, William put his arm around Eve's shoulders and comforted her softly. I'm sorry, I scared you. Don't be afraid. Those people have been brought to justice. Eve flashed her beautiful eyes and said helplessly, I'm not afraid. Nothing will happen. I've told you so many times, stop comforting me. Can't you just let me show some masculinity? William smiled helplessly. I'm so scared, brother. Please protect me. Eve rolled her eyes at William and fiddled with her phone, obviously worried about something. What's wrong? William smiled and said, Your boyfriend is right next to you. Can you bear to just ignore him like that? You don't need my comfort, but I do need your comfort. Eve glared at him fiercely. If you don't tell me, I'll beat you up. You've done so many things yourself, but you didn't tell me a thing. I was kept in the dark the whole time. Isn't this because I'm afraid you'll worry? William smiled and said, Besides, everything is under control, so you don't have to worry about it. Yes. Eve angrily punched William. You are really capable. A group chairman killed by Go and Kong Jusho, who had been entrenched in Nanzhou for many years. I'm afraid there has been a sensation in Nanzhou now. Yeah. William smiled. I want to see the expressions of those people. His eyes turned cold. If the partners who had previously terminated cooperation with us want to cooperate again, let them wait. We don't need such fence-sitters. Many people have called me. Eve said coldly. I didn't answer the phone. They were just dreaming. When they saw you were in trouble this morning, they all rushed to cancel the cooperation. But it's only been a few hours. Seeing that you're safe and sound, and that you've dealt with by Go and Bureau Chief Kong, they're all eager to resume cooperation. However, Eve said hesitantly, we can't act on impulse. Lynn Group must resume operations as soon as possible. Now the entire group's business has almost come to a standstill. I plan to recall those employees as soon as I am discharged from the hospital. No. William shook his head. I don't need a betrayer. I told you not to act on impulse. Eve glared at William. 80% of the group's employees have resigned, and many key positions are short of people. If they're not called back, the group will have to continue to shut down. The shutdown is good, William murmured. You've been hit, and you're stupid, right? Eve was speechless. What do you mean by stopping the game is good? You're a fool not to make money. No, William smiled. I have other plans. Our group needs to transform. I was worried before because the transformation required firing a lot of employees and required a lot of compensation. Now, they all resigned on their own initiative. Also, almost all the Lynn family members in the group have left, making the group clean. Kill two birds with one stone. Transformation? Transformation into what? Eve's beautiful eyes lit up. Lynn Group has developed to this point. With its current business, its market value of $10 billion is already the highest. William smiled and said, if we want to go further, we must break through and make up for the loss. What are you talking about? Eve said helplessly. Currently, our group is a technology group, focusing on lithium batteries and drones. These two projects are very promising development directions. How did you think of transformation? Just then, Black Wolf walked in with a respectful look on his face, and his attitude towards William showed a hint of awe. He already knew that Director Kong and Bai Go had been arrested. If it was a month ago, he would never have imagined that the chairman of a billion-dollar group would be so powerful as to bring down Bai Go and Director Kong, both of whom are in the black and white worlds of Nanzhou. He said respectfully, Boss Lin, the Lin family members are gathered outside and want to see you. Chapter 166, it's time to end it. Eve said angrily. White Dog and his gang almost took advantage of him and killed William. How dare they come here? Drive them away. Black Wolf nodded and was about to go out. After all, he was also very unhappy with the Lin family. If William had not seen through Bai Go's plan this time, he would have been killed on the way to the hospital to apologize to the Lin family. William raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. It's time to wrap it up. Let them in. Why let them in? Eve said angrily. They almost killed you. A few hours ago, they were waiting in the hospital for you to apologize. They're just a bunch of stupid pigs being used. Don't worry about them. William shook his head and smiled. But according to the law, I still have some family relationship with them. I want to completely cut off ties with them so that they won't bother me in the future. Okay, Eve said helplessly. Soon, the Lin family rushed in and looked William up and down. When they found William was intact, they were all shocked. Is there really nothing wrong? You are so lucky, aren't you? It's good that you're not dead. William's eyes were full of disgust. What are you doing here? The second sister, Lynn Kier, immediately quit and said angrily, seeing you get hurt, can I come over to care for you? We are not like you, an ungrateful person who didn't even bother to see us when we had a car accident. Ungrateful? William sneered. What qualifications do you have to call me an ungrateful person? Have you ever paid anything for me? Ever since I returned to the Lin family, I have been working hard for the Lin family, saving the precarious Lin group, and allowing you to become the superiors instead of becoming a deadbeat. I think you're the ungrateful ones. You bastard, Robert shouted angrily. We are here to save you. Do you know that? Save me. William sneered. Now that Bai Go and Director Kong have been arrested, who else wants to kill me? Do you rubbish want to kill me too? You. Robert's voice trembled with anger. Can you please stop bothering William? Eve said impatiently. I have never met people as shameless as you. Even William doesn't acknowledge your relationship, yet you still come here to flatter him. And this time, you also became White Dog's pawns and almost killed William. It would be fine if you didn't come to apologize, but how dare you come here to question me? You were the bitch who seduced my son, right? Maria screamed. How shameless. You're always trying to alienate our family. Hearing this, William's face darkened instantly, and he looked at Hailang. Give her a slap and teach her a lesson. Black Wolf rushed forward and slapped Maria in the face. Maria screamed in pain after being beaten. Her nose bled, and a bright red slap mark appeared on her face. The Lin family members exclaimed in surprise. You beast! How dare you let someone beat your mother? I'm going to beat you to death. Robert was so angry that he raised his hand and was about to slap William hard. But at this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open, and a dozen thugs in suits and leather shoes rushed in. Robert withdrew his hand and glared at William fiercely. Go out. William looked at the Black Wolf with a gloomy face. Black Wolf nodded and left with his brothers. Anthony's eyes were filled with reluctance and a hint of pity. Brother William, we didn't deliberately let White Dog use us. Who knew that Dad and sisters had a car accident because White Dog sent someone to hit them? If the police hadn't announced the results, we would still be kept in the dark. Ignorance is not a crime. Are you unwilling to forgive us for even such a small thing? We are a family connected by blood. After all, as he spoke, he began to shed tears. Hearing this, everyone nodded. The third sister said sternly, "How can a man be so stingy? I've never seen you so stingy." The second sister also spoke with contempt. William raised his eyebrows and smiled, staring at Anthony. Lynn, that idiot, can't come up with such a sinister plan. Anthony, are you behind this? Chapter 167 Hotel Check-in Records. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene took a deep breath. Anthony looked panicked, then looked pitiful, wiping his tears and said, "Brother William, how could you say that to me? You are my most beloved brother. How could I possibly want to harm you? Besides, I have no connection with people like White Dog, okay?" Maria screamed and cursed. "Do you still have a conscience? Your brother is so innocent, and you actually want to put this hat on his head. It's obviously because you are too arrogant and cause trouble everywhere that you're targeted by Baigo and Chief Kong. Humph. You blame others when you get into trouble. You really have no conscience at all." Second sister Lynn said coldly, "Do you know how much Anthony said about you behind her back? If it weren't for Anthony, we would have given up on you a long time ago." William sneered and stared at Anthony. "Really? Then why did Li Qitian tell me that he found out the hotel records of you and Baigo's sister Bai Moyu? What did you do that night?" When these words came out, everyone at the scene was shocked. "Anthony, this can't be true." Lynn was shocked. "You aren't you with Annie? How come Bai Moyu is involved?" "Anthony." Robert raised his thick eyebrows and glared at Anthony. "Is this true or false?" Anthony was dumbfounded, with a look of horror on his face. He didn't expect that Li Qitian had found out all this. "What do you mean by you?" Robert was so angry that he was shaking all over and glared at Anthony. "Did you really check into a hotel with Bai Moyu?" Tears were falling from Anthony's eyes, and he looked pitiful. "That day, I drank Bai Moyu's drink, and I felt dizzy and out of control." Everyone was stunned when they heard that he had actually checked into a hotel with Bai Moyu. Anthony was really behind their car accident. There's something wrong with the drink Anthony drank. "It's not his fault," Maria shouted. "What are you looking at? Don't you even believe Anthony? Don't fall for William's divisive tactics." At this moment, Li Qitian pushed the door open and walked in, looking surprised and asking, "Why are there still a group of dogs barking here?" "William, your people are incompetent. They even let these cats and dogs in." Upon hearing this, the Lin family members were angry but dared not say anything. After all, Li Qitian had just captured Baigo and Director Kong, and he was in the limelight. There are also rumors that he will be the next chief of police. "Anthony." Li Qitian narrowed his eyes and looked at Anthony coldly. "What a coincidence. The police were planning to put you on the wanted list, and I just happened to run into you." The Lin family exclaimed in surprise. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Anthony have committed a crime? What the hell is going on?" Li Qitian sneered and shouted to the outside of the door, "Come in and catch someone." As soon as the words fell, several police officers rushed in, looking respectful. "Arrest this guy. He is involved in the murder case involving Baigo and Kong Lingzhao." Li Qitian snadat. Several police officers handcuffed Anthony without saying a word. Anthony struggled with tears in his eyes. I didn't, Dad. Please save me." Robert looked at Li Qitian with a serious expression. Anthony has always been simple and kind. It is impossible for him to have any connection with Baigo and the others. Anthony's hand anxiously. Li Qitian snurta coldly. Kind? Haha. That's all he pretends in front of you. This kid is so cunning and cruel. He is so cruel that he even schemed against his own family. When these words were spoken, the Lin family was dumbfounded. Even your family members are plotting against you? What's the meaning? Could it be that William was right? Was it Anthony who ordered the White Dog to send people to hit them? Chapter 168, Don't come with these fake things. What's going on? Robert asked seriously. You are not worthy of knowing. Take them away. Li Qitian snorted coldly, not wanting to give the Lin family a good face at all. After all, his good brother was almost killed by this group of people. Tell them. William sneered. Let them see Anthony's true face. That's fine. Li Qitian sneered. To tell you the truth, Bai Moyu gave this guy away. It is said that this kid led her brother to send people to hit you. When these words came out, all members of the Lin family were dumbfounded and looked at Anthony in disbelief. How could Anthony, who was so kind and thoughtful in their eyes, do such a thing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Anthony would never do such a thing. It must be slander. Maria screamed. We are his family. He lets the white dog hit us, but he doesn't get any benefit. The third sister, Lynn Keshin, argued. What a bunch of idiots. Likitian snarat. Eve was speechless and said, if you guys get in a car accident and white dog makes a big deal out of it and forces William to go to the hospital to apologize to you, then white dog will send a killer to kill him on the road. Anthony's purpose was not to hit you, but to kill his brother William. Lynn Keshin stood there in shock. Robert and the others remained silent, but their eyes were full of shock. They had guessed it, but were hesitant to believe it. Anthony, with tears in his eyes, just kept shaking his head. No, I didn't. Only then did he really start a panic. He originally thought that he had gotten away with it. Even if the white dog failed to kill William, it would not involve him. But unexpectedly, MANHWA actually gave him away. Take him to the police station and interrogate him thoroughly. Li Chi-tien waved his hand. Several police officers took the dejected Anthony away. The Lin family begged desperately, but to no avail. The second sister, Lin Kier, was furious. She pointed at William and yelled, "You have no conscience. Your brother was taken away, and you didn't even say a word to help him." Yes, this beast could have solved the problem with just one sentence, but he insisted on letting Anthony be taken away by the police. Maria's eyes turned red with anger. William became impatient and said coldly, "From today on, I, William, will have nothing to do with the Lin family and will sever ties with them from now on." "Robert, haven't you always wanted to kick me out of the Lin family? Now's your chance. Now go back and get your household registration booklet, and we'll go to the police station to go through the procedures to sever our relationship." The Lin family was shocked again. Robert was so angry that he was shaking all over, and he wished he didn't acknowledge this rebellious son, but he still had some reason in his heart. Now that Director Kong and Bai Go have fallen, and Li Chi-tien is about to be promoted, I'm afraid William will continue to have smooth sailing in the future, and no one will dare to make things difficult for him. Ling Yun Group will also return to a market value of tens of billions. If they cut off their relationship with William, they would have no hope at all in Ling Yun Group. The Lin family also realized this. He said in a deep voice, "William, you have to think it through. Without our family, you would be alone for the rest of your life. How would it feel to be alone during the Chinese New Year when all the houses are brightly lit?" Lin Keshin also said coldly, "That's right. I advise you not to act on impulse. We are all family. There is nothing that cannot be solved. Let's have a good talk, and we will definitely be able to resolve the conflict between us. He's not alone. He has me." Eve looked at the Lin family coldly and said firmly, "Also, he doesn't need a bunch of you who will suck his blood, beat him, and scold his family." William looked at the Lin family and said with disgust, "Get out of here. I can save some dignity for you. If you still insist on it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Black Wolf, take them away." Black Wolf immediately rushed in with his men. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Lin family left in a hurry. Li Chi-tien shook his head helplessly and said, "Forget it. Don't bother with these idiots." "But brother, I really want to thank you this time. I have made great contributions this time and have been commended by the province and the city. I have been promoted to the chief of the Nanzhou Police Department. The announcement will be made in a few days, and my future promotions will surely be smooth sailing. As long as you say the word, I will go through fire and water for you, brother." William laughed and scolded, "Don't come with these empty words." Chapter 169, The Female Viper Attacks. "Oh my God, brother, you're still shy after thanking me so sincerely?" Li Chi-tien said with an exaggerated expression. "What else do you want? You kid, please don't ask me to treat you to a meal, okay?" William joked. "Let's have a meal." Eve raised her eyebrows. "Where should we go? Is it legal?" William's face suddenly changed, and he said hurriedly, "Formal? Of course it's formal. He is a police officer. How can he go to such an informal place? Sister-in-law, don't get me wrong. A good meal is a good one. Likitian loga. I have something to do tonight. How about this? When you are free, I will treat you to a good meal." "Okay, stop being so attentive, kid," William said with a smile. Just then, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. A cool and beautiful woman in a high-class police uniform walked in quickly. As soon as I entered the room, the temperature in the ward seemed to drop a few degrees. Li Chi-tien shrank his neck in fear, sisterly. Li Shimi glanced at Li Chi-tien coldly with her beautiful eyes. She was too lazy to pay attention to him, but looked at William with a cold gaze. William frowned, sensing that the visitor had ill intentions. "Hello, Mr. William Lin." She stood there, stretched out her hand, and stared into William's eyes. William was sitting on a hospital bed at the moment. If he wanted to shake hands, he had to stand up and take 2 steps forward. This action was obviously intended to intimidate William. William raised his eyebrows, ignored her hand, and smiled faintly. "Hello, Officer Lee, what's the matter?" Lee Shimmy's outstretched hand just hung in the air awkwardly before being coldly retracted. Li Chi-tien was so amazed that he admired William very much in his heart. This female, venomous police officer made her peers in the police station tremble with fear. When he saw Li Shimmy, he was scared to death, fearing that he would be targeted. I didn't expect William to be so tough that Li Shimmy couldn't save herself. Li Shimmy raised her red lips and said, "You're quite interesting. I'm not afraid of meeting you. You even dare to hang up on me. Aren't you afraid that poor communication will get you killed?" Eve felt uncomfortable seeing her condescending attitude and smiled. "The matter is so obvious. If you still need to communicate, it only shows that your police department is incompetent." "Incompetent?" Li Shimmy raised her voice a few notches. Her eyes became extremely cold, staring at Eve, and said, "You are so brave that you dare to say that I am incompetent. What else?" Eve stared at her, unwilling to be outdone. "How dare you talk about us? If we had listened to you and got off the car, we would have been killed by now." Li Shimmy's face immediately turned ugly, and the atmosphere at the scene dropped to freezing point. Li Chi-tien was terrified and said quickly, "Sister Li, I have something to ask you about the case. How about we go back to the police station now?" William coldly, "You are so brave. If you investigate, you'll be in big trouble. What can I do for you?" William asked indifferently. From what I know, you and Chief Kong have a big conflict." Li Shimmy's voice was cold, and she looked at William. "Aren't you using the police department to eliminate dissidents? Using the police station as a tool for your revenge? Do you think this is a big deal?" As soon as these words came out, Li Chi-tien's face changed drastically. The most frightening thing about the female Viper is that she can easily put accusations on people. A small thing can become a big thing in her mouth. He wondered why Li Shimmy targeted William. Was it William's attitude that made her unhappy? William's face turned cold, and he looked directly at Li Shimmy without fear. "If she wants to cause trouble, I'm not afraid." Chapter 170. Take care of your injuries. He frowned and said bluntly, "He cooperated with your police station to capture Bai Go and Chief Kong. Not only did you not give him any credit, but you actually dared to question him. Is this how you perform your duties as police officers?" "Shut up. It's not your turn to teach me how to do things." Li Shimei skulda. William's expression suddenly changed. He stood up and looked directly at Li Shimmy. William coldly, "You are quite capable." "Officer Lee, please correct your attitude," William said calmly. "Don't think that everyone is inferior to you." Li Chi-tien was so scared that he squeezed his butt and wanted to speak to ease the atmosphere. Unexpectedly, Li Shimmy smiled, like a blooming iron tree. Li Chi-tien was a little stunned. He didn't expect that this female venomous snake could actually laugh, and her laugh looked so beautiful. He was confused for a moment and didn't understand what she meant. Li Shimmy smiled and said, "You are a very interesting man. William, you're the first man I've ever been interested in. Before this, I really couldn't imagine that a small entrepreneur could actually overthrow Kong Jisho, who had been entrenched in Nanzhou for more than a decade." William was annoyed by her attitude and said calmly, "Thank you for the compliment. I was just trying to protect myself." Eva's pretty face turned cold. She realized a sense of crisis and held William's hand. "Officer Lee, is there anything else? If not, I'm going to have dinner with my boyfriend." There was anger in her eyes. Even with her official girlfriend present, Li Shimmy could still say that she was interested in William. This is completely disregarding her. Li Shimmy shook her head and smiled. "Little girl's mind, I just said a few words. Do you think I want to steal your boyfriend? You are already this old. You need to be more mature mentally." Eve glared at her. "What did you mean by that?" Li Shimmy looked at her contemptuously and turned away. Li Chi-tien winked at William and hurriedly chased after him. Eve angrily said, "What does she mean? She actually wants to steal my boyfriend. That's too much. Don't bother with her." William shook his head and smiled. "This woman is a bit neurotic. You're still speaking for her?" Eve grabbed William's thigh. "It hurts. It hurts." William begged for mercy hastily. "How could I possibly fall for a female, venomous snake like this? If you get close, you'll be frozen into ice, and you'll be afraid of getting bitten." "You're smart." Eve rolled her eyes at him. Just then, a nurse came in and said, "Hello, here are your medical reports. There is nothing wrong at all, but the director still recommends that you stay in the hospital for 2 days for observation." William and Eve said in unison, "No." Then they smiled at each other. "Let's get discharged from the hospital." William smiled. The two walked out of the ward hand in hand and went downstairs to visit the injured bodyguards. The brothers who were slightly injured will each receive 10 million. William looked at Yang Li and said, the 3 brothers who were seriously injured will each receive 30 million. Don't worry, stay in the hospital. I'll cover all the expenses. After that, he handed him a check. Yang Li pushed it back and shook his head. Boss Lynn, the group will make proper arrangements for our affairs. You don't need to worry about it, and you don't need to pay a penny more. Thank you for your kindness. The boss of the group said that he would not let customers pay a penny more. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Take it. William stuffed the check into his hand. Yang Li couldn't refuse, so he had to accept it. Several injured bodyguards struggled to get up and wanted to express their gratitude. William smiled and waved his hand. Take good care of your injuries. Yang Li and others were even more moved when they heard this. Originally, they still had some complaints against William. After all, no one expected this mission to be so dangerous, with 2 consecutive explosions and more than a dozen armed gangsters. If they had known, they wouldn't have answered. But seeing William was so generous, the complaints in her heart disappeared and were replaced by gratitude. Chapter 171, I have something to talk to you about. After leaving the hospital, Eve urged, let's go back to the company quickly. We still have a lot of things to deal with. Let's go to Zue Xiang Pavilion. William held her hand and smiled faintly. Didn't I say it? Let's go to Zue Xiang Pavilion for dinner together. Did you order it for me? No, Eve stuck out her tongue. I was so nervous at that time, and you were still thinking about food. I didn't take going to Zuaxian Pavilion seriously. I was scared to death. William looked at her playful appearance, smiled, and pinched her face. Get lost. Eve rolled her eyes at William and said, then let's go eat. I am starving. The food I ate in the hospital just now is not for human consumption at all. Hailang is such a jerk. He has no sense at all and just randomly gives us food in the hospital cafeteria. William couldn't help but laugh and said, forget it, I won't bother with him. Well, you can't really blame him. He's big and strong. It would be strange if he knew how to take care of people. Eve smiled helplessly. William made a phone call, reserved a table, and drove to Zuaxian Pavilion. The 2 came to Zuaxian Pavilion. Xiao Jian, the boss of Zuaxian Pavilion, was already waiting at the door with a respectful attitude. A dozen etiquette ladies lined up in 2 rows. Hello, Mr. Lin. Xiao Jian, who was wearing a golden rat whip, walked over quickly and said with a smile, Boss Lin, you are honored to be here. Welcome, welcome. You can eat and drink as much as you want. Xiao Jian, will take care of it all. Let's go. William nodded and smiled. Walking into Zuaxian Pavilion, it is still crowded with celebrities. Each of them is a well-known figure in Nanzhou. Seeing William, everyone looked respectful. They no longer had the disdainful attitude they had before and greeted William one after another. William took a quick look and found that none of them were important people, so he nodded quietly. Only after he left did the discussion break out at the scene. Boss Lin is truly amazing. He has such a strategy at such a young age. He is really smart. He actually got hold of the evidence against Bai Go and Chief Kong early on and joined forces with the police department to catch the Mantis while the Oriole was waiting behind. Yeah, I thought he was going to die, but I didn't expect him to kill Kong Jisho and Bai Go so easily. He is now a prominent figure in our Nanzhou. I'm afraid some big families won't dare to provoke him in the future. Whoever dares to mess with him might be secretly plotted against. And in the crowd felt very uncomfortable when she heard this. Originally, in her eyes, William was just a loser who made some money by luck. Come when you wave and go when you wave. Since the wedding, William and her have fallen out, and she feels angry and regretful. But I still feel that William is not very capable. Later, William was too arrogant and offended Director Kong and Bai Go. She was even more gloating and believed that her decision to give up William was the right one. But no one expected that William would eventually lead to the downfall of Bai Go and Kong Jisho. How terrifying William, who was not her bootlicker, was, and thought again of Anthony. She learned through the grapevine that Anthony had checked into a hotel with White Dog's sister and was taken away by the police. This made her extremely disappointed. She didn't expect that the simple Anthony in her eyes turned out to be this kind of person. This also reminded her of how good William had been. Once she had William around, she didn't have to worry about anything. Everything went smoothly, and no one dared to make things difficult for her. Now, even when negotiating with partners, you may encounter harassment or even have to sacrifice your body in order to get cooperation. Thinking of this, Annie gritted her teeth and quickly chased after him. But when she saw William and Eve holding hands sweetly, She felt even worse. Such an outstanding man should be hers. He loved me so much, he will definitely forgive me. Annie gritted her teeth and said, maybe he's with Eve, that bitch, just to make me jealous. Humph. And now that I have a large number of shares in Sheena Salt Lake, I'm also qualified to be looked up to by him. Anyway, that little secretary is no match for me in any way. She gritted her teeth and walked forward quickly. William, I have something to talk to you about. Chapter 172, I want to make an electric car. William frowned and looked at her with disgust. There is nothing to talk about between us. Get out. Eve frowned slightly, too lazy to say anything more, and just held William as hand tighter. Annie gritted her teeth and said, are you so annoyed with me? You won't even talk to me. You weren't like this before. I came here specially to thank you. Thank you, William sneered. When a weasel wishes a happy new year to a chicken, it's bound to be bad luck. Go wherever it's cool. Don't bother me. I really want to talk to you about something. Annie said angrily, I want to cooperate with you. I guarantee you'll get a lot of benefits too. Oh, William raised his eyebrows and sneered. He did have some designs on, and they are plotting to seize the land of Annie's factory. William and Eve kept walking, but followed closely and soon arrived at the VIP area. Ms. Sue, this is the VIP area. You are not qualified to enter. Xiao Jian said rudely. I'm his friend and went in with him. Annie glared at Xiao Jian. Whatever you want to say, let's talk after dinner. William waved his hand. I don't want to fly buzzing while I'm eating. After saying that, he walked in with Eve. Only Annie was left stamping her feet in anger. Soon, the exquisite meal was served on the table. Eve picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish for William and smiled. Now can you tell me how you plan to transform? It is obvious that the existing industries of the group are already very promising high-tech industries. What is the temptation that makes you transform? Lingyun Group's drone industry seems to be ranked among the top 10 in the country, but in fact it only manufactures low-end and mid-range drones. William tapped the table lightly. It can't even touch the high-end ones. I plan to invest in the development of high-precision drones to military standards. We have completely become the leader in the drone industry. We have discussed this before, but it's too difficult. The initial investment alone is not something we can afford. Eve sighed and frowned. And do we have to give up the mobile phone battery industry? Unless we sell off our mobile phone battery business, we won't have the money to develop high-tech drones. Money? Money is not a problem. William smiled mysteriously. In less than a week, tens of billions will probably be deposited into the account. What? Eve's eyes widened, and she looked shocked. Is it the letter and Salt Lake shares you told me about before? I'm also paying attention, but you didn't really invest tens of billions, did you? Yes, I put all my money in it. William smiled and said, now it has risen to 8.7 billion. What? Eve was shocked. How dare you? Aren't you afraid of a sudden crash? Someone is behind the scenes, so the price won't plummet for now. William sneered, but I've already guessed the highest point they've reached. Anyway, after making 10 billion, we will have enough money to invest in drone research and development. William smiled and said, I don't plan to give up on mobile phone batteries either. I plan to make large batteries. Big battery? You're not going to make batteries for electric cars, are you? Eve looked surprised. Yes, I'm going to make batteries for electric cars. William said seriously, I also plan to make cars electric cars. Are you kidding me? Eve poked William's forehead in shock. Electric car? The range is only 200 to 300 kilometers. Only old man Lu would use it. But the market for Lao Tu Lu is too small, and the battery cost is too high. I plan to make electric cars. William emphasized again, take away the market share of gasoline cars. Who would be stupid enough to buy an electric car? Eve said solemnly, compared to gasoline cars, electric cars have absolutely no advantages. What if the country takes action? William smiled confidently. The two chatted for a full hour, and Eve was still in shock. William looked at the leftovers on the table and smiled. Are you full? I'm full, Eve said dully. Then let Annie come over. I want to see what her plans are. William smiled faintly. He called the waiter. Go and see if Annie is still here. If she is, bring her up to see me. The waiter nodded and left. Chapter 173, A Deadly Battle. On the other side, and sat at the dining table with an angry look on her face. She only took a few bites of the exquisite dish and gnashed her teeth in anger. She sincerely wanted to cooperate with William, but William refused to let her have dinner with him and went on a date with Eve alone. You know, William used to beg me to have dinner with him. Eve, the secretary, is the one waiting outside. And now, she had been reduced to waiting outside the VIP area for William to finish his meal before she could have the chance to see him. Thinking of this, she remembered that Anthony had actually checked into a hotel with Moyu. I felt extremely disappointed. If she had known that Anthony was this kind of person, she might as well have chosen William. At this time, the waiter came over and told her that William asked her to go up. She then stood up angrily and walked towards the elevator, and arrived at William and Eve's dining table and saw them having an intimate conversation. A hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. "William, I came to you sincerely to discuss cooperation. How could you bear to leave me out for so long?" and asked through gritting her teeth. William seemed not to hear and continued telling jokes to Eve, making her giggle. The two of them just left Annie aside and felt angry when she saw the strange looks from the guests around her, but she didn't dare to show it. Because William no longer pampers me like he used to. She could only continue. "William, did you hear me?" William then looked at Annie and said calmly, "What kind of cooperation? Tell me." Annie glanced around and said, "Why don't we go to the private room to talk?" "No need. Let's talk here," William said lightly. "I want to set up a private equity fund with you." Annie was about to sit down. William stopped him, saying, "You don't have the right to sit and talk. Stand up," and glared at William fiercely, but chose to endure it. Because she knew that if she wanted to make money, she had to have William's help. "As long as I can make enough money through the private equity fund this time, I will see if William dares to treat me like this in the future." She lowered her voice and said, "Didn't Sheena's Salt Lake stock fall sharply a few days ago? But I chose to believe you and held on to it despite all the opposition. I didn't expect that after just 2 days, the stock price skyrocketed and the Sioux Group made a lot of money. Now the shareholders in the group trust me very much and are willing to give me their money. So I thought, why don't we set up a private equity fund, use my connections and your reputation to raise funds, and invest in Sino Salt Lake and a series of promising stocks." Hearing this, Eve's beautiful eyes flickered, full of vigilance. It is called cooperation, but in fact, and is using William's credibility and fame to make more investors confident in giving their money to her for investment. In fact, William doesn't need to cooperate with her at all. He can open a private equity fund company on his own, and can bring to William is infinitely close to zero. So, and will definitely play the emotional card next, and get William to agree to cooperate. William smiled contemptuously. "Annie, take a piss and look at yourself. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with me? In terms of connections, you're not as good as me. In terms of capital, you are not as good as me. In terms of personal ability, you are far inferior to me. Why should I work with you instead of starting my own private equity fund?" And had expected this, but she didn't expect William to say such harsh words. She stared at William, her beautiful eyes full of disappointment. "You have changed. You would never say such words to me before. William, I did something wrong in the previous things, but can you guarantee that you didn't make any mistakes at all? This is a great opportunity to make money, and I hope we can put aside our differences and work together." William laughed when he heard this. What does it mean to ensure that you have not made any mistakes? Instead of reflecting on her own problems, she blamed herself. He waved his hand, pointed at the air conditioning vent not far away, and said to Annie, "It's cool there. Go stay there. Don't bother me." The meaning is to let her stay wherever it is cool. Anne's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "If you treat me like this again, believe it or not, we will both die together." Chapter 174. Dean's Mother. Eve's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. "Annie, could you please stop humiliating yourself? What you did to William, it's good that he doesn't hate you to death. Don't push your luck. Let's go and don't bother with her." She looked at William and said softly. William smiled, although he had some plans for the Sioux Group's factory. But since his wife started talking, he stopped chatting with Annie. Anyway, there are plenty of ways to get the factory. He stood up and wanted to leave holding Eve's hand, and said angrily, "William, you don't believe I will fight to the death? Since you don't agree to cooperate, then we might as well not make any money at all." William sneered contemptuously. "What capital do you have to fight to the death with me?" "Huh," Annie sneered. "Isn't Sheena's Salt Lake created by some big shots? The purpose is to trade power for money. If I had exposed Sino Salt Lake to the public before everyone rushed into the stock, the big guys up there will definitely take drastic measures and let this stock fall to the bottom. By then, you won't be able to make money from it." Hearing this, Eve's beautiful eyes flashed with solemnity and said, "Makes sense. If only a small number of people knew about Sino Salt Lake, then these bigwigs could continue to operate with confidence. But once they appear in the public eye, They will be ruthlessly abandoned. William smiled when he heard this. Sino-Salt Lake has now risen to 23 yuan per share, only 2 yuan away from the 25 yuan expected by the game makers. This means that Sino-Salt Lake will face an endless plunge in a few days. He also planned to return to the group and sell his stocks immediately before the peak. An S threat was no more harmful to him than a fart. What are you laughing at? Annie asked angrily. Do you think I don't dare? I have only invested a few 100 million yuan so far, and you have invested at least 2 billion yuan. If it's a fight to the bitter end, you'll lose more than I will. William's eyes were full of disgust when he heard this. Annie, you can go all out, but I really couldn't imagine that you would be so shameless as to ask me to cooperate. Get lost, or if I'm in a bad mood, I won't mind making you bankrupt and homeless. You're dreaming, Annie said angrily. If you have the guts, hire a killer to kill me. You don't dare. You only dare to talk in front of me. You're still saying you want me to go bankrupt? Ridiculous. The money I made from Sino-Salt Lake alone is enough for me to live a carefree life for the rest of my life. At worst, I'll never set foot in the business world again. Whatever you want, William said, then took Eva's hand and left. When we arrived at the entrance of Zuixinlu, the security guard had already driven the car to the front and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Lynn. Do you need a designated driver? No need. William shook his head, took the key, and prepared to get in the car. At this moment, a dusty, ragged boy, about 15 years old, rushed over from not far away, hugged William's legs and cried out, Brother William, please save the dean's mother. William heard the word dean's mother. His pupils shrank and pictures emerged in his mind. Ever since I can remember, I grew up in an orphanage with and in a group of other orphans. The director's mother raised more than a dozen children by herself, relying only on social support. Her life was extremely difficult, but she still tried her best to do good for the children and send them to school. Although life was very poor at that time, we were very happy. Every time I can't sleep, as long as I close my eyes, I can think of the big locust tree in the yard. I remember the dean's mother telling them stories. I remember chasing and playing with my friends in the yard. I also think of the simple and kind in Chapter 175 Xiaowei from the orphanage, and is 1 year younger than herself, and was also taken to the orphanage by the director as far as she can remember. She liked to call me brother, always follow me around and played with me, and swore that she would marry me when she grew up. Whenever her classmates bullied her, she would always stand up for herself as the leader. Whenever she was beaten or sad, and would comfort herself. Many people consider Annie and I to be childhood sweethearts. But later, Annie and I were admitted to different universities, and we became estranged, but our relationship was still good. But after she was recognized by the Lynn family and returned to the Lynn family, and Anthony appeared, her attitude towards her took a sharp turn for the worse. He looked at the ragged young man in front of him, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. After he earned money, he kept sending it to the orphanage and went back from time to time to visit the director and the children there. But since I returned to the Lynn family, the dean's mother has cut off contact with me. The phone number was no longer in service, so he ran to the orphanage, only to find that the original yard had been demolished, and he didn't know where the orphanage had moved to. I sent people to investigate, but couldn't find any information. I can only keep transferring money to that familiar account, hoping to do my bit to help the director and the children. At this moment, more than a dozen security guards from Zue Xianggu rushed over and shouted, Where did this little beggar come from? How dare he harass our distinguished guests of Zuaxian Pavilion? Get out of here now, or I'll break your legs. Boss Lin, let's get him out right now. After saying that, several people stepped forward and tried to grab the ragged boy. Eve hurriedly stopped him. No, get out of the way. The security guards looked at each other and stepped back. William hurriedly helped the boy up and asked in shock, Xiaowei, how did you become like this? No, don't hit me, I was wrong. Xiaowei was so scared that he struggled and said in horror, I don't want to trouble you, but the director's mother is really dying of illness. We are really desperate. Please save Dean Mom. Why would I hit you? Don't be nervous. William frowned, realizing that something was wrong. No, don't let anyone hit me again. I was wrong. Xiaowei knelt on the ground and cried. He frowned and whispered, Brother, what's wrong? Don't be afraid. Tell your sister, this brother is a very good person. How could he let anyone beat you up? Yes, he had someone beat me up before. Xiaowei burst into tears. At this time, Annie also walked over quickly and looked at Xiaowei in shock. Xiaowei, why are you here? William, he wants to beat you, are you right? Ah, Sister Annie, well, I finally found you. Xiaowei raised his dirty face. looked at Annie and cried bitterly. What's wrong, Xiaowei? Annie said with a look of pity. Why are you crying so hard? Where have you been all these years? I haven't been able to contact you. We dare not contact you. Xiaowei cried, even louder. Why? Annie said angrily. Why don't you dare to contact me? Will I beat you up? I've been transferring money to the dean's mother's account all these years. Why are you still wearing such tattered clothes? Is it because there are too many children in the yard? Brother William, Xiaowei looked at William with fear in his eyes. What's wrong with him? Tell me. If he bullies you, I will never forgive him. Annie said angrily. He sent people to beat me and the dean's mother, and also warned us not to contact you. Xiaowei cried. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. The onlookers looked at William in shock, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. William has always had a good reputation outside and has been donating money to charity organizations. How could he do such a thing? Moreover, he was an orphan himself, yet he actually sent people to beat up the dean who raised him. William's pupils shrank. Anger in his eyes was about to burst out, and a surge of rage rushed from his chest straight to his brain. There is definitely someone behind this. Eve realized something was wrong and whispered to comfort him. How could it be possible? It must be a misunderstanding. Chapter 176, Xiaowei's Accusation. And looked at William in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with anger, but she quickly calmed down. Is unhappy with William now? William is definitely not that kind of person. She also whispered, Impossible. William is definitely not that kind of person. Who hit you? Tell me, and I'll help you get revenge. Let's go in and talk. William frowned, took Xiaowei's hand, and said with anger, Are you hungry? Let's go eat first. No, don't do that. You must be trying to trick me into going in there and beat me up. Xiaowei said in horror, I'm not stupid. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. It definitely won't dare to hit you. Annie took Xiaowei's hand. William took Eve and walked quickly towards Zuatian Pavilion. Xiao Jian asked in surprise, Boss Lynn, what are you doing? Open a private room and prepare a big meal. William said in a cold voice. Soon, Xiaowei sat on the chair in the box, and exquisite dishes were served one by one. The fear in his eyes disappeared a lot, replaced by a look of shock and restraint. He had never seen such a luxurious box, let alone eaten such a sumptuous meal. Eat first, William said softly. We'll talk after you're full. Xiaowei looked terrified and didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks. Annie whispered, Don't be afraid, eat. You look so thin, you must be starving normally. Xiaowei then picked up the chopsticks, ate cautiously for a while, and then began to wolf down the food. William's face was extremely gloomy, and he looked at Annie. Who do you think did it? I don't know, said Anne, gritting her teeth. I can't imagine anyone who would have such a motive. They were so cruel as to beat up the orphans and the director of the orphanage. Their conscience must have been eaten by a dog. No matter who he is, I will never forgive him. William's voice was sinister. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Eve stood up, took a few exquisite bags from the waiter, took out her clothes, and shook them out. Seeing William and Eve looking at her strangely, she smiled and said, Xiaowei's clothes are all tattered, so I ordered a few pieces and asked the clerk to send them to me. Xiaowei, try it on after you finish eating. William felt warm in his heart. You are so considerate. I never thought of that. Annie felt frustrated and even a little jealous. Xiaowei saw the logo on the bag and waved his hands. This is too expensive. This little money is nothing to your brother William. Go take a shower and try it on. Eve smiled faintly. You look so dirty. You must have suffered a lot. Annie stood up, took Xiaowei's hand, and walked towards the bathroom in the box. We'll wait for you outside. After more than 10 minutes, Xiaowei had put on new clothes and walked out stiffly. So handsome. Annie praised sincerely. It seems that my eyesight is still good. The size is just right. Eve looked at William proudly. William forced a smile and looked at Xiaowei with a serious expression. Tell us what happened. Who beat you and the dean's mother? After finishing his meal and changing into new clothes, Xiaowei, feeling the kindness, slowly began to speak. 3 years ago, the dean's mother brought several children to Nanzhou to find William and Anne, hoping that they could help the children go to school. But he was scolded and driven away by the Lynn family. A young man appeared behind them, bringing a dozen thugs with him, and beat them up. Take away the dean's mother's cell phone and bank card and tell them not to come to Nanzhou again. Otherwise, they would beat them every time they met and say it was William's order and that William felt they were embarrassing. After Xiaowei and the director's mother returned to the orphanage, They found that the orphanage had been smashed and a threatening letter was left behind. They said if they didn't move out, they would come and beat them up. The dean's mother called the police, but they couldn't catch the murderer. Out of fear, they had no choice but to move away with their children. Listening to Xiao Wei's tearful accusation, William and N's faces looked extremely ugly. They finally understood why they couldn't contact the dean's mother over the years. It turned out that the Lynn family was behind it. But what they didn't expect was that the Lynn family was so cruel as to attack an orphanage. It even forced the orphanage to relocate. Chapter 177, Surrounding the Lynn Family. Seeing William's gloomy face, Xiao Wei was so scared that he trembled all over, with a look of horror on his face. He thought he had exposed William's behavior, and William was very unhappy. William suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Who led people to beat you? Who framed me and said I sent people to beat you up?" I. Xiao Wei stuttered. Annie gritted her teeth and said, "Xiao Wei, I assure you, it was definitely not Brother William who did it. Speak out, and we will avenge you." Xiao Wei was horrified and said, I remember him. He's a big star now. His name is Anthony." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a brief silence. Anne, who was shocked, she slammed the table and stood up. How is this possible? How could Anthony do such a thing? William's face was extremely ugly, and he squeezed out a voice from between his teeth. Anthony, he is looking for death. He was completely furious now. Anthony before, now he wants to get rid of him as soon as possible. Over the years, the Lynn family abused me, and Annie ignored me, all because of Anthony. The only source of family affection for me is the orphanage. But Anthony wanted to destroy his last source of family ties. He didn't even dare to imagine what the director's mother would think of him after being beaten. Heartache? Disbelief? Disappointment? William, who was the smartest and happiest boy in her childhood, could be so cruel as to let someone beat her after he became rich. Calm down. There's still time to make amends. Eve said softly, and still didn't dare to question, and kept asking, "Are you sure it's Anthony? How could he be?" She took out her cell phone, opened Anthony's photo, and confirmed it again and again. Xiao Wei just nodded helplessly. William took out his phone and called Li Qitian. "I want to see Anthony. Is he still in the police station?" Li Qitian's voice was full of surprise. "This kid has a complicated background. He was able to get the provincial leaders to call me and release him. That guy has been acquitted. I am sorry, Baji. After all, there is not enough evidence. As long as he refuses to admit it, there is nothing I can do." "It's okay." William smiled faintly and then hung up the phone. He dialed another number again and said coldly, "Hailang, take all the brothers to the Lin family villa. I want to kill someone." After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked at everyone coldly. "Let's go to the Lin family." William, "Don't be impulsive. There must be a misunderstanding," and said hurriedly. She didn't believe Anthony would do such a thing. Eve held William's hand and whispered, "Forget about killing him, just paralyze him." Xiao Wei stood there at a loss, looking at William with complicated eyes. William said in a deep voice, "Xiao Wei, follow me." He drove Eve and Xiao Wei to the Lin family, and drove the car herself. Arrived at the Lin family villa. In front of the villa, cars were speeding. A black Santana, a Toyota Hiace, and a Land Rover Range Rover. Thugs holding newspapers rushed down one by one and surrounded the villa in an orderly manner to prevent anyone from escaping. Black Wolf, wearing sunglasses and holding a machete, said gloomily, "Bring all the people inside here to me." The thugs rushed to the villa with machetes and chopped the door open with their knives. Robert and others were brought out with terrified faces. Looking at the thugs coming towards them with murderous intent, the Lin family members were filled with horror. There were nearly 200 thugs armed with machetes, with murderous looks on their faces. It seemed as if they would be chopped into meat paste in the next moment. They saw the Black Wolf in the lead and discovered that it was William's man. Only then did they realize how terrifying William was. With a man like Black Wolf under their command, if William wants to cause trouble for them, they will be powerless to resist. Robert managed to remain calm and said, "Brother Black Wolf, what are you doing? You work for William, right? I'm William's father, so we're family. You're just flooding the Dragon King temple." The second sister, Lynn Kier, said in a trembling voice, "Is William crazy? He brought these people to surround our Lynn family. Even if we quarreled with him, it wouldn't have come to this. Does he think we almost killed him and wants revenge?" The third sister's eyes were full of panic. William's gentle and calm image on weekdays made her ignore William's strength. But when she saw the machetes in the hands of Hailang and others, she realized that William was indeed an important figure she needed to look up to. How could he be so cruel? We were his family after all. Maria trembled as she spoke, and we were also unaware of the situation and fell into White Dog's trap. Chapter 178. All swallowed by the dog? Anthony looked even more panicked. He thought William came for by Moyu's matter. After all, he did give by Moyu a vicious plan. But when he saw Xiao Wei, whose clothes were totally inconsistent with his temperament, standing next to William, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he is not here for by Moyu's matter. But his heart immediately rose to his throat as he remembered how he led people to beat Xiao Wei and the director of the orphanage a few years ago. At that time, he completely crushed William, and William had no power, so he didn't care. But now William has just killed by Go and Director Kong, and he is in the limelight, and he also has Black Wolf and his gang of thugs under his command. He didn't dare to confront William head-on. His eyes rolled around as he thought about how to deal with the situation, even trying to find an opportunity to slip away. William looked at the Lynn family coldly, pulled Xiao Wei to the front of the crowd, and said coldly, "Do you remember him?" The Lynn family members looked at each other in amazement and shook their heads. They had totally forgotten about this guy. William, calm down. What are you doing here with so many people? Robert completely ignored Xiao Wei and said to William earnestly, "Dad was wrong before. Dad apologizes to you. Hurry up and tell Hailang and the others to put away their knives. It's not good to leave them like this." William sneered and continued, "He is my younger brother from the orphanage. He came to me with the director's mother and was scolded by you and then driven away. How can you be so cruel? The dean raised me and even came to see me, but you drove her away. And I was kept in the dark and had no idea she was here. What if the dean thinks that I don't want to recognize her anymore because I've returned to my biological family? How sad will she be on her way back?" He became more and more excited as he spoke, his fists clenched, his face became uglier, and he said angrily, "You should at least tell me before you just chase the dean and the others away. Do you guys take me seriously?" The scene was dead silent, leaving only the heavy breathing of the crowd. Eve's beautiful eyes were filled with distress. She had never seen William lose his composure like this. Black Wolf's face changed, and he even felt a little afraid. William had always been gentle and rational in front of him. Even the threats from Director Kong and by Go could not move him. But even though he was so gentle and rational, Director Kong and by Go were framed and killed by him. He couldn't imagine how crazy William's actions would be after he lost control of himself. The Lin family members showed panic on their faces. They acted simply and casually at the time, thinking that most of the people in the orphanage were here to ask for favors, and they also disliked those people because they were dirty, so they cursed them and drove them away. But now that I think about it carefully, they did go too far back then. Maria's tone was obviously weak. "Haven't you returned to our Lin family? We wanted to stop you from having contact with the people in the orphanage. After all, the name of an orphanage doesn't sound good." "Yes, we did it for your own good." Robert glanced at the shining machete in Black Wolf's hand and said amiably, "Now that you're discharged from the hospital, it's best to end it all and start a new life. You already have us as your family, so you don't need those people from the orphanage." William sneered and calmed down. It's better not to have these family members. At that time, she was neglected and belittled by her family, and was still in a relationship with Anthony, which was when she was seriously longing for family affection. The eldest sister said seriously, "William, don't blame us. We really just wanted to do good for you and didn't want you to recall the painful memories of the orphanage. Besides, the few people who came at that time looked shabby. I was afraid that they were after our Lin family's money. The group's revenue was not very good at the time, so how could it possibly afford to support this group of burdens?" William's voice was hoarse and a little gloomy. "Just drive them away, but there's one thing I must settle with you. After you drove them away, someone brought people to beat up the director's mother and others, warned them not to come to me in the future, stole the director's mother's bank card and mobile phone card, and sent people to smash the orphanage and force them to move away, making it impossible for me to find them. No, bank card." His expression suddenly turned ferocious, and he looked at Xiao Wei. "I deposit 300,000 yuan into the card every month. Have you received it?" No, Xiao Wei said with fear. "Dean's mother didn't receive any money at all." "What?" William couldn't suppress his rage. "All the money I sent to the orphanage over the years was swallowed up by that dog." Chapter 179 hit me. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped and their eyes became even more shocked. There are actually people who do such cruel things. Not only did he beat up the people in the orphanage, he also swallowed up the money that William had donated to the orphanage over the years. At least more than 10 million, right? Robert and others were also dumbfounded and began to look at each other. Although they hated the people in the orphanage, it was impossible for them to do this. This level of behavior is completely unscrupulous. No wonder William was so furious and asked Black Wolf and others to come over with machetes. Wait, the eldest sister Linky's eyes were full of panic. The person you're talking about, is he not here too? That's right. William smiled coldly and looked at Anthony. You have the courage to do it, but not the courage to admit it? Get over here. Anthony was so frightened that his face turned pale. He couldn't help but take a step back and shook his head repeatedly. It's not me, it's not me. The Lynn family was dumbfounded and quickly defended Anthony. Brother Anthony is so kind. How could he be that person? It's definitely a misunderstanding, or someone is slandering him. Don't be impulsive. Anthony wouldn't even dare to step on a bug to death. He's such a kind person. How could he lead others to beat up the people in the orphanage? Anthony was crying, looking aggrieved. Brother William, I respect you so much. How could you think of me like that? I'm really sad that you think so badly of me. Eve's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She didn't expect that Anthony would still act like a green tea girl at this time. She said coldly, you don't dare to admit it, right? Xiaowei, do you think it's him? Xiaowei looked at Anthony with horror in his eyes. Yes, it's him. After saying that, he took 2 steps back in fear and hid behind William. He was completely shocked by Anthony's pitiful appearance. Anthony had a cruel expression that day, and his tone was playful but ferocious, as if he was going to kill him and the dean's mother. But at this moment, I actually shed tears of grievance. This made him unable to believe that it was the same person, and looked anxious and asked, Are you sure it's Anthony's brother? That's impossible. How could Anthony do such a thing? You must have made a mistake. Or someone is trying to frame Anthony. William interrupted. Anthony, I'll give you a chance. Come out and admit it. Come with me to apologize to the dean, and I'll consider sparing your life. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf sensibly raised his sword and threatened Anthony. The entire Lynn family was shocked and looked at William as if he were a madman. He wants to kill someone, and he killed his own brother? He is crazy. What else? Anthony suddenly spoke, his tone still pitiful. Brother William, are you going to kill me? The Lynn family and Annie only thought that Anthony's words were a sign of grievance, and they felt even more heartbroken. There was also a bit more dissatisfaction with William. Obviously, someone framed Anthony, but William was still aggressive and even said he wanted to kill someone. But William saw provocation and sarcasm in Anthony's eyes. Anthony seemed to be saying, Come and kill me if you have the guts. Good, good. William sneered. Anthony, you did a good job. Very good. He walked quickly towards Anthony. Anthony was startled and quickly stepped back, looking at the Lynn family. The Lynn family members panicked and hurriedly stood in front of Anthony. William, what are you going to do? Calm down, calm down. Don't go crazy. But Black Wolf's minions rushed forward and pulled the Lynn family and Annie away. Then they surrounded Anthony and pulled out their shining machetes, making Anthony afraid to move. Are you going to kill me now? Anthony choked up and said, Although I didn't do this, if killing me can make you feel better, I'm willing to let you beat me and scold me. But you must not kill anyone. Killing someone will land you in jail. Hearing his green tea words, William couldn't help laughing. Listen, these words are so great and thoughtful. Anthony, your level of green tea, even if you were put in the Legend of Jean Juan, no one could beat you. I mean it sincerely, go ahead and hit me. Anthony wiped away his tears and looked at William with a helpless expression. Chapter 180, Being Beaten. Annie looked at Eve in panic. Hurry up and persuade him. Don't let him act impulsively. If someone dies, he will have to go to jail. Eve eagerly. Now only William's girlfriend can persuade him. Eve looked at Anthony with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, Anthony did something like this. Even I want to beat him up. If William doesn't do it, I'll do it myself. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Eve, who is usually quiet and gentle, actually said such a thing. Eve's eyes were calm, for she was the only one who knew the extent to which William had been bullied by Anthony. If William hadn't wanted to take revenge himself, she would have been unable to resist taking action. Now, even if William beats Anthony, as long as he doesn't kill him and lets his brother speak up, William will be fine. William sneered and stared at Anthony. Anthony, why would I hit you? After all, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands. Brother Hailang, am I right? He looked at Hailang coldly. Black Wolf understood immediately and looked at his younger brothers. A dozen younger brothers immediately came out with fierce looks on their faces. Black Wolf looked at one of them and nodded. Seeing this scene, the Lynn family felt puzzled, but they were still relieved, as long as William didn't hit Anthony. But Anthony felt his butt tighten and suddenly realized what was going on. He stepped back in horror. No, don't. But it's too late. Black Wolf's younger brother laughed excitedly, rushed forward and kicked Anthony down. While riding on Anthony, he punched him hard in the face, one punch after another. Anthony was beaten and screamed miserably. The Lynn family members were terrified and screamed, "Stop! Stop it right now! Let go of Anthony! The police will be here soon. Do you want to die?" But the gangsters held them tightly. The Lynn family and Annie could only watch as Anthony was beaten and screamed in pain. William had a cruel sneer on his face. Anthony provoked him for no reason just now. There must be something behind it. I was afraid that if I hit him myself, it would leave a handle for the people behind him to use as an excuse to deal with me. By then, even with Li Qitian's help, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape the blame. That's why he asked the Black Wolf faction's younger brothers to take action. Giving my younger brother a generous compensation is better than going to jail yourself. In a short while, Anthony's face was covered in blood, and his handsome face was full of hideousness and terror. The entire Lynn family was terrified. William, however, looked indifferent and mocking. These few hits are just interest. In the future, I will let Anthony understand what it means to be worse off than death. Xiao Wei was so scared that his face turned pale, and he looked at William with awe in his eyes. I didn't expect that the big brother back then has become so powerful now. Anthony, who had beaten them with a ferocious expression, was beaten like a grandson in front of his brother William. At this time, William touched Xiao Wei's head and said with a smile, "Where's the dean's mother? I will take this beast to apologize to the dean's mother. She was beaten and is now in the Sanshui Town Health Service Center in Feng City." Xiao Wei said weakly. William was shocked when he heard this. "Is the dean's mother sick?" "Yes, she was bullied by bad guys." Xiao Wei said with tears in his eyes. "I came to you because I want you to save the dean's mother. We really don't have the money to pay for the hospital treatment for the director's mother." "Health Service Center," Eve said distressedly. "This is a low-level medical clinic. They don't provide any treatment." William heard this. His eyes were full of coldness, and he said coldly, "Take Anthony away." Anthony into the car, like a dead dog. The Lin family shouted frantically to stop them, but it was of no use. The group set off in a mighty procession and headed for Sanshui Town Health Service Center. Chapter 181. A Real Man Can't Cry. An hour later, a group of uninvited guests came to Sanshui Town Health Service Center. More than a dozen cars blocked the entrance of the health center. Just as the security guard was about to step forward to ask questions, a large group of thugs with tattoos and bad intentions rushed down. The security guard was so frightened that he rushed into the service center at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, then climbed over the wall from the back door and ran away. Afterwards, Anthony was dragged out of the car by his hair, looking extremely miserable. The doctors and nurses who rushed out looked panicked. A middle-aged woman in the lead said in a trembling voice, "I am the dean here. Are you here to see a doctor?" "No," Black Wolf said in a low voice. "You are here to see a patient. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Just do what you need to do. Don't worry, we won't cause any trouble." The dean breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, that's good." William got out of the Hummer with a grim face, and Eve walked into the health center with a cold face. Xiao Wei trotted in and led the way for William. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the health center, there are rows of rusty beds with patients lying on them, and their family members standing beside them to accompany them. This is the cheapest bed, and also the most undignified bed. I'm constantly receiving looks of pity or disdain from passersby. A woman in her 50s with messy white curly hair was lying on the hospital bed with tears in her eyes. A male family member in the next bed frowned and said in disgust, "What's that smell? It stinks." "Old woman, don't you have anyone to help you change the urine bucket?" Someone said, "Just stop talking. Sister Lou is a kind person who has raised many orphans." The man shook his head and sighed. "I have raised many orphans, but when they get sick, there is no one to take care of them. It's pitiful." "Old woman, your kindness is in vain. I have something unpleasant to say. Parents who abandon their children are not good people. At the very least, they are cold-hearted and inhumane. And these orphans also carry the seeds of inhumanity, and they won't be good people when they grow up. Look, you've just raised a bunch of ungrateful wolves, haven't you? Someone on the side said, That's true. These children are like their parents, inhumane and bad. The woman named Old Lady Lou said with impotent anger, Don't say that about those children. They are already pitiful enough. Don't target them anymore. Humph. A bunch of ungrateful wolves. Someone snorted angrily. It's not even worth it for you to speak for them. They're just busy. Old Mrs. Lou shook her head in disappointment. I am old now and don't want to cause trouble for my children. She looked helplessly into the depths of the corridor, hoping that a child would appear. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. The person who came was Xiaowei. He ran overexcitedly. Brother William is here. He has avenged us. Soon, a figure with a cold face came into Old Lady Lou's sight. Her eyes immediately filled with tears. Hey, I told you not to call him. If his family knew, they would definitely scold him. Xiaowei, if we can avoid causing trouble to others, we should do so. Aunt Lou. William walked up quickly, looking at Aunt Lou's old and weak face. His heart trembled with distress. You've grown old. Silly boy. How could people not grow old? You have grown so big now. Aunt Lou gently patted William's hand. Don't cry. Why are you still crying? A real man should not cry. William shook his head. Aunt Lou, I've let you down over the years. Don't talk nonsense, kid. You must have some unspeakable reasons for returning to your biological family. Aunt Lou smiled and said, Don't worry, Aunt Lou. Just live your life well and don't worry about me. Your family won't be angry if you come here this time, right? They dare to be angry. William's voice was a little cold. Let's not talk about it. Aunt Lou, look who I brought to you. At this time, Black Wolf and a large group of thugs walked in. Anthony was dragged on the ground like a dead dog. William said coldly, It was this beast that beat you up back then, right? Seeing this scene, Luma was shocked. The patients and their families were so frightened that they stood there like minions, not daring to make any move. William in shock. The orphan raised by Old Lady Lou turned out to be such a great figure. It seems that he is still mixed up in the underground forces. Chapter 182. I was really defeated this time. Aunt Lou's eyes widened. How can you be so impulsive, child? What happened in the past is all in the past. William suppressed his anger and said slowly, Back then, I didn't even know you were here. I didn't know why your phone suddenly didn't work and why the orphanage moved away. It wasn't until the day that I realized it was this beast who did this. Over the years, the more than 10 million yuan I transferred to the orphanage was all swallowed up by this beast. Kneel down, he shouted angrily. Anthony was forced to kneel on the ground by two thugs. Kowtow and apologized to Aunt Lou. William said coldly. Anthony's expression was numb and his head was slammed hard to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again. The dull sound of the shiny forehead hitting the tile floor made everyone's heart pound. Soon, Anthony's face was covered in blood, and he cried, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you and taken the money from the orphanage. He was really defeated this time and just wanted to apologize quickly and escape from William's clutches. He always thought that William would use some tricks to deal with him, but he also dealt with him step by step, and he would also use various strategies to fight back. But I didn't expect William to be so direct. He brought people to capture him and beat him up. Now he had no choice but to give in. Aunt Lou couldn't bear to watch. Okay, don't be impulsive next time, kid. You hit someone, what if you get caught by the police? Police officer? William sneered. I didn't hit anyone. Take this dog away and stop dirtying my eyes. William waved his hands impatiently. Then he whispered, Aunt Lou, I'll transfer you to another hospital. Aunt Lou understood that William was rich and nodded with tears in her eyes. Okay, thank you, child. What are you thanking me for? William said with a serious look in his eyes. Just take care of yourself and don't be polite to me. Otherwise, I will really become an ungrateful person in other people's eyes. Soon, an ambulance from Nanzhou Hospital drove over and took Mother Lou away. William also learned from the director of the health center that Lou's mother had suffered intracranial hemorrhage from the beating and needed surgery urgently. He looked at Hailang with a cold face. Help me find out who beat Lou Ma. Black Wolf nodded. Okay, I've asked my brothers to check it out, and we'll know soon. Boss Lynn, then my brothers and I will escort you to the hospital. No need. Let the brothers go back and rest. William said calmly. Let the brothers who are willing to take the blame go with me to Nanzhou Hospital. Tell them that I will give each of them 5 million in one lump sum, and an additional 1 million for each year they spend in prison. After you get out of prison, Come and work at Ling Yun Group. The minimum annual salary is 300,000 yuan until you retire. Okay. Black Wolf nodded. This condition is so tempting that the brothers may be tempted to help William take the blame. An hour later, William arrived at Nanzhou Hospital. Lu Ma, the director of the orphanage, was arranged to the highest level ward and was also sent to the operating room for surgery. At this time, Hailang ran over and said, "Boss Lin, Chief Lee and a group of police officers are waiting for you downstairs." Several brothers who took the blame were arrested, and Anthony was also taken away by the police. William nodded. "I'll go down. Don't let them come up. We can't let Aunt Lou see them." Eve smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll take care of Aunt Lou in the hospital. If anything goes wrong, this beautiful lady will protect you." "Okay." William smiled and scratched her nose. "Be careful." After that, William came downstairs to the hospital and saw Li Qiqian with a sad face. William frowned. It was just a small matter. Why did Li Qiqian look so sad? "I didn't do it myself, and I have a scapegoat. As long as he helps a little, nothing will happen." Li Qiqian said solemnly, "You've caused a big mess this time. The provincial leaders called and said they're going to investigate you. They even accuse you of being the leader of an underground gang and made an example of you. This is not a simple matter. I'm afraid it's the people behind Anthony who are taking action. And the province specifically ordered that female viper to interrogate you. Remember not to talk nonsense. I will find a way to help you." Chapter 183. Adding insult to injury. William nodded. "Well, I have already considered the consequences. But, Anthony, I have to fight. As long as you don't talk nonsense and don't be tricked, I still have the confidence to help you." Li Qiqian said in a deep voice. "Let's go." When we arrived at the police station, the tall, stern-faced female, venomous woman Li Shimi was sitting in the interrogation room. On the opposite side was William. "We meet again," Li Shimi sneered and said in a cold voice. "I just warned you not to be too arrogant, and you caused such a thing." "What? You don't take me seriously? What did I do wrong?" William asked calmly. William coldly. "Isn't this a big deal? Did I instigate it?" William raised his eyebrows. "I have been trying to persuade them not to do it. Besides, who told you they were my men? Don't change the subject." Li Shimi sneered. "You also asked those thugs to take Anthony to a clinic in Feng City and beat him up until his face was covered in blood. You should admit this, right? Everyone at the scene pointed out that you did it." "No way." William raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "They insisted on taking Anthony there, and I went over to stop the fight. But I'm a nobody and my words are not taken seriously, so they don't listen to me. What a good way to stop a fight." Li Shimi slammed the table angrily. "If you don't cooperate, you will only hurt yourself. If you admit it now, I will sentence you to fighting, and the worst you can do is 15 days in prison. Otherwise, I have a way to put you in jail for 2 or 3 years. Are you planning to torture me into confessing something I didn't do?" William smiled helplessly. "Ah, the famous female venomous snake. Turns out this is how she does it. How many false and wrongful cases have built up your reputation? I was tortured into confessing." Li Shimi smiled instead of getting angry. "Now the evidence is irrefutable. You just refuse to admit it. If the evidence is conclusive, why not just convict me directly? Why bother to interrogate me?" William smiled faintly. Li Shimi stared at William, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. William is like an old fox, and he keeps his words to himself. The provincial leaders specifically told her to give William a heavy sentence, and then let her take further action. It doesn't matter if it goes any further. The main thing is that she is unhappy with William. After all, William used the police station to retaliate against his opponents, and also organized underground forces like the Black Wolf. It's clear that he is treating the police station as his tool. Li Shimi's sense of justice makes her have zero tolerance for William. Her voice became colder as she continued to question. Half an hour later, she walked out of the interrogation room with an angry expression. William shook his head and smiled. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and said coldly, "Anthony, is this what you are capable of? You are not even a match for it." At this time, the Lynn family and Annie, accompanied by police officers, met William. Robert looked at William with complicated eyes. "You and Anthony are dear to me, but you have gone too far this time. Don't talk nonsense." William said calmly, "Just tell me what you want. We can help you, and even persuade Anthony to agree to forgive you." Second sister Lynn Kuke said with greedy eyes, "But we want 60% of Ling Yun Group's shares." William shook his head and smiled. Sure enough, he came here to ask for money, and his appetite was quite big. "Do you want to go to jail?" Third sister Lin Keshen said aggressively. If we don't testify, you will definitely be thrown into jail this time. What do you want to say? William ignored the Lynn family and looked at Annie with sharp eyes. E? Annie hesitated for a moment, her eyes full of threats. I'm also a key witness, but I don't ask for much. I just want you to invest 1 billion yuan and set up a private equity fund company with me. I will own 60% of the shares. I'm here to ask for money too. William shook his head and sneered. Annie, can you have a little conscience? You're also a child raised by Lu Ma. Anthony bullied Lu Ma and the children in the orphanage like that. Not only did you not settle the score with him, but you actually came to me for money. I'm also worried about what happened to Aunt Lu. Annie hesitated for a moment and said coldly, but it was definitely not Anthony who did it. I came here this time to help Anthony get justice. Are you seeking justice for him? You're only thinking about the money in your pocket. William exposed without hesitation. If Aunt Lu saw you like this, do you know how sad she would be? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Annie said angrily, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I also took care of Aunt Lu, paid for her medical expenses, and arranged for someone to take care of the children in the orphanage. What does this have to do with me seeking justice for Anthony? Chapter 184. You can sorry me. William just sneered. Annie, I am so disappointed in you. I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful person, not to mention being a bitch. You can let me down, but you can never let Aunt Lu down. He originally still had a little affection for Annie since they were in the orphanage, but seeing how she had become now, he only felt hatred for her. Even death is not a pity. Don't change the subject. And shouted, we are seeking justice for brother Anthony. Anthony is your brother. Don't you feel guilty for having him beaten like this? William sneered. Anthony led people to beat up Aunt Lu and smashed our orphanage, and he also swallowed up the money I gave to Aunt Lu over the years. You are still speaking for this dog, and can you have a little conscience? That's enough. Stop changing the subject. Third sister Lynn Keshin said angrily, you shouldn't have hit brother Anthony. As long as you agree to give 60% of Ling Yun Group's shares to your family, we can help you get Anthony to forgive you. You have to think clearly. We are here to save you. If you had listened to your family, would you have ended up in this situation? Robert said with great sorrow, we only give you this one chance. If you don't cherish it, we will help the police prove that you led people to beat up Anthony's brother. The second sister Lynn Kuer sneered and said smugly, William, you have to think it over carefully. The Lynn family and Annie all looked very proud. William, who was so arrogant not long ago, now has his life and death in their hands. William shook his head and smiled, his eyes full of sarcasm, and said lightly, Li Shimi, is this also part of the interrogation? You are really good at using these dogs to trick me. Unfortunately, in my eyes, your methods are no different from a child playing house, because the people you found are all complete idiots. At the same time, in the monitoring room, more than a dozen police officers looked at Li Shimi with strange expressions. Li Shimi was so angry that her face turned cold, veins popped out of her neck, and she slammed the table hard. I have never seen such an arrogant person. The Lin family and the Su family are all idiots. They only care about money. If you have any brains, William won't be able to see through it. Let them get out. Soon, several police officers walked into the interrogation room and took away the Lin family and Annie. Li Shimi also walked in. They have gone to record their statements. If nothing unexpected happens, they will serve as witnesses to defend you for organizing underground forces and stabbing people. If you admit it now, I can let you off the hook for Li Qitian's sake. Why would you admit something you didn't do? William smiled faintly. Officer Li seems to want to force a confession out of you. Go ahead, fight as much as you want, but my legal team will sue you afterwards. I hope your background is strong enough to cover this matter. Li Shimi was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and she slammed the door and walked out. William looked calmly at the bright interrogation room and took a deep breath. This time it was indeed beyond his control. Unexpectedly, the person behind Anthony could suppress Li Qitian to the point where he had no power to fight back. Until now, I haven't even seen Li Qitian. Just then, Anthony, with gauze wrapped around his head, limped in accompanied by police officers. Anthony winked, and the officer closed the door and left. William looked at Anthony with a teasing look, wanted to see what he was going to do. The winners show off? Induce confession? Make yourself angry and frustrated? Chapter 185. Others are not as hard-mouthed as you. Anthony also looked at William with a teasing look. In his eyes, he is the winner, because at this moment, William has become a turtle in a jar. It was all William's foolish impulse that gave him the leverage to kill William. Brother William, why are you looking at me like that? Anthony said sarcastically. I am your brother. If I tell my parents, my sisters, and Annie, do you think they will help me or you? William's eyes were calm. In front of him, Anthony finally took off his mask, revealing his truest side. Disgusting, cruel, and insidious. Anthony continued. Come to think of it, you are quite pitiful. Your biological parents don't love you and treat you as a slave. My sisters don't like you. They even hate you to the core. And whom you loved all your life, you never touched, but she screamed loudly in my bed. I even had the orphanage destroyed by me. I even broke the old woman's leg. I destroyed your last spiritual support. You are so pitiful. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed, looking deeply sympathetic. William's eyes were full of coldness and murderous intent. All of this is thanks to Anthony. He took away everything that was supposed to belong to him. William clenched his fists suddenly, then slowly loosened them. Anthony would have nothing better to do than tease me. He must have come here with a smirk on his face. He revealed his scars in order to provoke himself and make him hit him impulsively, and even admit that he was the one who ordered Black Wolf and his men. William figured out. He raised his heavily handcuffed hand and placed his index finger on the center of his lips. Shoo! Did you hear a pig talking? A pig that had been beaten black and blue, with its head wrapped up like a mummy. TSK, TSK, this is ridiculous. After being beaten into this state, he still thinks he is the winner. Anthony looked sarcastic, not angered at all. Yeah. Even though I was beaten like this, my parents made soup for me. My sister helped me peel oranges, and Annie helped me wipe my body. But what about you? You're like a lonely dog. No one cares about you. I'm afraid you're the only one in this world who has no family to care about you. William's Adam's apple rolled, and a surge of anger was suppressed in his chest. But as soon as he thought that Anthony was deliberately provoking him, he calmed down, shook his head, and smiled. You little villain will never stand on the stage. Anthony, how long do you think you can keep jumping around? Chief Kong and White Dog are powerful enough, aren't they? They are now in the prison waiting for dinner. According to me, you'll have to go in soon. Ha ha. Anthony laughed until tears came out. Look at the state you are in now. You are handcuffed and tied to the interrogation chair. How dare you say let me in? William glanced at a situation with a helpless look in his eyes, but he still jokingly said, then I was wrong. I guess by then, even going to jail will be a luxury for you. Wait until I get out. What are you going to do when you get out? Anthony laughed sarcastically, with a hint of mockery flashing deep in his eyes. Trick me? William shook his head and smiled. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Ha! Anthony gave up on trying to trick William into thinking so cleverly. He sneered, you're very tough talking, but not everyone is as tough talking as you. I'm afraid the 3 people you used as scapegoats will soon have to confess. Let's wait and see. William smiled faintly. With Li Qitian around, it is impossible for Li Shimi to force a confession through words or actions. As long as Black Wolf's 3 younger brothers are not fools, they won't talk nonsense. You think we are only going to start with those 3 scapegoats? That's too naive, Anthony said smugly. Just wait. I will all visit you in the prison. After saying that, he stood up and left with a plan in his eyes. William's eyes narrowed, and a bad thought came to his mind. He angrily said, Officer Lee, I want to see Li Qitian. Chapter 186, Finding a Breakthrough. He understood that Anthony wanted to attack Eve. Eve's stubborn look appeared in his mind, and his heart trembled. I can suffer, but I must never let Eve suffer. What do you want Li Qitian to do? To collude with others? Li Shimi walked in with a smug look on her face. I advise you not to go too far. William's eyes turned red. Eve is innocent. If you dare to do anything to her, I will never forgive you. Are you threatening me? Li Shimi picked up the electric baton beside her and pressed it, making a crackling sound. William immediately calmed down and kept silent. Since he couldn't gain the upper hand with words, he could only hope that Li Qitian would protect Eve. The other side, the Lynn family was furious and helpless in the police station. This bastard is so ungrateful. Second sister Lynn Couper said sharply, as long as we identify him as the murderer, he will definitely go to jail. As long as he hands over a little bit of his shares, we will help him. Would he rather go to jail than hand over the shares to us? Is he mentally sound? Third sister Lynn Keshin said coldly, he has changed his mind a long time ago and hates us to the core. In his eyes, he would rather throw the money into the sea than give it to us. How could I? Lynn Keshin, have such a bad brother. This is the biggest stain in my life. Robert and Maria were so angry that they slammed the table and cursed. This evil boy. I gave birth to him and raised him. I have never done anything wrong to him. How could he dare to hate me? It must be because I didn't beat him hard enough before. If he lowers his head obediently, I will definitely break his legs. At this moment, 2 police officers escorted Anthony back to the ward, and then the 2 police officers left. Anthony just lowered his head and wiped his tears. The Lynn family panicked and hurriedly stood up to comfort them. What's wrong, Anthony? Why are you still crying? Seeing you cry, my heart aches. Tell Mom what you have to say. Did that bastard William scold you? Anthony nodded helplessly. I went to persuade brother William to turn himself in, but he scolded me and said he would never let me go in the future. Even, his voice became smaller and smaller, as if he was afraid of something. Even what? Lynn kaya asket. He may even beat you like he beat me. Anthony stammered. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. The Lynn family members were so angry that their faces turned red. I didn't expect William could say such outrageous words. What a beast! Robert was so angry that he was shaking all over, even dared to hit his father and mother. He is lawless. Maria also said sternly, I really don't understand. He is so arrogant. How can the police do nothing about him? This bastard has already made preparations and found a scapegoat. Third sister Lynn Keshin said sternly, if it weren't for Officer Li Shimi this time, I'm afraid Li Qiqian would have released him long ago. The main reason is that the evidence is not conclusive. Officer Li said that we have a grudge against William, so our testimony means nothing. Li Qiqian said weakly, if we can get someone close to William to identify him, then things will be easier. Everyone present nodded, and some even found it a little ridiculous. As William's relatives, they can't be considered close to William at all. William as the thugs under Black Wolf. Maria's eyes lit up. Black Wolf can't be used as a breakthrough point. And those thugs are also very hard-mouthed, but there is one person who can definitely be a breakthrough point. It was William's secretary, that little girl. She confessed everything after a little scare. Everyone present suddenly realized, yeah, that little bitch is William's girlfriend. Her testimony must be irrefutable. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? As long as the secretary gives the order, William will definitely die. Maybe if I give the secretary some money, she will confess. Anthony hesitated and said, but the secretary has nothing to do with this case. We can't summon her for no reason, right? And even if we summon her, we can't use interrogation methods. So now it's very difficult for the police. As witnesses, we have a right to request to interrogate the secretary, right? Lynn Cooter said hurriedly. Of course. Robert nodded with satisfaction. Let's go to the police station now and ask to interrogate Eve. Chapter 187. Coercion and Bribery of Eve. Everyone nodded. Robert made a prompt decision. Since that little bastard refuses to repent, let him go to jail and receive a good education. Let's see if he dares to do something rebellious in the future. We will go to the police station now and request that the secretary be severely interrogated as a victim. Anthony stammered, but that secretary is brother William's girlfriend, and she has a very good relationship with him. I'm afraid she won't confess, right? Oh, isn't it easy to deal with this little secretary? Since she has fallen to the point of being a secretary, it means she has no background and no money. If we use threats and inducements, won't she cooperate obediently? Maria patted her chest confidently. Everyone suddenly realized, yeah, being a secretary only earns a little over $10,000 a month, so they must be short of money. Maybe if I give her $1 million, she will agree to hand over William. So what if she's William's girlfriend? She just had her eyes on his money. Now that William is done, she must be anxious to get some money and leave. Anthony's eyes were full of mockery of having succeeded. This was his plan, but he did not say it out loud himself. Instead, he guided the Lynn family to figure it out themselves. That way he could stay out of it. Kur and I will go to the police station and ask to interrogate Anthony. Robert's voice was full of excitement. Maria, you and Kushan go find the secretary, give her a few million, and ask her to confess William's crimes. If she refuses to cooperate, you can threaten her. Anthony, just stay at home and recover. Huh, where's Kui? Forget it. She's been fooled by William. Her coming here will only make things worse. The Lynn family members nodded and agreed to this plan. Just like that, Robert took Lynn Kier out. Lynn Keshin found Eve's phone number and called her. Eve's tired and impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. I forgot to block you. Wait a moment. You don't want to watch William go to jail, do you? Lynn Keshin said hurriedly. I'll wait for you at the Macho Cafe downstairs of Ling Yun Group. We have a way to help William. Okay. Eve's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Maria counted on her fingers and said, is it enough to just give her 1 million to get rid of her? This little secretary has never seen the world. 1 million is already a lot for her. Not enough. Lynn Keshin shook her head. Let's prepare 2 million. I just don't believe that a little secretary like her can resist the temptation of 2 million. An hour later, Lynn Keshin and Maria met Eve in a cafe. Eve looked at the two of them with cold eyes, always feeling that they had bad intentions. It's definitely not that he suddenly felt guilty and wanted to help William. William's crime is already established. If you expose him now, his crime could be less severe. Lynn Keshin said seriously, with a look of good for you. I advise you to go to the police station now and expose what he did. Huh, I knew you guys couldn't produce Ivory. Eve already knew what the two were planning, so she picked up her bag and stood up. Maria said angrily, how can you be so ungrateful, little secretary? With your status and position, it is an honor for me to meet you in person. It is an honor you have earned in several lifetimes. You old witch, I'll have nightmares tonight if I look at you once. Eve said coldly, I advise you to turn back. It will do you no good to provoke William. If you stop in time, William will take family affection into consideration and give you a way out. Otherwise, you will have no place to cry in the future. Maria and Lynn Keshin didn't take her words seriously at all. William is about to go to jail. How could he threaten them? 1 million. Maria said proudly, I'll give you 1 million. Go to the police station and expose that beast. Chapter 188, it's really worthless. After that, she slapped a bank card on the table and said, there's 1 million in it. Take it, and I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and drink for the next 3 years. These 3 years are enough for you to find your next job, right? Eve glanced at the bank card with cold eyes and smiled contemptuously. Wow, 1 million, that's a lot. It seems that I, Eve, am a real failure as a human being. In your eyes, 1 million is enough to get rid of me. Oh, you think it's not enough? Maria said with a gesture of almsgiving. 1 million is not a small amount. With your current salary, you can't save 1 million even if you give it to you in 10 years. Don't think we'll lie to you. There's a bank out there. Just go check it out. There's $1 million in there. Lynn Keshin frowned. Eve, actually your role is not that big. Even if you report William, it will only be icing on the cake. So, this 1 million is really a lot. Eve's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. She shook her head and sneered. I followed William when he was only worth a few million, until William founded Ling Yun Group, and the group's market value reached tens of billions. You want to get rid of me with $1 million? Are you stupid? Or am I not worthy? So what do you want to do? You want more money? Maria said with anger. I advise you not to be ungrateful. This million is a lot. Besides, my Lin family's money is not so easy to get. Eve just shook her head and sneered. After all, William is your own son and brother. How can you be so cruel? Haven't you taken enough from William over the years? In the end, they took advantage of him and wanted to send him to jail. As his girlfriend, I really feel sorry for him. Don't talk so much nonsense. I'll give you another million. Maria was too lazy to listen to all this nonsense. She slammed a bank card on the table and said angrily, 2 million, a full 2 million. As long as you go to the police station and report William for organizing underground forces and instructing the Black Wolf people to beat Anthony, the 2 million will be yours. After saying that, Maria looked at Eve with pride, as if he had expected her to greedily take the bank card. She could also take the opportunity to make a few sarcastic remarks, saying that years of friendship and love are nothing in the face of money. But Eve's eyes were still cold. Lynn Keshin said in agreement, Mom, are you crazy? This is a full 2 million. Even if she reports it, it will have little effect. There's really no need to give her 2 million. 1 million would be enough. My Lynn family's money didn't come from the wind. But Maria hesitated. After all, she has been with William for quite some time. She must have suffered a lot. These 2 million can be regarded as some spiritual compensation. After all, my Lynn family has always been compassionate, so it doesn't matter if I give her an extra million. No, 2 million is too much. Lynn Keshin said anxiously. This amount can buy me a sports car. Maria glared at Eve and said, Do you agree or not? If not, use the 2 million to buy a sports car for my daughter. Eve was so angry that she laughed. Can you please stop acting here? Your acting is so poor. Maria and Lynn Keshin blushed after being exposed. Lynn Keshin was so angry that she asked, Eve, what's so good about William that you're so devoted to him? He is so heartless to our family, abandoning us and beating us. Do you still expect him to be with you forever? I'm afraid they'll get tired of you and just throw you away and get a younger, prettier secretary instead. Eve's eyes were full of disappointment. You are the ones who are truly ruthless, right? When William returned to the Lynn family, you were deeply in debt. It was William who used Ling Yun Group to inject funds into the Lynn Group to save you. Otherwise, you and your daughter would have to work as a nanny and a foot massage therapist, and you wouldn't be living the extravagant life you have now. Chapter 189. It is difficult to persuade a ghost who is looking for death. William is so good to you. I can't understand why you are trying so hard to target him. Maria and Lynn Keshin were both stunned when they heard this. Yes, why are they trying so hard to target William? Could it be that William cheated them out of their shares in Ling Yun Group? But these shares were originally given to them by William for free. Could it be that William was disrespectful to them? But their attitude towards William was not much better. Could it be that William withdrew his investment in Lynn Group, expelled them from Ling Yun Group? But these were originally given to them by William for free, so it is reasonable to take them back. Maria gritted her teeth and said, I am his mother. It is not your turn to teach me what to do. A year ago, you had a conflict with someone while you were dancing in the square, and you beat up that woman. Eve said coldly. That person was not going to cooperate and was going to take you to court. William immediately put down his work, went to the house to apologize, and almost knelt down in front of the man. They wanted you to come and apologize in person, but you refused. William was forced to be so humble in front of them that he had to pay more than $1 million to resolve the issue. But what happened afterwards? Not only did you, Maria, not show any gratitude, but you blamed him for paying the money. That's right, that bitch deserves to be beaten. Go ahead and sue me if you have the guts. Maria said sternly, that idiot William shouldn't pay the money. She got it for nothing. Your mother doesn't understand. Don't you understand either? Eve looked at Lynn Keshin coldly and said in a cold voice, you should know that if that family takes your mother to court, your mother will go to jail. Lynn Keshin hesitated. It was indeed her mother who was too impulsive and irritable. Unexpectedly, Maria said angrily, he is my son. Shouldn't he help me? Otherwise, what is the point of making so much money? But have you fulfilled your duties as his mother? Eve sneered. You haven't at all. You don't care about him at all, and you only care about money. Whenever he did something wrong, you scolded him mercilessly and even beat him. I'm afraid that in your eyes, William is not your son, but just your servant, right? Maria was speechless and just glared at Eve fiercely. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Eve took a deep breath. A hint of helplessness flashed across her beautiful eyes. William's methods very well. Even though the Lynn family was making trouble, William had been patient. But as the saying goes, the dog that bites doesn't bark. William must be planning some evil plan in his mind, a plan that will doom the Lynn family to eternal damnation. She still hopes to awaken the conscience of the Lynn family, so that William will not be deprived of the warmth of family for his entire life. Anthony anyway, so we have to avenge Anthony's brother. Lynn Keshin gritted her teeth and said, look at what Anthony has done after being beaten by him. His head is wrapped up like a mummy. Anthony, adopted son, do you feel so sorry for him? You even have the heart to let your own son go to jail. Eve's beautiful eyes were even more disappointed. Anthony doesn't even have a bit of Lynn family blood, as can be seen from the fact that he framed William in the Lynn Cree incident. This time he got into a car accident because of Anthony's idea to white dog. Don't you understand? Lynn Keshin slammed the table angrily and stood up. Don't even think about sowing discord between us and Anthony's brother. Eve, you are so cruel that you still want to slander Anthony's brother. Take these $2 million and go to the police station to report William. Otherwise, although my Lynn family is not very powerful, it is not something that a little secretary like you can afford to offend. Eve stood up coldly, her pretty face full of chillness. You are too naive. After saying that, he turned and left. Maria screamed angrily, stop right there. But Eve ignored him and walked towards the door. Lynn Keshin was so angry that her fists creaked. This is a full $2 million, and she, a little secretary, is so ungrateful. But just as Eve was about to walk out of the coffee shop, several police officers came in from outside the coffee shop and stopped Eve. Chapter 190. Just a little secretary. The man in the lead was wearing a high-level police uniform, had a tall stature, and had eyes as ferocious as a venomous snake. The person who came was Li Shimi, the head of the Nanwang Provincial Bureau's Special Task Force Station in Nanzhou. Ms. Eve, right? Li Shimi showed her ID and spoke coldly. Yes. Eve frowned slightly. What's the matter? Someone reported that you were involved in a case of William and underground forces gathering to injure people. Please come with us. Li Shimi said in a cold voice. I'm just an ordinary employee. I have nothing to do with this matter. Eve frowned. At this time, Maria and Lynn Keshen both ran over, looking excited. It seems that Robert's plan to report to the police was successful. And it was a huge success. The police came in person to arrest Eve. Maria pointed at Eve excitedly and said, That's her. She has been William S. secretary for several years. She must know about William S. affairs. Shut up. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Li Shimei skuldarshli. Maria trembled with fear, but still said unwillingly, I am Anthony S. family member. I have the right. You are disrupting official business. You should come with me as well. Li Shimi said in a cold voice. Huh? No, I was wrong. Please spare my life, officer. Maria was so scared that her face turned pale and she stepped back repeatedly. She's a typical bully at home, and when she meets an outsider with some power, she is as timid as a grandson. Take him away, Li Shimi ordered coldly. Several police officers walked up, took out handcuffs, and tried to take Eve away by force. What are you doing? I haven't committed any crime. You have no reason to arrest me. Eve said angrily. You dare to talk back? Li Shimi sneered. You're just a little secretary. Who do you think you are? If you have the guts, have your legal team talk to me. Take away. Several police officers came forward and handcuffed Eve directly. Eve looked angry. It's my freedom to cooperate or not. You have no right to arrest me by force. Believe it or not, I will slap you. Li Shimi raised her hand high and shouted harshly. Eve gritted her teeth and said coldly, You are awesome. I hope you won't regret it. Ha ha. The person in Nanzhou who can make me regret has not been born yet. Li Shimi sneered and turned away. Seeing Eve being taken away, Lynn Keshen shouted, Eve, as long as you tell the truth and agree to your terms, we won't lose a cent. Half an hour later, Eve was taken to the interrogation room of the police station. Li Shimi sat opposite with a smile on her face. Isn't it easy to deal with such a small secretary? When she thought of the promise made to her by the big shot above, her heart was filled with joy. As long as she can handle this matter of William Well and convict William, she can go one step further. And you can also get the favor of a big shot. However, she's called the female viper because she has always had strict professional ethics, is impartial and selfless, and is wholeheartedly dedicated to eradicating evil and restoring peace to the world. In her opinion, in William S. case this time, it was a foregone conclusion that William colluded with underground forces and beat others, and such an evil person must be severely punished by the law. It's just that William is stubborn and the case is a little difficult to handle, but she has made up her mind to send William to jail and punish his lawlessness. So, she always felt that she was on the side of justice. Li Shimi said coldly, William S. crime is already established. Do you still want to cover up his criminal behavior? I advise you to tell the truth. This kind of entrepreneur who has committed many evil deeds must be severely punished by the law. Eve's eyes were calm. I'm only cooperating with your investigation as a witness. You have no reason to bring me to the interrogation room, and you are not qualified to question me in an interrogation tone. I can cooperate, but I'm just cooperating. You have no right to ask me to do anything. Oh, you're still stubborn. You're still wondering if I have the right to interrogate you. Li Shimi sneered. Do you know what special treatment means? Even if interrogating you is against the rules, as long as it can produce a good result, forcing you to interrogate you will not be criticized but praised. I advise you to cooperate honestly. At this moment, Li Qiqian rushed in and said angrily, What are you doing? It's totally against the rules. Let her go. Chapter 191, Fighting the Viper Woman. Li Shimi's eyes looked like she wanted to kill someone. Get out. Didn't I ask you to lead the team to the provincial capital to participate in the exercise? Why are you back again? If I don't come back, I'm afraid that Nanzhou will be exposed by you. Li Qiqian's heart skipped a beat when he saw this look, but he still retorted. After all, the venomous woman in front of him has always been a psychological shadow to him. But this time it involves William. He can't give in. Li Qiqian, who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Li Shimi stood up and looked at Li Qiqian coldly. I'll give you one last chance. Get out and close the door. Li Shimi, you've gone too far. Li Qiqian said angrily. Do you have a grudge against William? Do you have to torture him to death? William has always been law-abiding and has made great contributions to Nanzhou. He also cooperated with the police to arrest Kong Ling Zhao and Bai Go. It's bad enough that our police department didn't commend him, but they actually used a small incident as an example to try to kill him. Li Shimi, please stop now. I know you and William have a good relationship. People say you two are like brothers. Li Shimi's voice was cold. Don't forget who you are. You are the new chief of the Nanzhou City Police Department, yet you dare to openly protect William? Are you going to follow in Kong Ling Zhao's footsteps? A strong threat flashed in her eyes. I'm warning you. You will be removed from your post after just a few days. Faced with such an obvious threat, Li Qitian was not afraid at all. Li Shimi, I am not trying to stop you now. I am trying to save you now. You have always been fair and impartial, and have been ruthless. You have brought down many big criminals. I admire that. But this is not the time for you to be ruthless. If you insist on doing it again, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Let me make it clear first. I'm not defending you. I'm doing this entirely for your own good. Li Shimi didn't want to hear anything. Are you done? If you're done, get out. I want to interrogate her. You. Li Qitian was so angry that he was speechless. He took off his hat and threw on the ground. Although he was not confident, based on William's usual style of doing things, he definitely had a backup plan. This backup plan is enough to keep William safe and sound, and may even be used to kill someone. He admired Li Shimi very much and couldn't bear to see her being schemed by William. No matter what, you can't interrogate her by force. Li Qitian said firmly. Let her out and let her go to my office. I will talk to her. You're the one who insists on having your own way. Li Shimi took out her ID and said coldly, I'm currently the leader of the Nanhuang province's special case team in Nanzhou. I have the right to order you to get out. Otherwise, I will report you to the provincial headquarters for obstructing public affairs and abusing power for personal gain. Li Qitian didn't expect that she would actually show her ID. This was obviously a step too far, and she left no room for him at all. His face looked extremely ugly. Eve suddenly said, Brotherly, don't worry about me, just go out. No, her interrogation methods are beyond your imagination. Li Qitian said anxiously, I can't watch you being interrogated. Besides, you haven't committed any crime, so why should she interrogate you? Just then, several police officers wearing the insignia of the general administration walked in. Take him away, Li Shimi said coldly. Li Qitian was taken away while struggling. At the same time, in the luxurious ward of Nanzhou First Hospital, the orphanage director, Lu Ma, had a flushed face, no longer the decadent look she had a few days ago. She was lying on the bed with many tubes inserted into her body. Annie smiled sweetly. Aunt Lu, the operation was successful. You can just rest assured and recover from your injuries. And I have sent someone to pick up the children from the orphanage. I have rented an apartment in Nanzhou and hired a nanny to take care of them. No one will hurt them anymore. Lu Ma's old eyes shed turbid tears. Annie, tell me the truth. Has something happened to William? Chapter 192, Secrets of the Orphanage. Annie's beautiful eyes trembled, and she looked at the old Lu Ma with a complicated expression, and scenes of memories flooded into her mind. William and the orphanage are still vivid in my mind. How much she loved William at that time. Others call them childhood sweethearts. She also vowed that she would marry William when she grew up. But why has their relationship become like this? It seems that her attitude towards William changed after she met Anthony. Annie, why don't you say anything? Aunt Lu wiped away the tears from her eyes. It's been a whole day and night, and you haven't even looked at me. Did he beat someone up and was arrested by the police? He was indeed too impulsive, and took a deep breath and decided to tell the truth. What? Aunt Lu looked worried. How is he now? He deserves it. Thinking of William's impulsive look, and gritted her teeth and said angrily, You don't know what he has done over the years. He is simply a beast. He is not a human being. Forget it, Aunt Lu. I won't say any more. I'm afraid you'll be sad. How is it possible? William is such a kind child. How could he be like what you said? Aunt Lu looked panicked and looked at Annie eagerly like a child, trying to read a negative answer from Anne's eyes. She recalled that when she was in the orphanage, William was the most obedient and caring one. He is the oldest and the leader of the kids. When he was busy, he would help take care of the children and direct the older children to help with the work. When a child feels sorry for himself because he is an orphan, he will also guide him carefully. When children in the orphanage were bullied at school because they were orphans, William would stand up for them. Why did William become the unforgivable person described by and after leaving the orphanage? Has he really changed? Aunt Lou looked helpless like a child. She didn't believe William would change. There must be some misunderstanding. Annie, you used to like him the most and knew him the best. Did someone slander him? And gritted her teeth and recalled everything William had done. Bullied Anthony at home, causing Anthony to cry in front of him. The video footage at the wedding was exposed, ruining his reputation. They cut off aid to the Sue group and spread the word that most companies dared not continue to cooperate with the Sue group, leaving the Sue group with nowhere to go. I tried to reconcile with him sincerely, but he humiliated me and drove me away. Thinking of this, she was so angry that she trembled all over. Aunt Lou, he is a beast, don't mention him. Anyway, he was arrested by the police. He deserved it. Look at his men, all of them are vicious. If he hadn't done so many evil things, would he have such men? Aunt Lou was horrified when she thought of Black Wolf and his men, but she still shook her head and said, William is definitely not that kind of person. This child is kind-hearted. Annie, do you really have a misunderstanding with him? No. Annie's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She didn't understand why Lou Ma had such a good impression of William. It is obvious that William is a bad person to the extreme. She was thinking in her mind what she should say to make Aunt Lou understand that William was guilty of a heinous crime. Anthony in bed and the hotel check-in records at the wedding, which ruined her reputation and made her a bitch laughed at by everyone in Nanjo. Suddenly, her expression became a little embarrassed. If I tell it out loud, wouldn't Lou Ma know that I'm going to marry William and I'm checking into a hotel with another man? Wouldn't that cause Aunt Lou to misunderstand? Although she was wrong, she and Anthony were true love, and she married William only for money. Aunt Lou definitely doesn't understand my difficulties. Even if we take a step back, even if I am wrong, does that mean William is not wrong? Why should he use money to tempt me? Chapter 193, Eve's family background. Seeing Annie's hesitation, Aunt Lou hurriedly urged, Annie, what happened to him? Talk to the dean, and he'll help you analyze it. Maybe he can help you resolve the misunderstanding. Annie gritted her teeth, remembered something, and said confidently, Before, he arbitrarily and unreasonably canceled the investment in my Sue group, causing our Sue group's capital chain to break, and we couldn't even pay salaries. I can only pawn some things to barely pay the wages. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and she seemed to be losing confidence. How long has he invested in your group? Aunt Lou's eyes were full of complexity. It seems like more than 3 years. Annie's voice became less confident. Hey, kid, I don't know what to say to you. Aunt Lou blamed. He has invested for so long. Your family should be content, right? It seems that your family is greedy. But he can't just stop all of a sudden. Annie said as a matter of course. I have to sell jewelry to barely relieve the pressure on the group. Her voice became even lower because she realized that the jewelry she sold was all given to her by William. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a little guilty. It seems that William is not too bad to her. But when she thought about how William had been bullying Anthony and how badly he treated her later, she became angry again. She changed the subject. Aunt Lou, he's not a good person anyway. No one likes him. Even his biological parents and his biological sister don't like him. If he hadn't been so shameless, he would have been kicked out of the house. What? Aunt Lou heard this. Instead of blaming William, she burst into tears. Really? Annie, you won't lie to me, will you? William is their biological son and brother. How could they not like William? I just don't like him. And seem to have found evidence that William was a beast. He is not welcomed at home at all, and he often causes trouble. His sisters have beaten him countless times, but he still refuses to repent. Look, Aunt Lou, I was right, wasn't I? Even his relatives don't like him. Aunt Lou, are you okay? Why are you crying? Tears flowed down Lou Ma's wrinkled old face and dripped onto the pure white quilt. She choked and said, William, this child, poor child. I thought he'd found his biological family, and that the love of his family would soothe his pain and loneliness as an orphan, and that he would live a happy life. But I didn't expect that he had such a hard life in his biological family. Poor child. Annie looked at Lou Ma, whose face was filled with tears and helplessness. She suddenly realized that although William, the chairman of a billion-dollar group, looked bright and handsome on the surface, his personal life was indeed not going well. I am hated by myself and my loved ones. But the panic in her eyes was fleeting because she remembered the scene when William targeted her and said coldly, Madame Lou, he doesn't deserve pity. He deserves all this. It's impossible that his family hates him for no reason. He did a lot of things that made his family sad, so his family hates him. Look at me. I've always been very well behaved at home. My adoptive parents like me very much, and looked somewhat proud when she said this. I am different from William. Although I'm not my parents' biological child, my parents love me very much. Annie. Aunt Lou looked at Annie, seeming to want to say something, but stopping herself. What's wrong, Aunt Lou? Have you also realized that William has brought this upon himself? Annie looked a little excited. No, it's not. Aunt Lou sighed and wiped away the tears from her eyes. There is something, forget it, let's not talk about it. What's the matter, Aunt Lou? Don't hide it. I'm already this old. Is there anything you can't tell me? Annie looked curious. Chapter 194, Engagement Banquet. Annie, everyone else can hate him, but you can't. Aunt Lou sighed and slowly spoke out the secret that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. Because you were a girl, you were also naughty, and you didn't look as pretty as you are now when you were a child. Ever since you were 13, I have been wanting to help you find a family, have them adopt you, and let you live the life of a normal child. If there are families who want to adopt children, I will give them priority to see you. But for several years, waves of parents came, but no one was willing to adopt you. TSK, they are blind. Annie said with disdain, it's better that I wasn't adopted by them, otherwise my business talent would be wasted. Fortunately, I was adopted by the wealthy and powerful Sioux family. If they knew that the orphan they looked down upon was now the chairman of the Sioux group, they would definitely regret it to death. What's there to hide, Aunt Lou? Are you afraid that I'll be sad? Aunt Lou sighed and said earnestly, back then, when the Sioux family came, I knew they were rich and powerful, and they had no children, so they were an ideal adoptive family. If a child is adopted, he will be happy for the rest of his life. So, I also gave you priority to meet your current adoptive parents. Thank you, Aunt Lou. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to enter the Sioux family. Annie looked grateful. If she was adopted by an ordinary family, she would probably be working at Sioux Group at most. It is impossible to reach the position of president. William, the eldest child, and wanted to adopt William. I was very happy at the time, really happy for William, but I was very sad for you. Annie was stunned, looking frustrated. My parents didn't want to adopt me back then. I brought William to meet them. William was very happy, and your adoptive parents were also very satisfied with William. Aunt Lou sighed and continued, but William hesitated and urged your adoptive parents to adopt you. He kept praising you for being sensible, obedient, smart, and grateful. If your foster parents adopted you, you would definitely help them make a lot of money and take good care of them in the future. Then William rejected your adoptive parents' offer of adoption and begged them to adopt you. So, you were adopted by the Sioux family. It was William who voluntarily gave up the opportunity to enter the Sioux family and let you in. Otherwise, I'm worried that no family would be willing to adopt you. After all, you would be 15 years old by then. These words seemed to drop a depth charge into Anne's mind. Her brain turned into a mess, and she couldn't believe her ears. My parents are obviously proud of me. My father always said that it was his honor to have a daughter like him. But back then, they didn't want to adopt themselves, but adopted William. They had never told themselves about this. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she shook her head firmly. Dean, Mom, you are definitely lying to me. You are lying to me, right? You just want me to feel guilty towards William so that I can help him. Dean, Mom, how could you lie to me? This is absolutely not true. Aunt Lou sighed and looked at Annie with disappointment. Annie, don't you believe me? Aunt Lou never tells a lie. You just can't believe it. I didn't want to tell you at first because I was afraid you would be sad, but I didn't expect you to hate William so much. I couldn't bear it, so I told you. Annie, the person you should thank the most for your current life is William. Even if he did something wrong, you shouldn't hate him. Annie S. Hard. Chapter 195, The Truth. She said in a trembling voice, Aunt Lou, I believe you, but I don't believe William. How could he do such a thing? He obviously wants to find a family too, so why would he give this opportunity to me? After all, the Sioux family has the best conditions among so many adoptive families. It is precisely because the Sioux family is the best that he wants to give it to you. Aunt Lou sighed. A family like this with a net worth of over 100 million and no children who wants to adopt a child from an orphanage is almost 1 in 10,000. So William knows that this opportunity is important to you, so he gave it to you. He's obviously so excessive. Thinking of what William did, she choked up and said, he wishes I would go bankrupt now. But he really liked you at that time. Luma's eyes were full of disappointment. Have you forgotten? Even an old-fashioned person like me knew at that time that he liked you. It is because he likes you that he is willing to give you this opportunity. Annie was about to collapse. Only then did she remember how much she and William loved each other at that time, and how they had promised to stay together for the rest of their lives. William was willing to give her this opportunity. If he had been adopted by the Sue family, he wouldn't have ended up being abandoned by his friends and relatives. At least his parents are kind and won't be as overbearing and unreasonable as Robert and the others. What if William was adopted and I was not? William now. She was just a working girl, while William had already become the president of the group. With his business talent, he could easily lead the Sue group to glory. I am far from worthy of William. Before she knew it, and was in tears. Only then did she realize how deeply William loved her. I ruined this relationship with my own hands. If I hadn't liked Anthony, I'm afraid William and I would have already been married. Aunt Lou said earnestly, Annie, no matter what conflicts you have with William, I still hope you can help him. He must be having a hard time at the police station. You should at least go visit him, instead of speaking ill of him in front of me. Annie's beautiful eyes trembled. I understand, Aunt Lou. You have a good rest. I'm going to go out for a while. After saying that, she walked out of the ward. Aunt Lou looked at Annie's departing back and sighed. William is definitely not a quiet person. He will become a dragon sooner or later. I'm afraid that even if he is arrested by the police this time, they can't do anything to him. But Annie became so strange. She didn't seize the opportunity and fell out with that boy. I can only help her so far. I hope she can listen to me. And wanted to get in the car even more. And then she met Anthony, who was hurrying over. Anthony's eyes were red and he looked aggrieved, and thought of what Anthony had done and felt a surge of anger in her heart. First, he checked into a hotel with Black Wolf's sister by Moyu, and then he was found to have led people to beat up the director's mother and smash the orphanage a few years ago. How dare he come to see me? I gave him my precious first time and thought he would be good to me forever. Sister Anne, I'm so worried about you. Anthony said in a tearful voice, I'm worried that you'll be disappointed in me and that you'll be sad for me. How can I not be disappointed and sad for you? Annie shouted, her face full of anger. I love you so much that I abandoned William and gave you my first time, but you checked into a hotel with Bai Moyu. I've already said that it was Bai Moyu who drugged me. I didn't know anything at the time. I just cried alone in bed the next morning. Anthony said with a wronged look on his face, Sister Annie, I was violated. Shouldn't you comfort me? Why do you still blame me? Chapter 196, Let's Break Up, and was stunned. Yes, it was Anthony who was violated, so I should comfort him. But now she was extremely calm and immediately realized that it was Anthony who was peeing her. Bai Moyu drugged him, which was probably just an excuse for Anthony. After all, if Anthony hadn't met Bai Moyu, how could Bai Moyu have drugged Anthony? At least Anthony and Bai Moyu had an affair behind the scenes and met in private. She said angrily, Anthony, do you think I'm stupid? You can make me go around in circles with just one sentence, and it turns out that I am being unreasonable. I am sorry. Anthony immediately looked at Anne with a panicked look on his face. Sister Anne, you were not like this before. He immediately looked towards the hospital uneasily, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. That old bitch, the director of the orphanage, must have said something that caused Annie to change her attitude towards her drastically. If I had known this earlier, I would have found a way to beat that old bitch into a vegetable so that she would never be able to speak again. What you do will not be exposed. Oh, I'm just too soft-hearted. Annie laughed in anger. Let's not talk about this for now. Why did you hit Aunt Lou? How could you have the heart to do that? How could you have the heart to attack a group of orphans and the director of an orphanage? Have you forgotten that you were once an orphan too? We were all orphans once. How could you have the heart to attack orphans? Anthony was so stunned by the scolding that he stood there in a daze, lowering his head with a wronged look on his face. Sister Annie, although I am wronged, if scolding me makes you feel relieved, then go ahead and scold me. Annie was so angry that her snow-white neck turned red, and even her earlobes were stained red. She said angrily, Let's break up, and don't come to see me again in the future. Although she loved Anthony deeply before, she was completely disappointed in him after learning that he had led people to beat up the director's mother and the orphans. She moved away and walked quickly forward. Anthony panicked. He originally wanted to use the green tea trick to get and to comfort him instead. I didn't expect Annie to break up with me directly. Although he didn't love, and he couldn't give up the opportunity to sleep with her. After all, where can you find such a good-looking, highly educated female CEO with free sex? He hurriedly walked up to Annie and said sincerely, Annie, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise to listen to you from now on. When I become a big star, I will support you for the rest of your life. You can be happy at home while I earn money to support you. Get lost, Annie said with red eyes. I feel sick just by looking at you. Get lost. Anthony said in a trembling voice. Annie, did Brother William say something bad about you behind your back? You must have some misunderstanding about me. Can we find a place to talk it out? He never said a bad word about you behind your back. Annie scolded. On the contrary, you always say bad things about him behind his back. Anthony, I see your true colors clearly. Get out of here. Thinking about how William gave her the chance to be adopted by the Sue family, and how much William had done for her, she came to her senses. She began to carefully discern Anthony's words and realized that Anthony was really bad. After that, she left quickly. Annie, you're not going to look for Brother William now, are you? Anthony suddenly said in a cold voice. None of your business. Annie said angrily. He said he would bankrupt you and make your life worse than death. Anthony said with a worried look on his face. He also said that he would never let us go when he gets out. Annie, you're not going to help Brother William, are you? If he comes out, can you stop his revenge? Hearing this, and paused and glared at Anthony angrily. You're still saying bad things about him? Anthony, I've discovered that you really like to gossip about others behind their backs. I kindly reminded you, but you miss me so much. Anthony looked aggrieved. Sister Annie, you have really changed. Even if you want to break up with me, I still want to advise you not to go to the police station. Brother William will never let you off. And stamped her feet angrily and walked away quickly. Anthony also planted the seeds of fear in his heart. William was so cruel to her. Will she forgive him in the future? Just then, she received a call from her father, Soo Jian-hong. She picked up the phone anxiously, and she couldn't wait to confirm with her father what happened in the orphanage. Chapter 197, 80% sure. Unexpectedly, Soo Jian-hong spoke first. Annie, it's bad. The share price of Sino Salt Lake has suddenly started to plummet. Now everyone in the group is in a panic. You hurry back to the group. It's urgent. What? Annie's beautiful eyes widened. Why did it fall again? Didn't it just go back up a few days ago? Now she has no time to look for William. After all, her career is the most important thing. She said urgently, I'll be there in 10 minutes. After saying that, he drove directly to Soo Group. In the conference room, Annie looked at everyone with a serious expression. Shareholders were buzzing with discussion. This is another sharp drop. It's really too dangerous. I think I should sell it quickly. But we only made over 200 million. We're not willing to stop like this. But what if it continues to fall? I won't be able to sleep tonight. Soo Jian-hong said solemnly. Don't be nervous. No matter how much the market plummets, we will still make money. See what Annie says. Only Annie knows this stock best. Annie frowned and said solemnly, how many people know about this stock now? According to the information I received, I'm afraid that few people in the entire Nanzhou know about it, right? The shareholders nodded. I specifically went to ask around, but none of my friends knew. Yeah, even my friends who specialize in private equity don't know about it. This stock is too hidden, and someone is deliberately suppressing its popularity. Hearing this, Annie breathed a sigh of relief. There is a saying that goes, when most people know that a certain stock can make money, that is the peak point of the stock. Since not many people know about it yet, it means that the stock has not yet reached its peak, which means it is not time to reap the profits. Everyone nodded. They understood this logic, but they were still panicked. After all, it's real money, and if you're not careful, you could end up losing everything. Annie frowned and looked at the changing curve of Sino Salt Lake's stock price. A sharp rise, a brief fall, a sharp rise, and a sudden plunge. This crash may just be a temporary adjustment to drive away retail investors. If the stock is going to plummet and start to reap profits, it must be when it becomes widely known. If we cut the leaks now, I'm afraid it won't satisfy the appetite of those people behind the scenes. And William said that this stock will skyrocket dozens of times. It has only increased by less than 15 times now, and it will definitely continue to soar in the future. Thinking of William, he is not panicking even though he is now in police custody. It would be better for you to go and find out the truth yourself. She said in a cold voice. Everyone calm down first. Don't forget that the essence of this stock is the exchange of money and power between officials and businessmen. Before the approval letter for Sino Salt Lake mining was issued, those bigwigs would not have allowed the stock market to plummet like this. Otherwise, they would not have been able to satisfy those officials. The Sino Salt Lake mining approval has not yet been issued, which means it is not the time to plunge. After her analysis, everyone felt that it made sense. But he couldn't stop talking. Boss Sue, are you sure? Is there any confirmed news? Without accurate information, We dare not act rashly. Are you sure? I'm 80% sure, Annie said coldly. For the remaining 20%, I can tell you the answer in an hour. Everyone, please do your job first, and I will notify you. Seeing how confident she was, everyone nodded. After the crowd dispersed, Annie looked at Su Jianhong seriously and said, Dad, let's go to your office. I want to talk to you about something. Su Jianhong was stunned, and thinking of the orphanage director's visit to Nanzhou, he understood a little. Let's go. In the office, Annie said solemnly, Dad, when you adopted me, did you also want to adopt William? It was because of William that he adopted me later. Chapter 198, Who Raised You? Su Jianhong hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. Yes, your mother and I liked William very much back then, and he has a good temper and is a man who could do great things. But he didn't want to be adopted by us. Instead, he kept praising you. I discussed it with your mother and decided to adopt you. After all, although you are not as good as William, you are very obedient and considerate, and are more suitable to be a good daughter. So that's how it is, and burst into tears. Now she was completely sure how much William had sacrificed for her. Su Jianhong sighed. You really have to thank William. Without him, we might not have adopted you. But don't blame yourself too much. You are my daughter now, and William is just an outsider. The past is in the past. Time will not go back, and there will be no chance to start over again. You, Annie, are my Su Jianhong's legitimate daughter. Annie's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She was so moved that she hugged Su Jianhong and said, Dad, I love you, I love Mom. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never be where I am today. Don't think too much. Su Jianhong sneered and said in a bad tone, It's a good thing I didn't adopt William, this ungrateful wolf. Look at the Lynn family. They are in chaos because of him. Now he is in jail for hiring a killer for his involvement with underground forces. I don't want to be implicated by adopting this kind of beast. After what happened when William returned to the Lynn family a few years ago, your mother and I are glad that we didn't adopt William. Dad, are you trying to comfort me? Annie choked up. After all, William started from scratch and built Lingyun Group, a billion-dollar group. In just 7 years, it surpassed the Su Group. Humph. So what if he's capable? Look at the Lin family. How did they get any benefit from him? Su Jianhong snorted angrily. Instead, he used words against them. Annie nodded. What Su Jianhong said made sense. But she thought of the Lin family's wanton beating and scolding of William, and gritted her teeth and said, But the Lin family didn't treat him very well. It's only natural for him to retaliate. The world is great, but parents are the most important. Su Jianhong said angrily. No matter what the parents do, children cannot turn their backs on them. Dad, I understand. Annie said softly. I will never be like him. I will be your good daughter all my life. William told me the news about the letter in Salt Lake, so he must know more inside information. I plan to go to the police station to ask him. William has not stormed out of the police station despite the stock price crash, which means he is not in a hurry to sell. Go find him and be careful. Su Jianhong warned solemnly. Don't let him vent his anger on our Su family. And gritted her teeth and said, Actually, William isn't that bad. Not that bad? He wants to destroy our Su group, and you still say he's not that bad. Su Jianhong waved his hands angrily. Don't be grateful to him for giving you the opportunity to adopt a child. Remember, I adopted you, not him. It was your mother and I who raised you, not him. These words came out. Annie was stunned, and most of the guilt in her heart disappeared. Yes, it was obviously my parents who raised me, sent me to college, and made me the president of Su Group. Why should I feel so guilty toward William? She nodded. Dad, I understand. I'll go to the police station to see him. William with mixed emotions. But at this moment, William had a gloomy face and sat quietly in a corner of the cell. Even noticed Annie coming in, and gritted her teeth and said, William, are you okay? Chapter 199. Do-me a favor. William's eyes were cold. He stared at and quietly without saying a word. What's wrong with you? Annie frowned, shocked by William's condition. How could he suddenly lose his composure like this? Do me a favor. William said in a hoarse voice. Do you want me to testify for you? And took a deep breath and looked at William with complicated eyes. After all, he was also an eyewitness to Anthony being beaten. If he could stand up and testify for William, maybe he could help him clear the guilt. But a few hours ago, under the instigation and anger of the Lin family, she accused William of organizing underground forces to do evil things. Do I have to tell the police officer now that I said the wrong thing yesterday because I was crazy and now I want to overturn my confession yesterday and help William prove his innocence? The police officer must have suspected that he and William had reached some secret deal. I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Inside, William, you are too impulsive this time. Even if Anthony did something wrong, he should be punished by the law, not by you doing it so arbitrarily. You are now in custody, and it is entirely your own fault. William had a hint of anger between his eyebrows and said coldly, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Help me contact Li Qitian right now and ask him to stop Officer Lee from interrogating Eve. Hearing this, and was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect William to ask her for help because of this matter. She frowned and said, You can't even protect yourself. Why are you still caring about your little secretary? Do me a favor. I will never owe you anything. William said coldly. Go find him quickly. If you really can't find him, contact as many reporters as possible and ask them to come to the police station for interviews and accuse the police of illegally interrogating witnesses. It has to be done as soon as possible. That bitchly shimmy will do something to Eve soon. Annie frowned and said coldly, Don't worry. Officer Lee is the team leader sent by the province. She won't dare to do anything reckless. Besides, she has no grudge against Eve, so she won't treat her like that. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Annie, just go. William's voice was urgent, his eyes full of murderous intent. Go contact Li Qitian. Go quickly. You, and stare at William and said, Is Eve so important to you? Don't be too suspicious. Officer Lee will never do anything to her. At most, he will just scare her. Go quickly. William's voice was a little more angry. Okay, you want me to go, right? And was also annoyed by William's attitude. I came to see him with good intentions, but he actually ordered me around like he was a servant. He even dared to scold himself loudly. Do you really think you are afraid of him? He was about to be sentenced to jail, and she didn't care about his reward at all. If I want to help, tell me about the letter and the salt lake. Annie said coldly. Just tell me the truth, and I will go find Li Qitian immediately to help you rescue Eve. William's eyes were terribly cold. Annie, don't waste time, go. Don't worry about the Sheena Salt Lake for now. As long as you help me this time, I can make you earn much more than you did at Sheena Salt Lake. I repeat, tell me about the letter and the situation at the Salt Lake. Annie said coldly. I don't want to waste time with you either. Now the share price of Sino Salt Lake has plummeted. The Sioux Group has invested nearly 1 billion yuan in total. I must know whether to sell or run. If I make a wrong judgment, the Sioux Group will never recover from this. Sheena Salt Lake. William narrowed his eyes. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took action against Anthony. He had already arranged for Shan Kaiwei to keep an eye on him. As soon as the stock price starts to fall, Dan Kaiwei will decisively sell all her shares in Sino Salt Lake. If my guess is correct, all of my stocks and shares in Sino Salt Lake have been converted into money. Annie and the people from the Sioux Group are now trapped. They are reluctant to sell, but they dare not continue to buy. That's why Annie was looking for me in a hurry. Chapter 200. A handful of retentions. What happened to Sheena Salt Lake? Tell me quickly. Annie said anxiously. Nothing. William frowned and said coldly. Annie, now is not the time to talk about this. Help me find Li Qitian or find some media. William, I want to tell you something serious. This is a matter of life and death for the Sioux Group. Annie said sternly. Is Eve the only one in your eyes? Have you thought about me? Once I fail to judge the letter in Salt Lake, I will be finished. William was so angry that he laughed. He knew that and was unreliable, and it was not a good thing for her to come to him on purpose. He said coldly, There is nothing wrong with Sheena Salt Lake. It will continue to surge in the future. I have invested tens of billions, and I am not in a hurry. Your Sioux Group has only invested less than 1 billion. What is there to be anxious about? As the saying goes, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Okay, I'm done. Will you help me find Li Qitian? Annie's eyes lit up when she heard this. Is there anything wrong with Sheena Salt Lake? Will it continue to surge in the future? She was a little skeptical at first, but after thinking about it carefully, William's investment must be much more than Sioux Group's. He is not panicking now, but is worried about the safety of a young secretary. This shows that the decline in the prices of letter in Salt Lake is just a strategic adjustment, and they will rise again soon. Are you satisfied? William said angrily. Annie, help me contact Li Qitian and then contact some media reporters to come to the police station. I can reimburse you for all the money. Annie nodded and said seriously, Okay. After saying that, she turned and left. After leaving the police station, She drove directly to the Sioux group. There was no intention to help William at all. She held the steering wheel and said angrily, "She's just a secretary, and you're so worried about her. Why does this little secretary make you so worried? Why don't you love me anymore? In that case, let that little secretary suffer a little in the police station." "William, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you're going to jail soon, so it's not worth my help at all." Back at the group, and announced the good news to the shareholders. The Sioux group cheered and planned to hold on to the stocks in their hands. No matter how much the price drops, they won't sell. They plan to salvage some of the goods this time and then stop completely. In the police station, William waited anxiously, thinking about what Li Shimi said. Li Shimi's words did hint that she would take action against Eve, but she might not dare to do so. William was not very panicked at first, but Li Qitian hadn't contacted him for half a day, which meant something must have gone wrong. He was desperate and tried every possible means, even wanting to ask and for help. But he still kept a trick and told in false news. If Annie really helped him, he would compensate the Sioux group for all its losses and give them another 500 million. But if and hadn't helped me, I would have watched them go bankrupt. After waiting for half an hour, William's face became extremely ugly. Not only did Li Qitian not show up, even the reporters didn't show up. This means that Annie had no intention of helping him at all and was just here to get information from him. He sneered, "Annie, I'll remember that. Luckily, I kept a trick up my sleeve. Otherwise, you would have really played me around." At this moment, Li Qitian rushed in with a red face and said angrily, "Open the cell door, I want to talk to him." The guarding police officer did not dare to neglect the chief's order and hurriedly opened the cell door. Li Qitian said anxiously, "Damn Li Shimi, she is going to interrogate Eve by force." I tried my best to dissuade her, but she was already crazy and was determined to interrogate Eve by force. Damn it, you have no grudge against her. Why would she want to kill you? Chapter 2, When I'm Not Crazy. William frowned deeply, looking at Li Qitian, who suddenly arrived. Could it be that Annie really helped me? He said, "Did Annie ask you to come?" "No," Li Qitian said angrily. "Are you still thinking about that bitch helping you?" William's eyes flashed with a cold look. "She is courting death. Can you find out who is behind this attempt to kill me?" "I can't find out." Li Qitian looked frustrated. "I can't find out at all. I'm afraid the people behind Anthony are very powerful. You are really in big trouble this time. Maybe I'll have to spend a few years in jail." "Hey, you are too impulsive. How could you suddenly bring people to fight Anthony?" "I don't regret it." William's voice was cold. "If there is no other way, I will take the initiative to plead guilty and let Li Shimi let Eve go." "What? Are you crazy? You want to plead guilty?" Li Qitian was shocked. "Do you know how serious this crime is? At least 3 years in prison." "No way," William said with a sad look in his eyes. "I underestimated Anthony this time. I didn't expect his connections to be so strong. Because he was too weak in his previous life, he didn't even see Anthony as trump card. All we know is that his backer is a big shot in the entertainment industry. I don't know if he has other backers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have underestimated the enemy this time." William shook his head and said, "I've heard about Li Shimi's cruel interrogation methods. Even grown men can't stand it, let alone Eve. I couldn't stand by and watch her being interrogated. This damned female venomous snake." Li Qitian gritted his teeth in anger and said, "No, you can't just plead guilty like this. As long as you don't plead guilty, they can't do anything to you. I don't believe that Li Shimi really dares to torture Eve. I can't gamble. I can't watch Eve being bullied." William sighed, scenes flashing through his eyes. "Eve followed me when I just opened a sales company with a market value of several million. When I was frustrated, it was Eve who never tired of comforting me. When Annie and the Lynn family targeted her again and again, it was Eve who angrily found them to argue. I owe Eve too much, and I can't let her suffer humiliation because of me." He shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "Now that things have come to this, there is nothing more to say. I'll give you a credit, and I'll turn myself in." "No," Li Qitian roared. "I don't know what to say to you. Every time you encounter a woman, you lose your composure. Annie is the same. Eve is the same. Every time for a woman, you are willing to disregard your own safety. Can't you just be more sober? Isn't it just a woman? There are plenty of women in the world, and you only have one life. You can't waste a few years in prison for nothing." William's eyes flashed with disappointment. "I'll turn myself in. At most, I'll be in prison for a few years." "How many years?" "It's not that simple," Li Qitian said angrily. "Have you heard of General Yu? He organized underground forces and beat up enemies at their homes. He was sentenced to 15 years and is still in prison. The man behind Anthony wants to kill you, and he will definitely find ways to increase your sentence. If you don't handle it well, you will be sentenced to life imprisonment. Don't be impulsive this time. Don't worry about Eve for now. I'll contact someone to see if I can rescue Eve first. It's too late. William shook his head and sneered. Lishimi has already taken her to the interrogation room, and she might be preparing to torture her now. If I don't plead guilty, it will be too late. Chi-Chien, listen to me. Go find Lishimi right now and tell her that I have confessed my crime. Ask her not to interrogate Eve. You're crazy. You're really crazy. Li Chi-Tien was about to collapse, holding his head and yelling, "Do you have to go to this extent just for a woman? First of all, she is more than just a woman. She is the woman I love deeply." William was unusually calm and said word by word, "Secondly, I am calm now." As he spoke, he glanced outside the cell, and a fleeting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 202 Yang Panli. You're fucking crazy. Li Chi-Chien pointed at William and said angrily, "I can't send my own brother to jail. Just stay here. Even if I have to lose this hat, I will stop Li Shimi." After that, he suddenly pushed the door open and said angrily, "Xiao Zeng, keep an eye on him. Don't let him out no matter what." But he stopped abruptly halfway through his words, because he saw that the corridor was full of soldiers armed with live ammunition. There was also a man with a tall and mighty figure, a stern and gloomy face, who looked somewhat similar to Eve and was about 30 years old. The military rank on the man's shoulder strap made Li Chi-Tien feel like a mountain was pressing down on him. Eve, who was crying with red eyes. When Li Chi-Tien saw this scene, he felt his legs trembling and he almost fell to his knees. But his remaining rationality made him raise his hands obediently. He looked at the man with horror in his eyes and recognized his identity. Yang Panlei, the biological son of the Grand Commander of the Southern Wasteland War Department and the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Southern Wasteland, holds important power in the War Department and can scare many important figures to pee with just a stomp of his feet. How'd he get here? Wrong. Li Chi-Tien suddenly looked at Eve with a look of horror on his face. Eve, Panlei. Could Yang Panlei be Eve's biological brother? Thinking of this, his eyes were full of disbelief and his jaw almost hit the ground. My best friend's girlfriend is the biological daughter of the Grand Commander of the Southern Wilderness War Department. Definitely the top second generation. Yang Panlei glanced at him coldly and said, "You acted well." Then he strode into the cell. Li Chi-Tien's mind went blank and his face was filled with shock. Was he acting good? What's the meaning? He suddenly recalled the roar in the cell just now, and the scene where William would rather spend several years in prison than let Eve get hurt, and shouted that he would surrender himself. A terrible idea suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that William already knew Eve's identity and also knew that Yang Panlei was outside just now? William just acted out by him? Am I the only one who is ignorant like a fool? Meanwhile, inside the cell, William heard the noise outside. A fleeting smile appeared on his lips. He guessed it right. Having lived my life over again, I already knew that Eve's family background was not simple. Ever since Lishimi forcibly took Eve away, he realized that Eve's background would definitely take action. Lishimi, this poisonous snake, is dead. When he heard the noise outside suddenly disappear, he realized that Eve's family had brought people here. That's why he was so obsessed with turning himself in and going to jail in exchange for Eve's safety. The purpose is to leave a good impression on Eve's family. At least, let the Yang family know that he would rather give everything for Eve. He did this not out of hypocrisy, but because he had to. If he really wants to be with Eve, he must conquer her arrogant and powerful family members. But I heard Yang Panlei say the acting was good. His expression changed slightly. I didn't expect Eve's family to find out. At this time, Yang Panlei and Eve also walked in. Eve threw herself on William and hugged him tightly. "Why are you so stupid? How could you be so stupid? You're going to spend years in jail just to keep me from being bullied. You're so stupid. So what if I get bullied for a while? As long as I can keep you safe, I am willing to be interrogated by that female officer." William also hugged her tightly, tears in his eyes. "I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Don't cry. Your face will look ugly if you cry. Don't cry, don't cry." William comforted her like he was comforting a child until she calmed down. "Who is this?" William looked at Yang Panlei respectfully. "Hello, I am William, the chairman of Lingyun Group, and also Eve's friend. This is my brother." Eve began. Yang Panlei interrupted coldly. "Don't explain, this guy's already guessed it. Maybe he knew at the moment we appeared in the cell corridor. He was just acting for you and me. How could such a shrewd businessman like him spend several years in jail just for a woman? Chapter 203. One level suppresses another. Eve shook her head. Impossible. I never told him about my family. He can't possibly know your identity. He is very smart. Young Panley said in a deep voice. Much smarter than I thought. Boy, I like people as smart as you. William frowned and said in panic, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. But thank you for saving Eve. Otherwise, I can't imagine what kind of torture she would have suffered. When he heard Yang Panley's words, he panicked for a moment. Yang Panley is not bragging about himself. Most people who lack self-control would proudly admit it when hearing the brother-in-law praising him in this way, in order to show off their intelligence and prove that they are worthy of Eve. But he could tell that Yang Panley was deceiving him. If you like to show off, you will nod and admit that you are smart. This is also a disguised admission that he was just acting. William intently. Seeing that there was no abnormality on William's face, he snorted coldly. Let's go. Several soldiers armed with guns surrounded them and pulled William away. Yang Panley also grabbed Eve's hand. Let's go. No, I want to stay with him. Eve struggled. Eve, you know that struggling will only make your father angrier. Yang Panley said coldly. Be obedient. Maybe he will soften his heart. Eve gave up struggling in despair, looked at William and said, You must be well and wait for me. After saying that, he was dragged away by Yang Panley. William stood there in a daze, his eyes full of Eve's beautiful face. He had anticipated this scene. I just didn't expect it to appear so soon. Although I had prepared myself mentally for a long time, I still couldn't handle it when it came. Li Qitian sighed and patted William on the shoulder. Eve was born into such a family. It is her luck, but also the misfortune of both of you. Just look at it more positively. Her family is one of the top families in the entire Dragon Country. You can't afford to provoke them. William was silent for a moment, then said calmly, Maybe. Let's go. You should be acquitted. Li Qitian took a deep breath and said after surviving the disaster. Fortunately, Eve's family took action, otherwise I really thought you were doomed. Let's go. William nodded and took a deep breath. I was born in a very humble family, and my family situation is so complicated. Eve was born into a top powerful family. Her family would definitely not agree with me being with her. Now that things have happened, difficulties are now before us. Complaining about yourself is only the behavior of the weak. All I can do is to keep getting stronger until I can be recognized by the Yang family. With his experience of living a second life, he can even be looked up to by the Yang family. When we arrived at the police station lobby, it was already full of police officers. The police officers who usually act in a domineering manner were trembling at this moment. There were more than a dozen military green tanks parked in the police station square opposite the hall. There is also an Audi A8. Eve and Yang Panley got into the car under the sharp gazes. A bald old man opened the car door for them, held it, and bowed as he saw them off. Li Qitian whispered beside William. This old man is the mayor of our Nanzhou city. He is the most powerful person in Nanzhou. But in front of the Yang family, it is just a stronger ant. William's eyes were calm, but still contained a hint of horror. The mayor of Nanzhou, who is usually high and mighty, is so humble in front of Yang Panley. Just like Yang Panley's bodyguard, the Yang family is so terrifying. After seeing off the mighty chariot, the mayor returned to the police station, and his momentum was instantly restored. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Li Qitian coldly. Severe punishment, Li Shimi. After saying that, he turned and left without saying another word. The police officers all nodded and bowed with respectful looks on their faces. Li Qitian hurriedly trotted forward, helped the mayor open the door of the A6, held the door, and bowed and nodded to see him off. Only after the vehicle was out of sight did Li Qitian wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly walk back to William. Li Qitian put his hands behind his back again and said coldly to the police officers under him, Just do what you need to do. The police officers nodded and bowed, then quickly dispersed. William saw this scene, shook his head, and smiled. One level suppresses another. Chapter 204. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? On the other side, the second sister Lynn the third sister Lynn Keshin, and Anthony were sitting in the car, looking at the traffic police who were blocking the road in front of them with shock. There were also chariots passing by in the distance. This seems to be coming from the direction of the police station. Lin Kerr took a deep breath. What happened in Nanzhou? Why did so many tanks suddenly come? It must be something big, Otherwise, how could so many cars come at once? Lynn Keshin said in shock. For normal things, 3 or 4 cars would be enough. There definitely wouldn't be more than 10. Oh my God, are they going to arrest Brother William? Anthony thought to himself, with a panicked expression on his face. What should I do? Are they really going to shoot Brother William? TSK. Just him. Lynn Cooker said with disdain. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Is this useless thing worthy of so many chariots to catch? Maybe Brother William did something impulsive when he learned that his secretary was interrogated? Anthony took a breath. His heart was already blossoming with joy. With just a little trick, he could kill William. Just William, you are still too young to fight with me. He had planned step by step and had already plotted to kill William. First, he passively took the beating. Then he contacted his backers and then used a trick to forcibly interrogate Lee Shimmy, forcing William to lose his temper. If William gets mad, he will do whatever it takes to get those Black Wolf brothers who haven't been caught to surround the police station. Maybe these chariots are here to subdue William. Hearing this, Lin Kier and Lin Keshin looked panicked. No way. If it's true, then William is dead, right? It might be possible. If William took Li Qitian's gun, I don't even dare to think about it. He's not going to die, is he? Anthony sat up straight and looked into the distance. The road is open. Let's go to the police station. Maybe it's not because of Brother William. After all, he doesn't have the ability to have so many chariots come to catch him. That's true. He's a loser, so he might not dare to lose his temper. Second Sister Lynn Cooper said disdainfully. I beat him up until his face was covered in blood, and he knelt on the ground begging for my forgiveness. How could such a coward be so impulsive because of secretary? Indeed, Lynn Keshin agreed deeply. Before, just a look from me was enough to scare him so much that he dared not speak. It's a pity that bitch Eve instigated him. Now he's not afraid of us. Indeed, it's too much, Anthony said righteously. How could he do that? It's all his own fault that he has fallen to this point. Oh, I feel really sad for him. Haha, I guess Eve can't stand the interrogation anymore and confessed William's evidence. Lynn Cooker sneered. Then William's guilt is proven. When he sees us later, he might even kneel down and beg us to save him. Haha, we are happy to think that he is kneeling down to beg us like a dog. Lynn Keshin was very proud. We asked him to hand over 60% of the shares, but he still refused to do so. Now, even if he wants to hand over the entire Lingyun group, he has to beg us to accept it. Oh, why is he so stupid? Anthony looked regretful, but he was already very happy in his heart. If he kneeled down and begged us, I'm afraid we would really relent and let him go. Lin Ku'er and Lin Keshin looked at each other and said in unison, Impossible. Ziwu, don't be too kind. Lin Ku'er taught him. It's your kindness that hurt you. William dared to attack you recklessly. That's right. Since he is unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. Lin Keshin sneered. The vehicle drove into the police station. Lin Ziwu and the other two walked towards the police station lobby with joy and anticipation on their faces, eager to see William begging for mercy in a servile manner. Chapter 2:05 This shouldn't happen. But as they walked, the three of them stood there in disbelief, because they saw William and Li Qitian standing at the door of the police station chatting and laughing. The police officers on the side were all busy with their own things and did not dare to disturb the two. The three of them were stunned. Shouldn't William be in the holding cell by now? Eve was forcibly interrogated and confessed the truth. Shouldn't William have stayed in the detention room? Why can he chat and laugh with Li Qitian outside now? Could it be that Eve didn't tell me that he is fine? The second sister Lin Kuer asked in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Anthony's eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth and said angrily, There's no way he's okay. Clearly, that person had already promised me and had also contacted the provincial police headquarters to take action. If such a big shot takes action, even if William has omnipotent abilities, he will be sentenced to jail. Not to mention that he also tricked Li Shimmy into forcing Eve to interrogate her. Eve is a little girl, and she definitely cannot withstand the torture and will definitely confess the truth. With the double protection, there is no way William will be okay. Lin Ku'er and Lin Keshin were both surprised to see Anthony so excited. On weekdays, Anthony is gentle, considerate, and rarely gets angry. And just now, Anthony kept saying he was worried about William. Were you so anxious when you heard that William might be okay? Could it be that Anthony also wants William to go to jail, and that what he said just now about speaking for William was all lies? Lin Kier suddenly felt a little scared. Anthony, what's wrong with you? I'm happy for Brother William. The panic on Anthony's face flashed away, and he said weakly, but I don't believe he can be okay. If only he were okay. I feel like Li Qiqian used his power to force William out, right? Lin Kuer frowned and said, is Li Qiqian crazy? He just became the head of the bureau, but he is so lawless. Lin Keshin was shocked. The evidence against William is conclusive, and there's also the provincial investigation team. How dare he let William go? Isn't he worried about being blamed? Anthony heard this. The panic in his heart disappeared without a trace. Now it seems that this is the only explanation. If Li Qiqian was really crazy and let William go at all costs, then things would be easier to handle. He could get the people behind the scenes to take action and even take care of Li Qiqian. Kill two birds with one stone. He was originally worried about how to kill William's good brother Li Qiqian. Now is the perfect opportunity for him. Let's go. Let's go over and ask clearly. Lin Kuer sneered. I want to see how brave Li Qiqian is. He actually dares to disregard the law and forcibly let William go. Several people looked at each other, nodded, and walked towards William and Li Qiqian. But at this moment, several police officers suddenly walked out of the police station, walked up to Li Qiqian, said a few words, and then rushed towards Anthony and others. Anthony and others looked shocked. Why are they coming towards us? Anthony's eyes were a little panicked. Is Li Qiqian so bold as to arrest us? Lin Kuer said in disbelief. As relatives, there's nothing wrong with us coming to visit. He has no reason to arrest us. Lin Keshin said confidently, but the police officers rushed over and took them down without any separation. And they put handcuffs on him directly. The three of them panicked. What are you going to do? Why are you arresting us? Let me go, let me go. But the police officers didn't dare to do that. They forcibly pulled their hands and brought them to Li Qiqian. Li Qiqian and William looked at each other with a teasing look on their faces. What a coincidence. William sneered. See you again. Why are you handcuffed? This shouldn't be the case. Chapter 206. You are the bastard. Lin Kuer got angry when she heard this. You know you shouldn't do this? Hurry up and uncuff us and let us go. She kicked hard, trying to kick William, but was stopped by a police officer nearby. Lin Keshin screamed, William, you know you shouldn't do this? It's you who should be handcuffed, not us. Aren't you still in detention? Why are you able to stand here? Anthony looked up, also looking shocked. In his mind, William and Li Qiqian were probably crazy. I want to do it to him regardless of the consequences. He gritted his teeth and decided to give in. Brother William, what are you doing? We are a family. How did you let Chief Li arrest us? A family? William sneered. You an adopted stray dog. Are you worthy of being my family? Bah, Anthony, you are just a bastard who doesn't even want his own parents. Don't try to get close to me. I find it disgusting. These words came out. Anthony was so angry that he trembled all over. William's words had completely touched his reverse scale. What he hated most was when others said he was a bastard and that he was adopted by the Lin family. In his heart, he had completely regarded himself as a member of the Lin family. He roared, You are the bastard. You are. I have parents and a sister who love me. But you are the bastard that no one wants. William sneered, his eyes flashing with anger, and glanced at Li Qiqian. Li Qiqian said coldly, Slap your face. As soon as the words fell, the police officer who was holding Anthony immediately swung his hand and slapped Anthony hard in the face. Snap! Snap! In just a few moments, Anthony was beaten black and blue, his nose was bleeding, his hair was disheveled, and he was howling like a wild dog. Lin Kuer and Lin Keshin were furious. Are you crazy? Tell him to stop now. You bastard. How dare you hit Anthony's brother? I'm not done with you. Li Qiqian gave the police officer a look, and he put his hand down. Anthony's eyes were already red as he stared at Li Qiqian. His remaining rationality prevented him from going crazy. He just stared at William and the other man and said angrily, Do you know what you're doing? Chief Li, William is a prisoner now. If you release him without permission, do you know what the consequences will be? We are innocent, but you let the police handcuff us and beat us. Have you ever thought about the consequences? If you don't let us go, we will go to the provincial capital to file a complaint against you. Lin Kuer also screamed, Chief Li, William is crazy, so forget it, but why are you going crazy with him? Don't you want your hat off? Let us go. Let's just pretend this never happened. Lin Keshin said angrily, William, I advise you not to be ungrateful. While we still treat you as a family member, don't do anything too extreme. If you go back to your cell now, you might be able to get leniency. Hearing this, William couldn't help laughing, and he laughed very loudly. Anthony and the other two looked furious. William was filled with anger and said in a cold voice, "You three still have a nerve to call me my family? Huh? You should never, ever plot against Eve. She is clearly innocent, but in order to kill me, you even applied for a forced interrogation of her. Do you still have any conscience? Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust." Hearing this, Anthony and the other two sneered and did not take William's words seriously at all. In their opinion, William was just released by Li Qiqian using his power. Once the big shots above investigate, both William and Li Qiqian will be finished. Lynn Keshin sneered, "You should worry about yourself first. You're now a criminal who organizes underground forces and gathers people to beat people." William sneered, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that the case has been solved and I have been acquitted. And you, the Lynn family, must be arrested by the police for false accusations and slander. As for that dog Anthony, he led people to beat up the people in the orphanage and also smash the orphanage. I'm afraid he will go to jail." Chapter 207 Happy Li Qiqian. When these words were spoken, Anthony and the other two were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces, and they totally didn't believe what William said. After all, the evidence of William's crime was solid, and Eve was also forcibly interrogated. William be okay? But why are they the ones who have problems? Bullshit, bullshit. Lin Kuer pointed at William and cursed. "You are lying. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. You are the one who should be arrested, not us. Don't be afraid. He's just trying to scare us." Lin Keshin also said angrily, "William, don't you think you're ridiculous? It's obviously you who should go to jail, but you say it's us who should be arrested. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because of Li Qiqian?" Lin Ziwu also sneered, "Brother William, I think you're crazy." He was certain in his heart that William definitely did not have such a powerful background. Even if he has a background, he is definitely no match for his background. Although the title of chairman of the 10 billion yuan group is intimidating, it really means nothing in the top circles of Nanzhou and the provincial capital. William looked at the three people's stubborn appearance and sneered, "Take them away. It makes me upset just looking at them. They won't cry until they see the coffin. They won't believe it until they are thrown into jail." Li Qiqian said disdainfully, "Catch him and wait for his fate." Several police officers pushed Lin Ziwu and the other two towards the police station. The three of them looked horrified and incredulous, and cursed in panic. "What are you doing? Have you thought about the consequences? Damn you bastards, let us go. How dare you do such a thing? I will never forgive you in my life." The voices of the three people gradually faded away. Li Qiqian sneered, "I really don't understand why these idiots have to go against you. They beat a good hand of cards into pieces. If I had a good son or brother like you, I would have been overjoyed and treated you like a treasure. They took advantage of you and even cursed at you, and even wanted to take away your assets." William sneered and nodded. That's right, good son." Li Qiqian gave a wicked smile. "You grandson." William was so angry that he laughed. At this time, he was still trying to take advantage of him. "Stop talking nonsense. Send someone to arrest the rest of the Lin family. If they dare to provoke me, then let them learn a lesson. Even if we can't put them in jail, we should keep them in the police station for as long as possible. Of course, we have sent people to catch him," Li Qiqian said with an arrogant smile. "I can't even imagine how funny their expressions will be. I clearly wanted to put you in jail, but you ended up going to jail yourself. Ha 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 ha. Brother, I have wanted to help you get revenge for a long time. Even if you were just the deputy director, it is easy to cause trouble for the Lin family. But before, you were like a cow, working hard without complaint and accepting beatings and scoldings. I didn't even want to acknowledge you as my son anymore. I couldn't bear it before." William took a puff of cigarette and said coldly, "I didn't expect that the Lin family could be so heartless. I thought they just wanted my money, but later I realized they wanted my life. In that case, I will kill them first." Li Qiqian laughed heartily, looking very happy. Today was the happiest day for him, so he couldn't help but lose his composure a little. "After all, I almost had a mental breakdown these days because of William's arrest. Let's go. I want to take a look at Li Shimi," Li Qiqian said happily. "I'm curious about how interesting her expression is right now. A few hours ago, he was showing off to me and even wanted to take me down by force. Hee. Let's see how I deal with her now." Chapter 208 Are you trying to trick me? William nodded, and thinking back to Li Shimi's ugly face, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. If Eva's family had not arrived in time, Li Shimi would have tortured Eve. No matter what the reason is, I will not forgive her. On second thought, I'm afraid Eve's family will try to make her life a living hell. There was no time for me to make a move. Came into a prison cell. Li Shimi's hair was disheveled, and her police uniform had been stripped off, leaving only a white shirt and police pants. She sat in the corner with a look of despair on her face, blood dripping from her face. It was obvious that he'd been beaten badly just now. When she saw the two people coming in, Li Shimi showed a look of despair on her face. He was completely different from the arrogant person he was just now. If she knew Eve had such a powerful background, she would never dare to do this. Now, not only did he offend a big shot, but he also violated the rules and forced the interrogation, giving others an advantage. Eve's brother to kill herself. Li Qiqian walked up to her, kicked her hard, and said with a smug look on his face, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now show me how arrogant you are. You're still talking about arresting me by force. Do you have the ability to do that?" You. Li Shimi rolled over after being kicked, and she got up in a panic, staring at Li Qiqian. "I advise you not to be a mean person. If you can't kill me this time, I will stare at you to death in the future." "You still want a future?" William sneered. "I'm afraid you don't have a future." "You?" Li Shimi was shocked, but when she thought of Yang Panlei's military rank, she trembled with fear. "Maybe I really have no future," Li Qiqian said sarcastically. "I really don't know how you dare to touch my good brother's woman." And they dared to break the rules and forcibly interrogate her. She's really brave. No wonder she's called the female venomous snake. It's a pity that she hit a wall this time. Don't say these useless things. You're just villains trying to get what you want, Li Shimi said coldly. William sneered. "It's really useless. I just want to know, how could you be so stupid as to be used by the Lynn family? They asked you to interrogate by force, so you interrogated by force. Are you a pig?" "You shut up." Li Shimi wanted to slap herself twice when she thought of this. This was such a stupid thing to do. If I hadn't taken risks, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Haha, you are so stupid. You believe the Lin family's lies. Li Qiqian continued to sneer. What's the result? The Lin family is still living a life of debauchery, and you are miserable. Maybe I'll spend the rest of my life in jail. You shut up, Li Shimi said angrily. Li Qiqian, William, the way you look so successful is really disgusting. But I don't think you're stupid enough to be taken advantage of. William said slowly. Did someone promise you something? Alas, for a little benefit, I sacrificed my whole life. Li Qiqian shook his head and sighed. What a pity before this, I admired you very much. Now, I just think you're stupid. What did others promise you that made you target William without any grudge against him? Li Shimi's face was full of regret. For mere promotion, for mere backer, for mere performance. She mercilessly killed a stranger. She shouldn't do this, neither morally nor logically. But she was overwhelmed at that time. At this moment, she suddenly reacted and said angrily, Are you trying to trick me? Thinking of this, her back was immediately soaked with cold sweat. William, forcibly for personal gain, I would be dead. This not only offended Eve's family, but also the big shot in the provincial police station. Eve's family is from the combat system, while she is from the police system. It is a little difficult for them to deal with her. But it would be easy for the big shot in the police station to kill him. William and Li Qiqian looked at each other and saw sarcasm in each other's eyes. Chapter 209, Lin Family Gathers. William smiled but said nothing. But Li Qiqian smiled sarcastically and said, You just realized it now? Li Shimi, you have been a police officer for so many years in vain. Your anti-detection awareness is so poor. Li Shimi's face turned pale and blue, and she stared at Li Qiqian with resentment. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, Li Qiqian, how can you be so mean? You took advantage of my emotional breakdown to trick me. You still know how to take advantage of someone's broken mood to get information out of him? Li Qiqian laughed. It seems that you have a bright mind now. It's too late. He took out the recorder from his pocket. Based on what you just said, it can be concluded that the Lin family used you to force you to interrogate Eve without following the procedures. The Lin family is finished this time. Even if they can't go to jail, they will be detained in the police station for a period of time. William's mouth curled up into a sneer. The vicious appearance of the Lin family emerged in his mind, and his eyes were full of coldness. It is far from enough to have the Lin family detained by the police. Since they want to kill me, I will make them live a life worse than death after I am safe and sound. Li Shimi regained her composure. She didn't care about the life or death of the Lin family. She cared more about her own life or death. She gritted her teeth and said, Li Chi-chien, since we are colleagues, please don't be so ruthless. If you help me this time, I promise that I will be at your disposal for the rest of my life. You are in prison. How can I order you around? Li Chi-chien said with a disdainful smile. Li Shimi, don't struggle. You're lucky to be alive after offending such a big shot. Let's go. He patted William's shoulder. Don't waste time talking to this woman. Let's go greet the new guests. William knew who the new guest was and nodded. The two came to the lobby of the police station. I saw a middle-aged couple being dragged into the police station. The two people were Maria and Robert. When they saw William and Li Chi-tien, they were both dumbfounded, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Like Anthony and others, they simply did not believe that William would be acquitted. Everyone thought that Li Chi-tien used his power to help William settle personal grudges. You beast! Hurry up and ask Chief Lee to let us go. Maria shouted. Hurry up, or I'll slap you in the face. You beasts, I think you're crazy. You even dare to catch me and your mother. Robert is also very angry. William and Li Chi-tien just smiled and looked at the two of them, not even bothering to speak. Seeing the two men like this, Robert and his wife became even more furious. Li Chi-tien simply waved his hand. Let their family be reunited. William nodded indifferently. With that, Robert and Maria were taken to a larger cell. Met Lin Ziwu and two others. The five people looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Maria stopped shouting. She was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Anthony and the others in disbelief. You guys? Why are you here too? Dad, Mom. Why are you here too? Anthony cried. Brother William is going too far. He can't do anything to you. Brother William, if you have anything to say, come to me. My parents and sisters are innocent. What on earth are you trying to do, you beast? Robert roared. You are so lawless. You even dared to attack your parents. You have such a cruel heart. Hurry up and let us all out. Believe it or not, we will confess all the evidence of your crimes. Maria also said angrily. Li Chi-tien looked at the crazy looks of the few people and said gloomily, Shut up. Do you know what crime you have committed? They framed, spread rumors, slandered, and instigated public officials to forcibly interrogate Eve. Even if you're not sentenced to jail for this crime, you will still be detained for 15 days. When the Lynn family heard this, they were horrified. Impossible, absolutely impossible. William is obviously guilty. How come we are guilty now? Let us out now, or you will be in trouble. Li Chi-tien shook his head and sneered. You won't cry until you see the coffin. He shouted angrily. Come in, interrogate each of you one by one, and make you sign your names. Chapter 210. Sit and wait. As soon as these words were spoken, more than a dozen police officers walked in with serious expressions and took the Lynn family away one by one. The Lynn family struggled in anger, pointing at William and Li Chi-tien and cursing. But after being hit by a baton, they all became obedient. Li Chi-tien and William sat in the office, waiting for the results of the interrogation of the Lynn family. Li Chi-tien sighed and said, The Lynn family is definitely in trouble this time. After such a long time, your revenge has finally been taken. It's all thanks to your powerful girlfriend, otherwise I wouldn't have this ability. Thinking of the Lynn family, William just felt disgusted and said lightly, Don't mention them. But this time it's really thanks to Eve, otherwise I really don't know how to save myself. I don't know how Eve is doing now. What else can she do? You should worry about yourself. Li Chi-tien scolded with a smile. She is the daughter of the Southern Wilderness Grand Commander. She must be going back to the provincial capital to see her parents. With her family's background, she has everything. Are you still worried that she's not happy? If I were her, I would be so happy that I would travel abroad every day instead of working so hard here. William also smiled. I hope so. She must have suffered a lot following me all these years. It must be hard. Li Chi-tien cursed in frustration. As a top lady, I have suffered for several years following a bastard like you. Not only is it hard, but I am also jealous. She must be so upset watching you licking Annie and the Lynn family like a dog every day. If I were her, I would have abandoned you, you bastard, and gone home to live comfortably as a young lady. William remained silent, feeling full of self-blame. If the Yang family intervenes, it will be a luxury for me to see Eve again, unless his status rises quickly to the point where he can attract the attention of the Yang family. Otherwise, the Yang family would look down on me. I just feel like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Aren't you going to go find her? Li Chi-tien said in a deep voice. When you were pursuing Annie before, weren't you a dog? You even stayed at her door and begged her to come out. You should hurry to the Yang family in the provincial capital right now. Stay outside their house and beg to see Eve. Perhaps the Yang family will reluctantly agree to your relationship because of your deep affection for Eve. William knew that Li Qiqian was joking and smiled bitterly. Don't make fun of me. I did do a lot of stupid things before. If I continue to look for Eve, I'm afraid the Yang family will only look down on me even more. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Li Qiqian said anxiously. What if the Yang family arranges a marriage for Eve and marries her off? William said calmly. You know me, I won't sit still and wait for death. I also know Eve. She will wait for me. The Yang family cannot be judged by common sense. A family of their level has no feelings at all, only interests. Only when I grow up can they look up to me. William helplessly sighed and said nothing more. He paused and said, the Lynn family will definitely be detained, but for now, Anthony can only be detained because the evidence is not complete. I guess that kid will never admit it. You need to find the director of the orphanage and have them come to the scene to identify Anthony. The two talked for a long time, wanting to make a concerted effort to send Anthony to jail. At this time, a police officer walked in. Chief, the investigation results are out. Robert and Maria confessed to the crime. But Anthony only admitted to framing William and refused to admit that he had led others to beat the orphans. Okay, let's go and take a look. Li Qiqian stood up and looked at William with a smile. Now let's see what the Lin family has to say. William nodded, stood up, and walked towards the holding room with Li Qiqian. At this time, the Lin family members were as hopeless as death, sitting in the detention room with a look of disbelief on their faces. Everyone looked at each other, but no one could say a word. The police officer told them the truth. It's not that William and Li Qiqian are taking personal revenge, but it was because Eve's background was so terrifying that William was acquitted. And dealing with them is just a matter of following the law. It wasn't that Li Qiqian was targeting them intentionally. They didn't dare to make a fuss. They just admitted defeat and signed a confession letter. After all, the facts and evidence were laid out, and he was only detained for 15 days. If we resist stubbornly, it will probably take more than 15 days. Just then, William and Li Qiqian appeared in front of the iron railings. Chapter 211, No one wants to cooperate with an ungrateful person. When the Lin family saw William, they all had complicated expressions and didn't know what to say. Just a few hours ago, they were determined to send William to jail. Just now I thought William and Li Qiqian were crazy. But after a short while, he was clearly accused of defamation and instigating public officials, and he pleaded guilty. The offense and defense changed, and they were the ones who had to go to jail, while William was fine. They were in extremely complicated emotions, and there was despair in their eyes. Anthony sat in the corner with a resentful look in his eyes, staring at William. He could never have imagined that his carefully planned plan would be ruined because of a small secretary. If Eve was just an ordinary person, William would definitely be dead this time. William narrowed his eyes, glanced at the depressed Lin family, and said calmly, This time, I will teach you a lesson. Since you are my biological relatives, I will not attack you as long as you do not provoke me in the future. From now on, we are just passers-by. Robert, in 15 days, bring your household registration book to Ling Yun Group to find me. You and I will officially sever our parent-child relationship. As soon as these words were spoken, the Lin family instantly lost their composure. If William, who was about to be sentenced to prison, had said such words a few hours ago, they would have been more than happy. But now it's different. They're the ones who will be detained by the police. They also hoped that William would help them out of family affection. After all, life in the detention center is not easy, as everyone there is a vicious and cruel person. People like them who live a life of luxury will at least lose a layer of skin if they go in. William looked at the expressions of the Lin family and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. As he expected, the Lin family still wanted to play the emotional card. In his previous life, he was the chairman of a billion-dollar group, but was burdened with huge debts by them and committed suicide by jumping off a building. Everyone here is the executioner who killed me, and I can't really let them go. The reason for saying these things is that he just wants to devote himself to the development of the group, strive to gain the recognition of the Yang family as soon as possible, and not let Eve wait in vain. He didn't want the development of Ling Yun Group to be slowed down by the feud with the Lin family. Once you have a certain level of strength, you can easily wipe out the Lin family. But judging from the situation, the Lin family probably doesn't intend to let me go. As expected, Lynn snorted coldly. What you said really shows your concern for us. If you don't know, you would think that your parents owe you a lot. If it weren't for my parents, would you be where you are today? You ungrateful bastard. Yes, and it's not us who are causing trouble for you, but you just don't know how to be grateful. Lin Keshin's words were obviously unconfident. If you share the profits of Ling Yun Group with us, we won't bother to cause trouble for you. We are obviously a family. How can you control the entire Ling Yun Group while we can't get any benefit at all? Hearing this, William was so angry that he laughed. What an ungrateful bastard. Did Robert and his family raise me? Not all. If it weren't for the orphanage taking me in, I would have died a long time ago. Besides, I distributed the shares of Ling Yun Group to each of you, but you didn't cherish them and sold them. I've given you so many benefits, and you actually call me an ungrateful person. How ridiculous. Anthony said in a teasing tone. Brother William, you are going too far. Even if your parents didn't raise you, they at least gave birth to you, right? If you let the outside world know about this, you'll be scolded to death. I believe that many corporate and government leaders don't want to cooperate with an ungrateful person like you, right? William frowned when he heard this. Anthony said was right. No matter what the reason was, he broke off relations with the Lin family. In the eyes of outsiders, if you don't support your parents and help your family, you are a complete ungrateful person. If you meet the bosses of large companies, foreign companies, or official leaders in the future, they will all develop hostility towards you because of this incident. After all, in the business world, honesty and returns are most important, and ungratefulness is most taboo. No one wants to cooperate with an ungrateful person, and no one wants to help an ungrateful person. But after I explain it to them, they will understand me. But I don't have to explain it every time, right? Chapter 212. Yes, I am an ungrateful person. Seeing William was silent, the Lin family members' faces were filled with joy, and they all looked at Anthony with gratitude. Anthony was smart and immediately found William's weak spot. Indeed, as an entrepreneur, the most taboo thing is to have a bad reputation. If William doesn't help them, he will be dubbed an ungrateful person. Who would dare to cooperate with him in the future? Robert coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, "Shut up, we were wrong this time." William, with his weathered old eyes, and said earnestly, "William, Dad is sorry for you. Dad apologizes to you. But we are a family after all. If you don't help someone in need, you will probably be scolded by the outside world. Can you talk to Chief Lee and ask him to be flexible? We can pay a fine, but you can't detain us for 15 days. The Lin family members nodded one after another with expressions of approval. But his expression was not as arrogant as before. Now they need William's help, so they have to be humble. Maria sighed. It's a pity that I was so exhausted from the 10 months of pregnancy, and the son I gave birth to actually thinks of me as an enemy. I even watched myself being detained by the police for 15 days. William, for the sake of your mother's 10 months of pregnancy, please help everyone." William narrowed his eyes, his expression uncertain and hard to read. Anthony saw that there was a play, so he immediately decided to play the good cop. "Brother William, if you don't help us when we get out, we will definitely tell the people of Nanzhou that you are an ungrateful person who watched your relatives go to jail. Just help us. We promise we will never target you in the future." Li Qiqian looked at the hypocritical appearance of the crowd and felt sick, his eyes full of disgust. But he didn't stop it. He just wanted to watch the fun, because he knew that William would never be soft-hearted now. At this time, William raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I really underestimated your shamelessness. You tried to kill me, but failed. Instead, you ended up in jail for being too clever. You still have a nerve to ask me for help. It turns out that you are all shameless. Qiqian, have someone buy some wire brushes and check if their skin is really that thick. As thick as a city wall." Li Qiqian sighed. "Even I feel ashamed for them. If it were me, I would rather sit in jail than bring disgrace upon myself." The Lin family members were angry when they heard this. "It's just a small favor. You won't help? You beast. Even your parents begged you, but you remained unmoved. How can you be so cruel? Do you really want to be called an ungrateful person?" William thought about it and realized that with the advantage of having a second life, he could easily obtain strong capital. As long as you have enough strength and can give partners enough benefits, they will beg you to cooperate with you. Who would care about the stigma of being an ungrateful person? After figuring it out, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Yes, I am an ungrateful person. The title of Ungrateful Wolf is good. I like it. It's so domineering. Let's go and stop teasing them." "Let's go." Li Qiqian laughed. "You Lin family members are so cute. We will come to play with you when we have nothing to do." It's much more fun than playing with dogs. Seeing the two leave, the Lynn family members' faces turned pale. It turned out that William and Li Qitian had no intention of helping them from the beginning, but came to laugh at them. Their struggle just now made the two of them look like a big joke. On the other side, William and Li Qitian left the detention area. William said calmly, "It seems that it has been confirmed that the Lynn family has no other means, and the person behind Anthony has no intention of rescuing him. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go to the hospital to see the dean and Xiao Wei. Send someone to the hospital tomorrow to record a statement and try to get Anthony to spend a few years in jail." "Okay." Li Qitian nodded and said, "I've been annoyed with that bitch for a long time. Let him go to jail, and you'll have peace from now on." William drove his Mercedes-S out of the police station, feeling very happy. He drove straight to the suburbs and stepped on the accelerator to speed away. From the last life to now, the Lynn family has been feeling aggrieved for so long, and finally they have to pay a price. He also truly understood the mood of the poem. The horse gallops in the spring breeze, and I can see all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. As for the Lin family's threat to ruin his reputation, he thought about it for a moment and didn't take the threat seriously. With the advantage of living Second Life, he can easily obtain huge capital. As long as you have enough strength and can provide sufficient benefits to your partners, who would care about the stigma of being an ungrateful person? He sped all the way and really drove a long circle around Nanzhou. After calming down, it was already late, so he drove back to Eva's place. Opening the door, he spoke subconsciously, "Eve," but all he got in response was empty darkness. Chapter 213 becomes a laughing material. At the same time, at the Chow family mansion, a small banquet is being held. Although it was called a small banquet, there were more than 30 participants, all of whom were well-known figures in Nanzhou. Not just entrepreneurs, but also official leaders. And was among them, with a faint smile on her face and a spirited look. Originally, she was not qualified to attend such a banquet. But because of the surge in Sino-Salt Lake shares, Sioux Group's assets more than doubled. If all the shares of Sheena Salt Lake were sold, the market value would reach more than $2 billion. She did not mention the letter and the Salt Lake, but she vowed to others that the Sioux Group would recover a large sum of funds. Others did not believe it at first, but seeing that the shareholders of the Sioux Group were all in high spirits, they chose to believe that the Sioux Group really made a lot of money from somewhere, but it was just not convenient to say it. With a faint smile on her face, she toasted and chatted happily with the important figures. In her imagination, as long as the share price of Sino-Salt Lake rose to the ideal price, she would sell it immediately and get a large amount of funds. Then she started building her own business empire. With her abilities, she will surely be able to bring the Sioux Group's market value to over $10 billion in less than 10 years. William was released from prison more than a decade later. He was completely different from her. When William sees her, he can only lower his head and respectfully call her Ms. Sue. Thinking of this scene, Annette's smile widened. William rely on his wealth to boss me around? He also forced me to marry him and forcibly separated me and Anthony. He even beat Anthony in front of him, completely ignoring his own face. I'll wait for more than 10 years and see if William still dares to be arrogant in front of me. At this time, at the banquet, everyone talked about Lin Group. Someone lamented, "Mr. William Lin is a business genius, but unfortunately he was too impulsive and offended the wrong person." I heard that this time the big shot of the provincial police department personally spoke up and wanted to put William to death. "I'm afraid Lin Group is going to be gone." A noble lady snorted coldly. "Isn't this a matter of course?" William offended the Lin family, and most of the employees of Lin Group resigned. Later, there were a lot of incidents and hundreds of employees resigned. In the end, William was arrested by the police, and even Black Wolf and his men were arrested. Now the entire Lin Group is on the verge of collapse. Hearing this, his face was full of sarcastic smile. Zhang Fa, the third young master of the Zhang family, shook his head and laughed, mockingly saying, "When I asked him to cooperate with me, he fooled me. If he cooperates with my Zhang family, even if the big shots from the provincial police station want to kill him, my Zhang family has the ability to protect him. It's a pity that he is so blind and thinks he is so awesome." Everyone laughed. "You are still too young and don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. After all, he is only in his 20s, has an impetuous personality, and doesn't know how to advance or retreat. What a pity." As expected, the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Annie also sneered. "What's so regrettable? It's all his own fault." Everyone's eyes were suddenly focused on her. Zhang Fa said meaningfully. Miss Su, I remember you almost married him, right? Yeah. Annie nodded. Fortunately, I didn't get married, otherwise I would still be implicated by him now. Ha ha ha. Zhang Fa laughed loudly and said meaningfully. Of course, Miss Su is both talented and beautiful. She is the hope of the younger generation in Nanzhou. I heard that Miss Su led the Su group and made a lot of money. I heard that he made nearly 1 billion yuan. Is this true? As soon as these words came out, everyone's curiosity was immediately aroused, and they looked at Annie greedily. If they could find out how Annie made money, they would also like to get involved. Chapter 214, Just Being Used. Anne's face was full of pride. She glanced at the people who were eager to learn, and an unfathomable smile appeared on her face. Before this, these big shots had to ask for meetings themselves. They won't give me a good look. But now, they all waited obediently for me to speak. Mr. Su, please stop keeping us in suspense. If there is any good news, let's all make money together. Someone urged impatiently. Zhang Fa also nodded and was very curious about the fact that the Su group made a lot of money. Is there a new industry overseas? Annie shook her head and smiled. It's not convenient to talk about this kind of thing. A plan flashed in her eyes. How could such a thing be discussed in public? These people just think they are young and want to scare themselves to see if they can get some information out of them. Unfortunately, their plan failed. Although I am young, I'm not stupid. Everyone felt disappointed, but no one asked any further questions. After all, every company has its own secrets for making money. What's more, it's a secret that makes a lot of money. Annie smiled and said, why don't we talk about how to divide up Lingyun Group? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded. They came here today, under the organization of the Zheng family, to discuss cooperation in dividing up the Lingyun Group, because most of them belong to the Zheng family. Only Annie and Liao Liao are special, but they all once had deep cooperative relations with Lingyun Group. Zhang Fa narrowed his eyes and looked at Annie. Ms. Su, you are quite familiar with William. We want to hear your opinion. And thought for a moment and said, William is doomed to die. Lingyun Group only has Eve, a little secretary, to carry the banner. It is destined to be divided up. So everyone should start as soon as possible. Lingyun Group's battery industry and drone industry have very promising profitability and future development. Everyone nodded and motioned for Annie to continue. After all, everyone understood what she said. What they wanted to confirm was what arrangements William had made for Lingyun Group before he went to prison. Does William have any explanation for Lingyun Group? Will Lingyun Group be handed over to the Lynn family? Does he want to give you some of the shares of Lingyun Group? After hearing this, Annie finally understood. It turns out that it's not that I am good enough for this group of people, but that these people want to take advantage of me. After all, I just went to the police station and met William. This news must have been known to these people. Most of these people probably suspected that William had told them something and wanted to find out about me. Thinking of this, Annie's smug expression disappeared instantly, replaced by depression. It's not because of my excellence that I'm qualified to attend this banquet. It's still because of William. Damn William. Why can't I make these people pay attention to me? She gritted her teeth and said, I don't know what William has planned. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. They asked Annie to come over to find out some information. But Annie knew nothing. If I had known, I would not have let her get involved. Zhang Fa said with a fake smile, Miss Su, there is nothing to hide. You are here because we treat you as one of our own. If William wants to hand over Lingyun Group to you, we can help you take over Lingyun Group. Annie was speechless. You think too much. How could William hand over Lingyun Group to me? Everyone spoke hurriedly. Didn't Mr. Lin like you very much before? Yes. And he asked you to go to the police station to see him. He must have told you something, right? Is the reason why the Su Group made over 1 billion yuan because Mr. Lin transferred the assets to you? Annie was stunned. Only then did she realize that she and these people were talking about completely different things. It turned out that everyone thought that the money earned by the Su Group was assets transferred from William. A trace of anger suddenly appeared on her face, and she felt deeply frustrated. Chapter 215, Zheng Family's Plan. I thought I would be valued by the upper circles in Nanzhou and could officially become a member of that circle. I didn't expect that they just wanted to use me and couldn't see my abilities at all. She suppressed her anger and dissatisfaction and looked at everyone. If you don't value me, you will regret it later. As long as the matter of Shinha Salt Lake was exposed, the Su Group made a fortune. Only then will they realize that they have been making a fortune in silence. Zhang Fa's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Miss Sue, since William doesn't want to hand over Ling Yun Group to you, why did he suddenly ask you to meet him? What does he want to tell you? From what I understand, your relationship has always been bad, right? Why would he suddenly ask you to meet him? Annie's face turned ugly. It was obvious that he was questioning her and didn't take her seriously at all. Even if William told me something, do I need to tell them? They just wanted to get the latest information about Ling Yun Group from him. And shook her head, remembering William begging her, and sneered. He asked me to save him. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. It seems that William is really desperate and actually turns to In for help. You have to know that a person of Annie's level has no power to interfere in this matter. Then what did he promise you? Zhang Fei's eyes were full of impatience. It's impossible for you to save him for nothing, right? Annie couldn't help laughing when she said that. He said he owed me a big favor and would save my life in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed until tears came out. It turned out to be a blank check. Only a fool would believe it. How can Mr. Lynn be so naive? Isn't this just fooling fools? Then he might as well just wait to die. There was a flash of disgust in Annie's eyes, and she even wanted to find an excuse to leave. The people here just wanted to use her and didn't treat her as someone of the same level. It's more like treating her as a younger brother. Thinking of this, a hint of sadness flashed across her eyes. Before William fell out with me, the entire upper-class circles in Nanzhou looked up to me. But now, he doesn't take me seriously at all. Damn William. Why did he turn against me and make me fall into such a humble state? Zhang Fei shook his head and said in a commanding tone, Miss Sue, please excuse me for a moment to talk. After saying that, he walked straight out of the hall and went deeper into the villa. No one was surprised. Instead, they looked at and with mocking eyes. They knew exactly what Zhang Fei was going to say to Annie, and this was something they had planned long ago. In the reception room, Zhang Fei locked the door and looked at Annie with a playful expression. Annie frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Fei, who seemed like a different person. Boss Zhang, do you have any advice? Miss Sue, I am speaking to you on behalf of the entire Zhang family. Zhang Fei said proudly. You also know that although I am the third child of the Zhang family, I am the one who makes the decisions for the Zhang family. You can completely regard me as the entire Zhang family. What I say is what the Zhang family says. Of course, if you betray during the cooperation, you will also offend the entire Zhang family. Annie's face changed. Her eyes were filled with solemnity, but she was secretly delighted in her heart. It seems that the Zhang family still values me very much. Otherwise, why would they want to cooperate with me? Although he was only coveting Ling Yun Group, at least he was a key link. Zhang Fei continued. You can barely be considered William's ex-wife, and you were openly dating him for 3 years, which give you a lot of room for maneuver in the law. If William is sentenced to prison, my Zhang family will hire the best legal team to help you get the shares of Ling Yun Group. Besides, my Zhang family has a way to help you gain William's trust and make him think you can save him. Then you can use this opportunity to gradually have him transfer his shares to you. Chapter 216, Let Me See Your Sincerity. Anne's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but feel secretly delighted, her eyebrows dancing with joy. Thinking of Ling Yun Group, which once had a market value of 10 billion yuan, I think of Ling Yun Group's core technical accumulation and reputation in the industry. If he could control Ling Yun Group, he would become a big figure in the upper circles of Nanzhou. She suppressed her joy and couldn't help but said, Sure, you can help me with the lawsuit. I can forge evidence that I was with William and even slept with him. That's not enough. Zhang Fei sneered. We can forge evidence that you had an abortion for him and forge a marriage agreement. What? Annie was shocked. This can be forged? Will the judge believe it? Ha ha ha. The judge is one of ours. Zing Falaft. Besides, William would have been in prison by then. We could even arrange for someone to kill him, so we wouldn't be afraid that he would say these contracts and evidence were fake. There are many death row inmates who want to leave a large sum of money to their families and are willing to take on this kind of work. Anne's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she took a deep breath. As expected of the Zhang family, one of the big families in Nanzhou, their methods are truly terrifying. William may seem prosperous on the surface, but their strength is far inferior to that of such big families. Annie couldn't help getting excited when she thought about cooperating with the Zhang family and becoming a member of the Zhang family. But she still asked calmly, even if we file a lawsuit, we can't beat the Lynn family. After all, the Lynn family is William's blood relative. That's right. Zhang Fei lit a cigarette and squinted his eyes and said, To be honest, I went to the Lynn family first, but the Lynn family refused to share Ling Yun Group with me. so I found you. But it doesn't matter. I will do everything I can to make the Lynn family shut up. But to ensure everything goes well, you have to gain William's trust. Annie's pupils shrank. She didn't expect that the Zung family found the Lynn family first, and then the Lynn family refused, and then found her. Fortunately, the Lynn family refused, otherwise I would have missed such a good opportunity. She nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. But William is an old fox. I'm afraid it will be difficult to gain his trust, right? I have a way." Zung Fa sneered and said slowly, "I can use my connections to get you to bail him out for a day, giving him hope that you can save him. Anyway, with our relationship, we can continue to create hope for William. But he has been targeted by a big shot in the provincial capital, and he is doomed to die. We can only manipulate him to help you gain his trust." And only thought for a moment, then agreed without hesitation, "I can cooperate with you." In her eyes, the friendship she had in the orphanage was completely gone. Only greed for William's assets. Zung Fa found that she agreed and laughed out loud. "Then Miss Sue, you must have noticed some operating space. After you take over Lin Yun Group, how can you ensure that the Zung family can get what they want? If you turn hostile at that time, won't my Zung family become a clown?" And was stunned for a moment, then said with a firm look at her eyes, "I promise, I can swear and sign the contract." And up and down greedily, and said with a click of the tongue, "'Tis this, and no wonder William, that idiot, has been in love with her for so many years. She is indeed beautiful. With this figure, this skin, this mind, and she's a graduate student from abroad, and she's also a famous female CEO. I've never slept with such a beautiful woman." Annie's face changed, and she took a step back in horror. "Zung, Mr. Zung, what do you mean?" I have a boyfriend, and I love him very much." Zing Fa laughed loudly. "Anthony, that coward? What a waste. And he slept with White Dog's sister behind your back. You must know about this, right? And now that you've reached this level, do you still care about the morals that only the poor people would abide by? Come on, take off your clothes, and let me see your sincerity." Chapter 217, Original Flavor. As soon as these words came out, Annie's face suddenly changed, and she looked at Zung Fa in horror. She thought it was just a simple cooperation, but she didn't expect Zung Fa to want to have a relationship with her. After taking one look at Zung Fa, she only felt physical disgust. He is shorter than me, a bit fatter, and his facial features are extremely vulgar. She just felt sick at the thought of being slept with by such a person. After all, William and Anthony are both recognized as handsome guys, and her standards have long been very high. It is impossible to accept a wretched old man like Zung Fa. Zung Fa sneered. "Miss Sue, it seems that you are not sincere." "Mr. Zung, even if you sleep with me, I can't show any sincerity, right?" Annie said while forcing herself to calm down. "Look," Zung Fa sneered and pointed to the camera next to the money tree. "The whole process will be recorded. As long as you go back on your word, this video will be spread all over the country. Even if you took over the entire Lin Yun Group, you would be too embarrassed to see anyone. But don't worry, as long as you behave, this video will be sealed forever." "What?" Annie exclaimed. Not only did she have sex with Zung Fa, but the whole process was also recorded on video. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She could not accept such humiliation. "Boss Zung, you are going too far. Too much. Think about it. Were you capable of that deserves the Zung family's full support." Zung shouted angrily. "Miss Sue, do you want me to pee in front of you to see what qualifications you have? Others are begging to cooperate with my Zung family, but you are hesitant. Do you really think you're a White Lotus?" The bed video with Anthony was exposed at the wedding. "The whole circle in Nanzhou knows that you are a bitch. Isn't it just for you to sleep with me? Why are you pretending?" And was so frightened that she stepped back repeatedly, her face pale. The Zung family is worthy of being the Zung family. Their methods are so sinister. But when she thought of the scene of herself taking off all her clothes and entangled with Zung Fa, she couldn't help feeling disgusted. But if he doesn't agree, he will miss out on wealth and glory. Thinking of the value of Lin Yun Group, Annie fell into deep silence, with a conflicted look on her face. In fact, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had married William at that time, she would have slept with such a handsome man like William. She would not have lost anything, and she could have easily acquired Lin Yun Group. She would not have fallen to the point of being defiled by a disgusting man like Zung Fa, or even having a video of her humiliation filmed. Annie, what on earth were you pretending for? What are you still standing there for? Come, get in front of the camera and take off your clothes one by one. Zhang Fa forcibly grabbed Annie's shoulders and shouted, "Take off your clothes one by one, and then kneel down under me. Don't hesitate. I will also appear in the video, so I won't expose this video easily." Seeing Annie still hesitating, Zhang Fa reached out and prepared to forcibly tear off her satin top. "Isn't it just taking off clothes? Why are you so hesitant? I've had sex with at least 300 women, if not 500. Damn it, I know women's bodies better than they do themselves. You look the way you were supposed to look. You'll look like that even when you're naked." Although he said so, there was still unconcealable greed in his eyes. After all, Annie is different from those prostitutes. She has a high status and is the goddess of countless people. It is much more exciting to play with her. Annie couldn't help but scream and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Zhang, let me think about it, okay?" Seeing Zhang Fa was about to lose his temper, she quickly said, "Tonight, I will go to your room to find you tonight. I'm sweaty now, and I'm afraid I'll stink you up. It's better to have sweat. The beauty's sweat is fragrant and original." Zhang Fa found that Annie had compromised and couldn't help laughing. "Okay, I won't force you. After all, I still need your cooperation." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I need to prepare myself mentally for a while." Annie spoke sincerely, her face full of hesitation. In fact, she had already made up her mind and did not want to be ruined by Zhang Fa. After all, even if he didn't have Ling Yun Group, he could still squeeze into the upper-class circle with the help of Sheena's Salt Lake's explosion. But now we have to compromise and stabilize Zhang Fa. Otherwise, Zhang Fa may have to use force. "Let's go tonight and shoot an action movie," Zhang Fa said seriously. "After we finish shooting, we will start planning. Let's go." Everyone has been waiting outside for a long time. And so, Annie and Zhang Fa returned to the banquet hall. And with playful eyes, as if they knew what had happened between the two. Anne's face was filled with shame and anger, but she didn't dare to open her mouth to refute. Someone joked, "Mr. Zhang, this won't work. It's only been a short while, and it's already over." Chapter 218, this is not the most outrageous. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. Zhang angrily cursed. "What the hell? I'm still very strong, okay? Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll wait too long?" Everyone at the scene burst into laughter. I guess it's because Miss Sue is too charming that Mr. Zhang can't control himself. Of course not. Miss Sue's looks are among the best in Nanzhou. Not to mention she is so outstanding. I can't express my envy enough. Mr. Zhang is so happy, and greedily and frivolously, as if they were seeing through her clothes, the scene of and taking off all her clothes and kneeling in front of Zhang Fa. Annie was extremely ashamed and angry. She glared at Zhang Fa and said, "Mr. Zhang, why did you tell them about this? Have you ever considered my feelings?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then looked at Annie with disdain. "What's there to hide? We are all in this together. If you don't tell us about this, how can we help you? Boss Sue, are you still a child? What's wrong with this?" Zhang Fa also shouted in a deep voice, "Boss Sue, they are the key to helping you seize Ling Yun Group. If you don't give them enough trust, how dare they spare no effort to help you?" And nodded dumbly. Zhang Fa raised his glass and laughed. "Cheers. I wish you success this time." Everyone raised their glasses and laughed. In their eyes, Ling Yun Group is already in their pocket. At this moment, the eldest brother of the Zhang family rushed in, his face extremely panicked. "It's not good, it's not good. It's over now, how is this possible?" Everyone was surprised to see him so flustered. Annie also looked at the eldest brother of the Zhang family curiously. What on earth could have made the usually steady eldest brother of the Zhang family so panicked? It can't be possible that William was acquitted? "What's the matter, big brother?" Zhang Fa laughed and said, "Everyone is here, don't panic, be calm. Didn't the old man always teach us that we should remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of us?" Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Someone laughed and said, "And we have good news. Miss Sue has agreed to cooperate with us. I believe that it won't be long before Ling Yun Group will be in our hands." The eldest brother of the Zhang family flushed red and slapped his thighs heavily with both hands. What a calm guy. When the old man heard the news, he fell off his wheelchair. Now he has cardiac arrest and has been sent to the hospital. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sudden shock at the scene. It actually scared the steady old man of the Zhang family half to death. What exactly is so serious? What? The old man is in the hospital. Zhang Fa's face was full of anxiety. "That's really urgent. I'll go to the hospital right away." This isn't the most important thing, Zhang's eldest brother said in a panic. You don't think this is the only thing? What else? Zhang was stunned and couldn't help but ask, can you please tell me what's going on? Everyone looked anxious. The eldest brother of the Zhang family said in a trembling voice, Lynn, William. What's wrong with William? Zing farorod. Under everyone's anxious gaze. He was acquitted. The eldest brother of the Zhang family said in horror. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a depth bomb dropped among the crowd. William, acquitted? How is this possible? Really? Zhang Fa said in disbelief. How is this possible? Didn't we get news that someone at the provincial police headquarters wanted to kill him? There was an uproar at the scene. Yes, and the evidence is irrefutable. He must be dead. How could he be released? If they are released, what's the point of us cooperating? Wouldn't it be a waste of all our efforts? After he comes out, we will definitely not be able to take over Ling Yun Group. Anne's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. She really couldn't imagine what William was capable of to be acquitted. The police have clearly begun to interrogate Eve, trying to forcibly obtain evidence. However, a glimmer of luck flashed in her eyes. Fortunately, she did not agree to Zing Fa. Otherwise, you'll be getting taken advantage of for free. The eldest brother of the Zhang family was out of breath, with a look of horror on his face. This is not the most outrageous thing. Chapter 219, People Speculations. Everyone was shocked. There anything more outrageous than William being acquitted? Anne's beautiful eyes widened with horror on her face. She didn't have time to think so much now. Only thought about what she should do after William got out of prison. After all, when William was in prison, she did a lot of things that offended William. If William were to come after her, wouldn't she be finished? Even though Yoshin and Salt Lake made a lot of money, William made much more than her, and his strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. Once William made up his mind to kill her, she would be finished. While Annie was stunned, everyone was urging the eldest brother of the Zhang family to speak out quickly. The eldest brother of the Zhang family said in horror, a lieutenant colonel from the Southern Wilderness War Department came and led his men directly to the police station. Only then did William get released without charge. William, this kid, doesn't he have a background in the War Department? If we offend him, wouldn't that mean? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into deathly silence. Everyone's face looked ashen. No way, no way. William has a background in the military? And the first person he arrived was a lieutenant colonel. Annie's face turned extremely pale in an instant, but her rationality made her not believe it. She shook her head repeatedly and said, impossible, absolutely impossible. He grew up in an orphanage, and his biological father is Robert from the Lynn Group. Where does he get his background in the War Department? Our orphanage has never produced any big names in the War Department. Everyone calmed down immediately and stared at Annie. During this period, they were secretly planning to take action against William or Ling Yun Group, and they are all preparing to divide up Ling Yun Group. If William wanted to check, he would definitely be able to find it. Once William has a background in the War Department, they are doomed. Anne and William are the most familiar with each other and must know more. They can only pray that Annie can give them a reassuring answer. Yes, but it is impossible for a big shot in the War Department to help him for no reason, right? Zhang said with a trembling voice. Although the Zhang family claims to be a noble family, they are only considered a noble family in Nanzhou. Once you arrive in the provincial capital, you're nothing. At most they have some money, but the power they hold is nothing compared to that of the provincial capital. A lieutenant colonel in the combat department can easily destroy the entire Zhang family. So he is very panicked now. Annie frowned and murmured. Eve was forcibly interrogated, and the people from the War Department came. Could it be that Eve has a background in the War Department? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. She's just a secretary. How could she have a background in the War Department? We have investigated her. Her background is very simple. It is impossible for her to have such a big background. If she really had such a powerful background, would she be willing to work as William's secretary for so many years? After hearing this, Annie also felt that everyone was right. If she had such a powerful background, she would have thrown William aside long ago. It is impossible to be a humble secretary. The scene fell into dead silence. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Anne's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, I understand. Everyone's face changed drastically and they hurriedly urged him on. You don't understand? Just tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. You're almost scaring me to death. Hurry up and tell me. Annie's eyes flashed with pride. I figured it out. The War Department suddenly came to the police station. It's not because William has any background in the War Department. I'm here to investigate the murder that Go hired some time ago. After all, guns and explosives were used, killing many police officers and civilians. The situation was too serious, so it was taken over by the War Department. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Annie's statement. After all, things like background are ridiculous, and they believe this fact more. Zhang Fa also calmed down and squinted his eyes and said, "It seems that the lieutenant colonel came to the police station and found that Eve was forcibly interrogated, so he took advantage of the situation and dealt with the police and let her go. Plus, William was pardoned because of his meritorious service in capturing Go and Director Kong. After all, what William did was not a big deal, nor was it a small one. It was just beating someone up." Chapter 220, Regretful, and as soon as these words came out, there were sounds of exhalations coming one after another at the scene. Everyone let out the anger they had been holding in their hearts and breathed a sigh of relief. With this said, everything makes sense. It turns out that William didn't have any background. He was just lucky enough to be acquitted. Then they don't have to worry about William's revenge at all. And gritted her teeth and said, "What bad luck. If William wasn't so lucky, he would definitely die this time." Everyone shook their heads and sighed. This kid is really lucky. Almost lost my life. I think I should stop being so arrogant. With his personality, sooner or later something bad will happen to kill him. Go away, go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. Zhang Fa waved his hands angrily. Now that William has been acquitted, their plan to divide up Lin Yun Group has become a joke. There's no need to continue chatting. Annie breathed a sigh of relief, and as the crowd left, she returned to the Sue Group and convened a board meeting. And anxiously, they had already learned that William had been acquitted. I was afraid that William had some hidden tricks, and remained calm and told everyone the truth of the matter, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This kid is really lucky. Fortunately, our Sue Group didn't offend him to death. So should we try to curry favor with him again now? Father Sue also said solemnly, William is not a simple person. He first dealt with the Lynn family and took back all the shares of Lin Yun Group, and then killed Go and Kong Jisho. He can still be safe and sound in this matter. It can't just be attributed to luck. I suggest that we should still have a good relationship with William. After all, William is no longer bound by any constraints and can run Lin Yun Group with all his might. With his ability, Lin Yun Group's market value will soon return to 10 billion, or even exceed 10 billion soon. Everyone nodded. William's talent for business is obvious to all. From being an orphan with nothing, he founded a multi-billion-dollar group. What a great business talent that requires. William has been foolish in the past few years and has been bound by the Lin family. Now that William is completely free from all constraints, his future must be bright. And nodded helplessly. William's strength is indeed terrifying. For now, pleasing him is the best option. But at that time, William asked her to find Li Qitian and save Eve, and told her the secrets of the letter and the Salt Lake as the price for her help. But when she learned that Sheena's Salt Lake would continue to soar, she happily returned to Sue Group. He didn't take William's request seriously at all. I'm afraid William also knows that he has let him down and must be very dissatisfied with himself. She spoke out about this. Everyone in the Sue Group just sighed and did something wrong. William told her such an important matter, but she was unwilling to help even for a small favor. William, who was supposed to die, would be safe and sound? There's also a flash of guilt in Anne's eyes. Maybe she shouldn't have been so selfish at the time and at least helped William contact Li Qitian. But at that time, she only cared about money and didn't care about William's life or death at all. If we had helped William at that time, I'm afraid the discussion at the shareholders' meeting now would be about asking for something from Lin Yun Group. After thinking for a while, she said in a cold voice, "Don't worry too much. Even if he targets us, so what? Our Sue Group will receive more than $1 billion in funds from Sheena's Salt Lake. Even without the help of Lin Yun Group, we can live well." When everyone thought of Sheena's Salt Lake, they smiled from ear to ear. That's right. Father Sue smiled and said, "Since Sheena's Salt Lake will continue to surge, let's stabilize it for a while." However, the share price of Sino Salt Lake has fallen 3 times now. A shareholder said tremblingly, "If it falls further, I'm afraid I will lose even my capital, not to mention making any profit." Chapter 221. Could it be that he lied to us? What? Annie's face changed drastically. How long has it been? How much has it fallen? Everyone nodded. Yeah, we originally made nearly 1 billion, but now we only make less than 200 million. If the price continues to fall, I'm afraid even the capital will be lost. I'm not willing to accept this. We only made less than 200 million yuan, so after dividing it among us, there won't be much money left. Father Su also looked panicked and said, although the price has already hit the limit on the surface, it is still falling behind the scenes. Annie gasped, looking shocked. Didn't they say it would rise sharply? Why did it fall so sharply? Did they run away? As soon as these words came out, everyone present took a deep breath. Is this news true, William? He couldn't have lied to us, could he? Why don't we just throw it away? I feel like that guy is trying to trick us. The scene fell into chaos. Annie was flustered for a moment. Then her eyes gradually cleared up. She said coldly, are you willing to throw it away now? Don't forget the essence of faith and Salt Lake. The big shot behind the scenes will definitely not let the Sheena Salt Lake he runs fall so much. Otherwise, he will not be able to explain to the big shots in the government. And William, there's no way he would lie to me. Why are you so sure? Father Su frowned. Didn't you fall out with him a long time ago? It's normal for him to lie to you. And said coldly, think about it. Knowing that he was going to die, and Eve was also going to be forcibly interrogated, he only had one thought in mind at that time, and that was to ask me to save Eve. So if you say something under those circumstances, it's impossible to lie. Everyone suddenly understood and nodded. Indeed, it is very unlikely that William is lying. He has invested tens of billions of dollars, and he is not panicking. So why should we be panicking? Annie made the final decision. Let's just wait for the good news of the surge in prices. Everyone nodded, thinking that Anne's analysis was very reasonable. Annie had a smug smile on her face. Soon, she will become the most dazzling young female entrepreneur in the South State. No longer the vase that only relied on William. At the same time, Hailang and others were also acquitted, with excited looks on their faces. They didn't expect William's methods to be so horrific, but this allowed them to remain safe and sound. Before, they thought they were doomed and would be targeted as underground forces. Because at that time, except for the boss Hailang, all the other brothers were arrested one by one. But unexpectedly, except for the 3 scapegoats who voluntarily pleaded guilty, everyone else has been acquitted. The younger brothers were very excited. Isn't Mr. Lin's background too terrifying? I heard that a big shot from the War Department has arrived. We have followed the right person. Can we walk around Nanzhou with impunity? Brother Black Wolf, should we quickly find Mr. Lin to show our loyalty? The Black Wolf had deep eyes and a smile on his face. He felt that the best thing he had ever done in his life was to hang out with William. Not only can he easily kill his 2 mortal enemies, Bai Go and Kong Jisho, but he can also rely on William as a powerful figure to enjoy a good life and gradually gain control of the underground forces in Nanzhou. He took out his phone and called William, but the call didn't go through. On the other hand, when the outside world was making a big fuss, William sat calmly on the terrace of Eve's house, overlooking the cars coming and going below. Time passed by little, and night fell. William was like a statue, not moving at all. It wasn't until his stomach started to growl that he calmly got up and opened the refrigerator door to find ingredients to cook. Chapter 222, Nothing But Money. There's still a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator, all of which Eve had just bought. There are also half-cut cucumbers and wrapped dumplings in it. Looking inside the refrigerator, William was stunned, staring blankly at the traces Eve had left behind. Once upon a time, when the 2 of them lived together, Eve would cook meals for them attentively. William just needs to eat his fill. This made William feel embarrassed, and he would step forward to help every time. But Eve always told William to work hard on the grounds that he was busy. I didn't expect that just a few days later, Eve might leave me completely. William's nose felt sore, and his eyes, which had always been strong and stubborn, began to feel sore. Eve's sudden departure in the police station. Instead, he is full of fighting spirit and wants to prove himself. But it was only in such small things in life that William felt the pain of separation. The dumplings in the refrigerator, the clothes drying on the balcony, the documents placed on the coffee table. Eve's shadow is reflected in everything, but she is no longer by his side. William took a deep breath, fried a few dishes, opened a bottle of wine, and ate quietly alone at the dining table on the terrace. Looking at the familiar scenery, the empty opposite side, William seemed to see her smiling as she picked up food for him and asked for his praise. I saw her little face flushed from drinking. He couldn't help but think back to the time he had spent with Eve over the past few years. At that time, I was still deeply in love with Lynn. But Eve has always been by my side silently, helping me solve problems one after another, and never complains. Every time she was bullied by the Lynn family and ignored by Annie, she always went to Eve to talk. Treat her as your emotional trash can. But she had no complaints at all. Before this, I always took it for granted. I feel that Eve is my secretary and my friend, and she should comfort me. But now think about it. She is the daughter of the great governor of Southern Wilderness, the most powerful daughter in Southern Wilderness. However, she did not want the power and luxurious life that could be easily obtained. She was willing to stay by his side and endure his temper and stubbornness. She could obviously travel around the world and live a life that countless people envy. Just open your mouth, and you'll have endless money to spend and endless people to order around. But they would rather work themselves to death for orders worth a few hundred million or even just tens of millions. Thinking of this, William felt even more guilty. Over the years, Eve has been his only lifeline. Before we knew it, we drank more and more wine, but the food didn't decrease. William picked up the cool dumplings and thought they were especially delicious since he remembered that she had made them herself. He sighed. After being with her, he was too focused on revenge and strengthening his strength. There haven't been many serious dates. Even the time I went to Yuhu Lake with her was just to carry out our plan and go on a date with her. It was late at night, and he, who seldom drank, had drunk too much by himself. He was drunk and seemed to see a familiar figure sitting across from him at the dining table. William smiled and talked to her a lot, but as the night progressed, the wind on the terrace grew stronger and stronger, and the cool breeze woke him from his drunkenness. His body trembled involuntarily, and he realized that he had been talking to the air for several hours. He smiled bitterly, struggled to get up, took a shower, and lay on the bed to sleep. The next day, William slowly opened his eyes. I found that I slept until the evening. He had never slept so long before. A lot of things happened during this period of time, and his nerves were always on edge. I often suffer from insomnia at night. Now that everything is settled, I actually slept for such a long time. He got up and went to the living room, watching the dim sunset shining on the sofa. Outside, it was already dark and night had fallen, and the street lights were already on. He felt more and more lonely and helpless, as if he had been abandoned by the world. Eve is gone, and the Lynn family and Annie have become enemies with me. Now, all he has with him are more than 20 billion yuan lying alone in a dozen bank cards. It includes the more than 10 billion yuan earned from the selling letters and Salt Lake shares in the past few days. After working so hard for so long, he actually had nothing but money. Chapter 223, Li Qitian's visit. He found his turned-off cell phone from the crack of the sofa. At this moment, he can only get a sense of existence from his mobile phone. Prove that you're not abandoned by this world. But as soon as I turned on the phone, a smooth tapping sound was heard. Thump, thump, thump. Countless missed calls, countless unread chats, countless text messages. But after a quick glance, I didn't see the message I wanted to receive. William threw his phone aside in frustration and covered his face helplessly with his bony hands. Could it be that after Eve was taken away, she couldn't even send a message to herself? Does she know how much she misses her? After a moment of silence, he looked out the French window, helplessly. I'm afraid she also wants to send me a message, but for some reason, she can't contact me. I'm afraid the Yang family is putting a lot of pressure on her. He opened the refrigerator door, looked at the few remaining ingredients, and simply fried a dish. Then I cooked some noodles and planned to have a meal. Eve left behind was getting less and less, just like Eve was getting further away from him. William sighed. It is true that only when you lose something do you know how to cherish it. Just then, the doorbell rang hurriedly. William's eyes flashed with a smile. Not many people know where they live. Now, I can tell who the person who comes to see me is just by thinking. When he opened the door, he saw Li Qitian, who was wearing a vest and shorts, standing in front of the door with a smile on his face. You were a really good kid. I called you so many times, but you didn't answer. Do you know how anxious your people are now? Ignore them for now. William smiled and said, You have a sharp nose. You came here just after the meal was ready. I'm a dog nose, and you are a dog son. Li Qitian scolded with a smile. Come, let me see what delicious food you eat. He walked over to the patio table and took a look. A bowl of boiled noodles and a plate of pork slices with green peppers. There was a flash of pity in his eyes, but he still laughed and scolded. You eat so poorly, are you trying to lose weight? If everyone knew that Mr. Lynn from the $10 billion group was such a vegetarian, I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it, right? At least order some side dishes from the private chef. Ancient farmers thought the emperor used a golden hoe to till the land. William shook his head and smiled, took out 4 bottles of Duvel from the refrigerator and put them on the dining table. Want some beer? It's better to drink water. Li Qiqian curled his lips. Due, isn't this horse urine? How can you, Mr. Lin, lower your status like this? It's okay. William shook his head and smiled. You old peasant, do you really think the emperor uses a golden hoe? Drink some, drink some. Li Qiqian picked up the phone carelessly and ordered. Boss, as usual, give me 8 dishes, send them to me. After that, he hung up the phone and shook his head, saying, look at how poor you are. You can't even have 4 dishes for a meal. I'll give you something rich people eat. William couldn't help but smile. I am tired of eating at Zuatian Pavilion, the most luxurious restaurant in Nanzhou. On the contrary, Li Qiqian eats more simply. Look how proud you are. William couldn't help but laugh. You're getting so much free time just after becoming the head of the bureau. You want to die? It must be delicious. Li Qiqian laughed. If I don't eat, how can I be worthy of Kong Ling Zhao, who is in prison? When we have time, we have to go to the prison to see them. Otherwise, in 3 months, we won't see them anymore. I think you're awesome. You overcame 2 difficulties in a row. I'm afraid that from now on, no one in the entire Nanzhou will dare to provoke you. Not necessarily. William shook his head. My strength is still not good enough in Nanzhou. But who wants to touch a disaster star like you? Li Qiqian raised his head and drank. Drink it. William looked at the wine flowing toward his collar, shook his head, and laughed. Half of it must have leaked, right? As expected of a veteran in the police station, he is really good at escaping alcohol. Li Qiqian scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Occupational disease. Occupational disease. If the next cup leaks a little, I will be your grandson. After a while, the food was delivered to the door. After 3 rounds of drinks, the 2 finally got to the point. You better cheer up. I've been worried sick for a whole day and night without any news from you. Li Qiqian shook his head and smiled. I'm really worried that you'll be like before, unable to live without a woman. No. William shook his head and jokingly said, didn't you think the same thing when you were in the police station? In the end, I played you like a grandson. You almost cried at that time. Chapter 224. You are the shit on the ground. Hearing this, Li Qiqian's face turned red. At that time, William cried and wanted to turn himself in and asked Li Shimi to let Eve go. He really thought William was stupid enough to sacrifice himself for love. The crying was very loud. It turned out that Eve's brother had been standing outside the cell and eavesdropping. Don't talk about this anymore, Li Qiqian said unhappily. Okay, just cheer up. Last night and today, people from your company have been harassing me like crazy. They asked you to return to the company and take charge of the situation. And that black wolf also licked my face and came to me 3 times. They thought I didn't want to tell you, but I couldn't get in touch with you at all. William shook his head and smiled. I don't contact them. I have my reasons. Don't worry about it. Just clean up the mess at the police station. But it's time for you to leave, Li Qiqian said seriously. Without you as their backbone, they won't be able to sleep well. Moreover, the current situation of Lingyun Group is not optimistic. If it doesn't manage well, I'm afraid its market value will be less than 5 billion. Only 5 billion. William sneered. I don't even care about this little money. I can easily come up with several hundred billion in liquid funds, but I'm sure the 5 billion. Go ahead and brag. Li Qiqian scolded with a smile. I've never seen anyone brag like you. A few hundred billion in liquid funds? In the entire Nanzhou, even the major families cannot come up with a few hundred billion in liquid funds. William shook his head and smiled. Maybe. I will make some big moves next, and I can also help you achieve more political achievements so that you can become the deputy mayor soon. The upward path in the police department is too narrow. You have to find another way. Oh, Li Qiqian's eyes lit up. What big move? Don't worry about it. William waved his hand. How is Lin Ziwu's situation now? This, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten to mention it. Li Qiqian said angrily. This kid is quite capable. I was able to get a big shot from the provincial police station to call me and order me to release him. You let him go? William frowned. What else can I do? Li Qiqian said helplessly. Although I'm the chief of the Nanzhou Police Department, as long as that big shot says a word, I will be an ordinary citizen the next day. What is the background of your adopted brother? Who is behind him? Some small things seem to be unsolvable, but when it comes to big things, this kid's methods are really beyond my imagination. It may be a big shot in the entertainment industry. William waved his hand. It's expected. I didn't expect to make him a big shot with such a small thing. In the future, I will have plenty of ways to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Anthony flashed through his mind, and his eyes were filled with coldness. You are now very capable. Li Qiqian took a sip and said with a smile, in the past, I was a rich man at best, but now I am rich and powerful. If you want underground forces, you have Black Wolf. If you want official forces, you have me. Those noble families looked down on you before, but now they all look at you in the eye. I still have Chief Li protecting me. William said with a smile. Li Qiqian laughed. You finally said something sensible. As they chatted, Li Qiqian finally brought up Eve. The Yang family acted very aggressively and completely suppressed this matter. The news that's circulating now is that the people from the War Department came to investigate the gun attack incident and happened to see you being arrested. So they let you go because of your contribution. As for Eve and the Yang family, not a single word of it has been spread. Everyone in the police station, including me, has signed a confidentiality agreement. No one dares to talk nonsense. You should be more careful in the future and don't mention the Yang family. This kind of existence cannot be mentioned lightly. William nodded. He also expected that the Yang family would suppress the matter. Li Qiqian took a deep breath, glanced at William, who looked haggard, and said earnestly, Dad advises you, Eve is a star in the sky, and you are dog shit on the ground. You have nothing in common. Don't think about her anymore. She is in such a big family, so she can't help herself. There is no possibility for you two. As the saying goes, there are plenty of beautiful women out there. How about I introduce you to some of the best ones? Chapter 2:25 Noble. William glared at Li Qiqian, but he was not angry, because he had already expected Li Qiqian to pour cold water on him. He smiled faintly. Maybe what the hell? You think you're playing games? Li Qiqian laughed and scolded. You're just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Brother, I advise you for your own good, to prevent you from overestimating your own abilities and getting slapped to death by the Yang family. Okay, drink. William waved his hands helplessly. After eating and drinking, Li Qiqian patted his butt and stood up. Drinking horse urine is really boring. I'd better have something white. Let's go. William nodded. Go away. Li Qiqian laughed and cursed, then turned and walked out. The noisy atmosphere just now disappeared in an instant, and the darkness of the night enveloped William again. William stared blankly at the mess on the terrace, feeling lonely in silence. He took a shower directly, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, William finished washing up. He called the housekeeper to arrange someone to help him clean the house, then turned and went out. He habitually had a faint smile on his face. He has thought it through in the past 2 days. Even though Eve has left, life still has to go on. Moreover, they must improve their own strength as soon as possible and send Ling Yun Group's drones to the War Department to attract the War Department's attention. When we got downstairs, a lot of breakfast stalls had already been set up. He walked around with his hands in his pockets, looking very cool. But as I walked, I suddenly found a bowl of hula tang in my hand. An emotionless voice came from my ear, $5. William was stunned for a moment, looked at the owner, who was busy preparing another bowl, and paid with a confused look on his face. After breakfast, he bought some fruits and milk and went to Nanzhou First Hospital. What he cares most about is Lu Ma, the director of the orphanage. When we arrived at the luxury suite, we saw Annie feeding Lu Ma porridge attentively. When he saw a cold look flashed in William's eyes. When he was trapped in prison, he turned to her for help and told her the news about the letter and the salt lake. I thought I could get her help. As a result, she got the information and didn't care about her own life or death at all. It seemed that being thrown into jail was the scene she would like to see. He didn't expect this woman to be so ruthless. I thought she would help me since we grew up together in an orphanage. Seeing William, Aunt Lu's face lit up and she said excitedly, Xiaoling, are you okay? That's great. Come in and sit down. To make room for William on the bed, Annie saw William. A sweet smile appeared on her face. She said angrily, Why did you come just now? Aunt Lu was so worried about you. William felt disgusted when he saw her like this, and looked at Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, are you used to living here? Aunt Lu nodded with a smile on her face. It must be comfortable. I never thought that there would be a ward as big as a yard, with a place to take a shower, a place to cook, and a place to sleep. And these nurses and doctors, they all have such great attitudes. Mother Lu is really grateful to you two children. You are really promising. William thought of the hard times Lu Ma had lived through and smiled self-reproachfully. It's all my fault. I didn't find a place to take you over to enjoy a better life. How about I hire someone to take care of the children, and you can just enjoy your life? Yes, Annie said with a worried look on her face. Madam Lu, you are old now and can't stand the hardship. With William and I here, we will definitely take good care of you. Don't talk about that, Aunt Lu said firmly. The orphanage must continue to operate. I can still work and take care of more children. If my children can all be as successful as you, my life will be worth living. William's nose felt sore. Luma had dedicated her whole life to orphans. She is not married, has no savings, no house, no children, and only a group of orphans calling her mother. In this society where people are obsessed with money and greed, Luma is one of the most noble people. Annie frowned slightly, with a hint of pity in her eyes. Aunt Lu, don't be so stubborn. At your age, you should just take good care of yourself. There are so many orphans in the world, you can't help them all. At most, we can help a dozen more orphans. Compared with the hundreds of thousands or millions of orphans abandoned in society today, it's nothing. There's no point in continuing. Can you help all the orphans in the world? Stop caring so much about opening an orphanage. Aunt Lu shook her head stubbornly. I only know that the orphans I helped care. You care, William cares, Xiaowei, and other kids care. Chapter 226, Running Away with a Bucket. William looked at the stubborn Lu Ma and nodded helplessly. Everyone has his or her own beliefs in life. Since Aunt Lu wants to help orphans, I will definitely help her with all my efforts. Besides, I was once an orphan myself. Now that I have money, I should do my best to help these orphans. And frowned, but nodded helplessly. Aunt Lu smiled and looked at Annie. Good girl, I was right about you. Are you and William reconciled now? You two grew up together and have been friends for more than 10 years. How could there be any conflicts? She looked at William and said with a smile, Annie had some misunderstandings about you. After I persuaded her that day, she went to the police station to help you without hesitation. Well, you two worked together and the difficulties were easily solved and you got out of the police station smoothly. Hearing this, and looked a little embarrassed. She went to see William that day just to get the letter and information about Salt Lake, and she didn't help at all. But when she saw that William did not refute, she could only smile awkwardly. Yes, Aunt Lu, don't worry. Aunt Lu smiled from ear to ear. You are so obedient. You are Aunt Lu's good children. There was a chill in William's eyes. He didn't expect, and to admit it so shamelessly. And I have an irreconcilable feud, and I will never forgive her. But in order not to make Luma sad, he also smiled and said, Yes, Luma, don't worry. Alas, it's a pity that you two are not destined to be together. Aunt Lu sighed and said with a hint of disappointment, You two grew up together as childhood sweethearts. At that time, I really thought that you two would really get married when you grew up. But I didn't expect that you each have a boyfriend or girlfriend. William's expression froze, and he recalled the scenes of himself being an S-licker. His face turned ugly, and he turned around, picked up the fruit, and went to the kitchen. I'll go peel some fruit. But Annie was shocked. Lu, Aunt Lu, what do you know, I have a boyfriend? Although she had broken up with Anthony, most people still thought she was still with him. But Anthony led people to beat Lu Ma. If Lu Ma knew that I was with Anthony, she would definitely be disappointed and sad. Where did I hear that? Aunt Lu said with a puzzled look on her face. No, I don't have a boyfriend. Annie said quickly. Don't listen to what others say. You didn't? Aunt Lu asked curiously. I remember. No, Aunt Lu, don't think about it. I'm single now anyway. Annie said quickly. Aunt Lu sighed. What a pity. William already has a girlfriend. Why don't you take the initiative and give such a good child to another girl? His girlfriend? Annie recalled the rumors these days and shook her head. His girlfriend must have been scared away. I heard she left Nanzhou and cut off contact with him. Scared away? What on earth happened? Aunt Lu was shocked. Because William was arrested, she was implicated. She probably felt it was dangerous to be with William, so she packed up her bag and ran away overnight. Annie said seriously, There are indeed rumors about this these days, and Eve has indeed not appeared again. Even the people from Lingyun Group have never seen her. So she also thought that Eve ran away overnight because she was afraid of being implicated by William again. After all, if it were her, she would definitely not be able to bear it and would run away. As a secretary earning that little salary, there is no need for her to work so hard for the boss. Aunt Lu sighed. It seems that William has met the wrong person. If her husband gets into trouble, his wife will definitely try her best to rescue him. How could she run away? If it were you, you would definitely do your best to help William until the last moment. But that's good. This way you have a chance. Keep up the good work, Annie. William is a good boy. Don't let him be snatched away by others again. Chapter 227, let's go to the amusement park. Eve's eyes lit up when she heard this. Today, William's prestige and strength are much greater than before. He overthrew Director Kong and Bai Go and replaced them with Li Qitian and Hailang, taking control of the underground forces and police power in Nanzhou. He has officially entered the class of top dignitaries in Nanzhou. Although Lingyun Group is in chaos at the moment, as long as William steps in to take charge of the situation, it will surely be able to easily recover to a market value of 10 billion and may even exceed 10 billion soon. And only she and the people in Su Group knew that William would make a lot of money from Sino-Salt Lake. Now that the news of Eve's escape has spread, William has become single again. He must have become a hot commodity in the circle of the powerful and wealthy. I'm afraid even the daughters of wealthy families would pursue him. If I were to be with William, it would be of infinite benefit to me. Thinking of this, Annie nodded seriously. Aunt Lou, I will try my best. Aunt Lou smiled and said, it seems that you have William in your heart too. You are childhood sweethearts, but don't be like in the TV dramas and end up not talking to each other anymore. And frowned slightly, thinking of what she had done to William, and suddenly felt uneasy. Will William forgive himself? I'm afraid he hates himself to the core now. It's good enough that he didn't take any action to deal with me, let alone be with me. What? Are you still having conflict? Aunt Lou asked worriedly. Did you not apologize to him properly? Annie gritted her teeth. Not yet. I don't dare. I went a little too far. I don't dare to apologize to him. You kid, you did something wrong. You must apologize to him. Aunt Lou taught her a lesson. Besides, what you did was not too excessive. You just didn't help him when he was bullied by his family. Could it be that you have done something even more outrageous? No. Annie chose to hide it. That's right. Aunt Lou said earnestly, he liked you so much. Even an old antique like me could see it. In order to buy you a bracelet, he went to work at the construction site in the heavy rain despite my objections. He must have you in his heart now. As long as you apologize sincerely, you two will definitely be able to have a happy ending. By the way, where's your bracelet? Even though it's not valuable, you must be hiding it like a treasure. Bracelet? Annie was stunned. She had thrown away the worthless bracelet a long time ago. But she still said against her will, yes, I have kept it well. That's it. You love each other so much, you will definitely be together. Aunt Lou said with a smile. Annie's eyes flashed, and she subconsciously touched the pendant on her ear. Once upon a time, William pursued me madly, so madly that it shocked the whole South State. Since he likes me so much, he must have me in his heart now. If it weren't for that bitch Eve who kept sowing discord, maybe he would continue to pursue me. Now that Eve is gone, if I extend an olive branch to him, maybe he will really pursue me again. After all, he once loved her so deeply. Thinking of this, Annie regained her confidence. Thank you, Aunt Lou. I will work hard. At this moment, William brought the cut fruits and said with a faint smile, Aunt Lou, I don't know what you like to eat, so I cut a little bit of everything. Take good care of yourself, and don't worry about other things. I will take care of them for you. He had already guessed that Aunt Lou was most likely trying to match him up with Annie, but it was impossible for him to accept and again. So all we could do is ask Aunt Lou to stop worrying about it. There's nothing to worry about. Aunt Lou smiled and shook her head. By the way, Xiaowei has been clamoring to go to the amusement park. He is just at the age where he loves to play. He can't sit still all day. It's unfair for him to stay in a hospital these days. If you have time, take him to the amusement park with Annie. Hearing this, William's face changed. As expected, Aunt Lou wanted to match me up with Annie, and smiled and said, I have time, William. How about you? How about in the afternoon, we take Xiaowei to the amusement park to have some fun and relax? You've been under a lot of pressure these days, so you should have some fun. Chapter 228, Revenge for the Dean. William's face was gloomy. Just wanted to match herself up with Annie. But how could Annie have the nerve to say such things and cooperate with Lu Ma's matchmaking? Has she forgotten what she has done to herself? Seeing William's bad face, Aunt Lou blamed him. What? Are you wronged when I asked you to take Xiaowei to the amusement park? But if you're busy at work, go ahead. I heard from Annie that your company has been very busy recently. William smiled and shook his head, looking at Xiaowei with eager eyes, and smiled faintly. Brother is indeed a little busy recently. Why don't you come with me to the company? After you study for a while, I will send you to college and arrange a good job for you after you graduate. He really had no interest in going to the amusement park, and there were a lot of things in the group that needed his attention. Xiaowei nodded obediently. Brother, I'll listen to you. What's so fun about going to the company? Annie gave William a reproachful look and said, Xiao Wei, call your brother William and let's go to the amusement park together. Halloween is coming soon, and the amusement park is holding a Halloween-themed event recently. William looked at Annie with disgust, but it was not easy to show it in front of Aunt Lu. So he said lightly, Xiao Wei, come with me. Aunt Lu, you should have a good rest and take good care of your body. Aunt Lu smiled and nodded. Go ahead, don't worry about me. I'm here just like the old lady. There are many people to serve me. It is really a blessing for Mama Lu to have two good children like you. Yeah. William nodded and walked out of the huge ward. Annie took Xiao Wei's hand and quickly followed. Outside the ward, William looked at Annie impatiently. However, since Xiao Wei was beside him, he couldn't get angry. He could only say calmly, do whatever you want. I'll take Xiao Wei to the company. Let's go to the amusement park together, okay? And looked at William eagerly. I haven't been to the amusement park for a long time. It just so happens that there is a Halloween party this time. Not good. William said coldly, took Xiao Wei's hand, and left. Xiao Wei whispered, Brother William, didn't you have a good relationship before? Why are you still quarreling now? Mother Lu was very sad when she saw you two quarreling. Can you make peace with Sister Anne? You are young and don't understand some things. William smiled faintly. Get in the car. I have something to ask you. The two got in the car. William started the car, turned on the air conditioner, and locked the door. Annie, who was chasing after him outside the door, and was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he left her outside, and stamped her feet angrily and turned away. William watched her leave, then slowly said, Xiao Wei, brother asks you what happened at that time. Why was the dean's mother beaten? Who beat her? Xiao Wei was startled and shrank back in his seat with a pale face. Brother, forget it. Don't fight because of us. I'm afraid you'll be arrested by the police again. It's okay. If anyone dares to touch you, I will definitely help you get revenge. William said in a gentle voice. I also want to know who is so cruel to attack orphans and the director of the orphanage. Mother Lu protected me when I was little. Now that I'm grown up, it's my turn to protect Mother Lu. This is a man's responsibility. But Aunt Lu won't let me say it. Xiao Wei shook his head. Brother, you really should not beat people up again. If you get caught by the police again, it will be over. No, the police will help me this time. William said calmly. Those people who beat you will definitely be punished by the law. Tell me in detail what happened that day and why they attacked you. Xiao Wei hesitated, with hatred in his eyes. They are demons. They want my kidney. Chapter 229, The Mastermind. William frowned fiercely, his eyes full of coldness. Speak clearly. He seemed to understand something. Lumar runs an orphanage and takes care of more than a dozen orphans. Some of the orphans don't even have an identity and cannot be officially registered. So some organ trafficking organizations may target orphans. Before the orphanage was smashed, those people did not dare to take action because the orphanage was an official project of Nanzhou. It seems that after the orphanage was smashed and Luma was forced to move out, those people targeted Luma and the orphans. They discussed with Aunt Lu and wanted to spend 1 million to buy one of my kidneys, but Aunt Lu refused and even called the police. Xiao Wei choked up and said, but the police didn't arrest them. Instead, they bowed and scraped to them. A few days later, they suddenly showed up at my door and tried to take me away by force. It was Aunt Lu who called the neighbors, and the neighbors fought desperately to protect them, so they left. Mother Lu was also beaten by them and was hospitalized. Then you came. William nodded grimly. It seemed that his guess was correct. It was impossible that those people beat Lu Ma for no reason. It turned out that it was for Xiao Wei's organs. He suddenly grabbed Xiao Wei's hand and rolled up his sleeves. Sure enough, I saw shallow pinholes and bruises that had not yet disappeared. He took another look at the skinny Xiao Wei and said gloomily, You went to sell blood? Xiao Wei's face turned pale, and he stammered, Yes, at that time no one had enough to eat, so I... William's face became even gloomier when he heard this, and he looked at Xiao Wei with heartache. Such a thin child actually sells blood for money. No wonder those people targeted Xiao Wei. It turned out that it was because Xiao Wei's blood information was leaked. It was found to match a certain person's model. He was filled with self-blame and guilt, blaming himself for his negligence over the years. Otherwise, the orphanage would not have fallen into this situation. Do you remember who they are? William spoke slowly, his eyes full of murderous intent. I remember the license plate number they used the first time they came. Xiao Wei slowly reported the license plate number. William immediately wrote it down and sent the license plate number to Hailang, asking him to investigate. He was also asked to pay attention to which important people needed kidney transplants. Xiao Wei's face turned pale, and he carefully advised, "Brother William, it's okay now. With the neighbors here, those people won't cause trouble for the orphanage anymore. Why not just forget it? It can't be forgotten," William said with a gloomy face. At this time, a Porsche blocked William's car. A slim figure got out of the car. It was Annie, and knocked on the driver's window and said sincerely, "William, I want to talk to you." "There's nothing to talk about between us." William spoke coldly, disgustedly. "If you were smart and stayed away from me, you might not die so soon." Anne's pretty face turned pale instantly. Xiao Wei in the back seat suddenly opened the door and whispered, "Brother William, I'm getting out of the car. You can have a good chat with Sister Annie. Mother Lu said that your relationship is so deep that no conflict can be resolved." "Xiao Wei is so good." Annie forced a smile. "Go sit in my car. I will talk to your brother William." After that, he sat in the back seat of William's car. William glanced at her with disgust, but did not refuse. "Since she wants to talk to me, I'll talk to her. See what this woman is up to. The most important thing is to warn her not to take advantage of Lu Ma and Xiao Wei. Otherwise, he will not let her go." Through the rearview mirror, I saw Anne's beautiful face. A small and three-dimensional nose, charming eyes, and beautiful red lips. You could tell she put on makeup on purpose. William said impatiently, "Annie, are you annoying?" Anne's voice was filled with grievance, and she whispered, "I have broken up with Anthony. I have completely seen through his true face. It was all my fault before." Chapter 230, You Will Regret. Hearing this, William couldn't help but want to laugh. After so many years, I finally see Anthony's true face. "Doesn't she think she'll be happy if she breaks up with Anthony?" He said calmly. "What does your breaking up with him have to do with me?" "Of course it does matter," Annie said sincerely. "I've been struggling with this for the past few days and found that I still have feelings for you. I've been deceived by Anthony all these years. He doesn't care about me at all and doesn't love me at all. Only after careful consideration can I understand that you are the only one who loves me the most and cares about me the most." William couldn't help laughing out loud. He opened the car window a crack, lit a cigarette, and smiled brightly, smelling the smoke, and frowned in disgust and whispered, "I'm talking to you. Do you know that smoking in the presence of a lady is very rude?" "Huh?" William laughed even harder and looked at Anne jokingly. "Are you still controlling me? Annie, take a piss and take a good look at yourself. Are you going to say this time that you regret being with Anthony and regret not choosing me?" "Yes." Annie's eyes lit up. "You understand what I mean. It seems that you still have me in your heart." "William, I really know I was wrong. What happened before was just my youth and ignorance. Don't bother with me." She clearly remembered that William couldn't stand women acting like a spoiled brat, especially my own coquettishness. As long as I humble myself, even if William doesn't forgive me, at least he won't hate me so much. "Annie, there's no possibility between us. I only hate you." William wanted to get angry, but when he remembered that the letter in Salt Lake would soon explode, he said calmly, "Besides, I have a girlfriend. Please respect yourself. If I find out that you're taking advantage of Aunt Lu and Xiao Wei again, don't blame me for being rude." Annie's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth and said, "I didn't use Lu Ma and Xiao Wei. They are my relatives. Why should I use them? They sincerely feel that the two of us should be together. Besides, didn't that little secretary run away? Didn't she want you anymore? You are so stupid. She left without even saying goodbye, and you still wishfully thought she was your girlfriend." Hearing Eve, William raised his eyebrows. It seems that the Yang family did a good job of blocking the news, causing everyone to think that Eve left them out of fear. He sneered and said, "So? You think that if Eve leaves, I have to choose you as my girlfriend?" Annie shook her head. "That's not what I meant, but I think we can try to get in touch with each other. At least we can stop quarreling all the time, right?" "Get out," William said angrily. "Get out." "Annie, I'm lucky I didn't punish you, but you dare to mention this to me." "You," and said angrily. "William, I sincerely apologize to you. How can you have this attitude? Take a step back and put aside the facts. Are you not wrong? Get out of here." William said coldly. "Xiao Wei is still here. I don't want to do anything to you." "You," Annie's chest heaved with anger, her beautiful eyes fixed on William. Anyway, I have you in my heart. Don't regret rejecting me. Don't forget how much you love me. If you reject me now, you will regret it later." "Will I regret it?" William raised his eyebrows and looked at, "And is there anything about you that I should regret?" Your body that Anthony got tired of playing with. Annie's pretty face turned pale. Now Ling Yun Group is on the verge of collapse, and the Lin family has severed ties with you. Only I can help you, and I have the ability to help you. You? William looked at her sarcastically. You'd better find a cooler place to stay. With your brain, it's good enough that you don't drag me down, and you're helping me. Anne's pretty face flushed, and she glared at William. You will regret it in a few days. In a few days, I will become a famous rising star in the business community of Nanzhou. When that time comes, even if you come to beg me again, I won't even look at you. After that, she opened the car door and stood up angrily. Chapter 231, I fought for the group. William sneered, and is still obsessed with the skyrocketing share prices of Shinshin and Salt Lake. Impossible. This time, Sino Salt Lake's fall will never end. Because the person who set up the trap has already closed the net. Forget about becoming a rising star in Nanzhou's business community. It would be good enough if you don't become Nanzhou's biggest joke. And closed the car door and glared at William in the car angrily. You didn't even try to stop me. William, if you ask me to stay now, I will still give you a chance. William just sat in the car, scrolling through his phone, not bothering to pay any attention to her. William fiercely and returned to her car in a bad mood. Looking at Xiao Wei, who was sitting stiffly in the passenger seat, she said in a somewhat unkind voice, Your brother William asked you to go find him. Get off. Xiao Wei was startled, but still obeyed. Sister Annie, please drive carefully. I see. Annie said indifferently. William saw Xiao Wei return to the car and saw Annie step on the accelerator and drive away. He smiled faintly and said, Xiao Wei, didn't she say she wanted to take you to the amusement park? Sister Annie seems to be in a bad mood, so she asked me to come and play with you. Xiao Wei spoke cautiously. William sneered, and has indeed changed. She is no longer the innocent little girl in the orphanage. Now all she sees is power and wealth, no emotions at all. William smiled and said, Come on, I'll take you to my group to have a look. Xiao Wei immediately became excited. Okay. William made a phone call. Then, 3 bulletproof Humvees drove up. The original 3 Hummers have been scrapped, and this is the latest one purchased. Yang Li got out of the car respectfully with his 11 bodyguards. Boss. Yang Li bowed his head respectfully. Please get in the car. William nodded, took Xiao Wei's hand, and got into the Hummer. Xiao Wei was stunned by this scene. Brother, I have only seen this scene in TV dramas. I never thought I would be able to experience this myself. William smiled faintly. Study hard, and you will be able to do the same in the future. Xiao Wei was deeply encouraged. I remember that even if you were admitted to a good university, I want to be like you. William laughed. After a while, 3 Hummers approached Ling Yun Group. I saw that the front of Ling Yun Group building was blocked by vehicles and people. Seeing 3 Hummers approaching, the crowd became excited and swarmed towards the 3 Hummers. Boss Lynn, I want to return to the group to work. I have worked hard for the group. You can't just say you don't want me. Boss Lynn, can you please resume cooperation with our company? William looked at the messy crowd with a sneer on his face. When they were down and out, this group of people ran faster than rabbits. Now that they have been released from prison safely, they all want to return to Ling Yun Group. He had allowed the internal strife in Ling Yun Group in order to eliminate a large number of people for free and pave the way for himself to start a new project. Otherwise, if I was fired, I would have to pay hundreds of millions in unemployment compensation. Now the plan has been achieved, and 60% of Ling Yun Group's employees have left. How could I possibly let them come back? He smiled faintly and ordered, drive straight over. Yang Li nodded, and 3 Hummers slowly drove towards the underground parking garage. But a large group of people had surrounded the 3 vehicles and kept waving their hands, trying to stop the Humvee's advance. But how could human power be a match for a car? Everyone was frightened by the Hummer's unstoppable attitude and gave way. After all, it's just a high-paying job. There's no need to risk your life. But many people were angered by William's attitude and began to threaten him one by one. I contributed so much to the group. Why can't I go back? Boss Lin, I have a lot of client resources. If you don't let me go back, I guarantee that the group will lose at least several million. Stop. If you don't let me go back, you will regret it later. Even if they don't want to cooperate with our company, there's no need to do this. It's as if our company can't survive without Ling Yun Group. In their opinion, even if William returned to Ling Yun Group, it would be impossible for him to restore Ling Yun Group to its heyday. Chapter 232, she just went out to relax. William looked coldly at the people outside the car window, his eyes full of disdain. After the business transformation, all these old suppliers are no longer needed. Old partners and old customers are also gone. However, the contract signed between Lynn Group and them were all for more than 3 years. If all the contracts were terminated, they would have to pay a large sum of money. When I was in trouble, these people were afraid of being implicated, so they paid the penalty and terminated the cooperation. It saved me a lot of money and trouble. Xiao Wei blinked, a look of shock on his face. The people outside the window were all the rich people he had envied before. While working, they all ordered me around. William's car like beggars, and he was actually sitting in the car like the big boss. The drastic change of identity made him feel like he was dreaming. William looked at his stunned expression and smiled faintly. As long as you have the ability, there will be many people who will come to you for help. I will arrange for you to walk around the company's departments and learn from them. Xiao Wei was stunned for a moment. You're going to work so soon? But I'm not even in junior high school yet. You haven't entered junior high school yet? Aren't you 15 years old? William frowned. I went to work. Xiao Wei scratched his head, his simple face full of guilt. It's okay. Reading may not be useful anyway. William smiled indifferently. Reading is just a scam for ordinary people. The fact that a few people eat meat makes most people think that reading can also lead to eating meat. The result? Most people can't even get a bowl of soup. It's better not to study. Listen to me. Working in the group for half a year will teach you more useful things than studying for 10 years. After I've worked for a year or two, I'll send you to a good university. Xiao Wei was stunned for a moment, and before he could figure out what was going on, he nodded timidly. Arriving at the underground parking lot, 12 bodyguards escorted William into the dedicated elevator. Came to the chairman's office. William's eyes fell on the secretary's position, and he was stunned for a long time. Eve has been with him in this position for many years. In a trance, he seemed to see her sitting there working seriously again. It was as if he would get up the next moment, blame himself for being late, and pour himself a cup of hot tea. William didn't speak for a long time. Xiao Wei was so scared that he stood aside and dared not move, for fear that William would blame him for breaking something valuable. William sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. It turns out that you don't feel any grief the moment a loved one leaves. Only the little things in daily life will make you heartbroken. Eve, help me call. William spoke subconsciously. Then he shook his head and smiled. Eve had already left, but I still called her out of habit. He frowned. Now that he had lost Eve, he really needed to find another reliable assistant. He hesitated for a moment and called Shan Kai-wei. Come to my office. After a while, Shan Kai-wei walked into the office with an anxious look on her face. Boss Lynn, you're finally here. You don't know what has happened these days. William looked at her quietly, with a smile on his face. From today on, you will be the head of the purchasing department and my assistant. Eve is the only secretary in my heart, so I don't want to set up a secretary position. Then call me assistant. Shan Kai-wei was stunned for a moment. Her eyes widened, and she stammered, Lynn, Mr. Lynn, Eve, did she really leave? Are the rumors outside actually true? No, I don't believe it. She's not like that. How many years has she been with you? I remember that she has been your secretary for a long time, since I started working. At that time, the group's market value was only a few billion. Impossible. She might just be going out to relax. Chapter 233. If you are free, come up. William looked at Shan Kai-wei, who was shocked, with complicated eyes. It seems that the news has really been blocked. Shan Kai-wei is Eve's best friend, but she knows nothing. It seems that Eve hasn't contacted anyone since she left. I'm afraid she has been kept under close watch by the Yang family and is not allowed to contact the outside world. Boss Lin, please tell me. Shan Kai-wei said in tears. Where did Eve go? We've been friends for such a long time. Why didn't you even tell me you were leaving? I've been calling her these days, but she didn't answer. I couldn't get in touch with her no matter what method I tried. Boss Lin, did you do something wrong to make Eve angry and leave? William sighed and shook his head helplessly. Eve has her own difficulties too. She is just leaving for a while. Don't worry, I will definitely bring her back later. Shan Kai-wei stared at William, her eyes red, and she also stared blankly at Eve's desk. How could she be like this? She left without telling me. Okay. William smiled faintly. You will be my assistant from now on. Take over Eve's affairs. There will be a lot of things in the company that will require your help in the future. This is my younger brother, Xiao Wei. I don't plan to let him study for the time being. Let him study hard in the group and find a suitable position for him. First, find Zhang Zibin from the technical department to take him to learn. Mainly about drones. Shan Kai-wei nodded. Although she has now been promoted to a core figure around the chairman, and her power and status in the group have been greatly improved, she does not feel any joy. Still immersed in the sadness of Eve's departure, she didn't believe the rumors outside and felt that Eve would never abandon William out of fear. Because she knows Eve very well, Eve loves William to the core and has been with William for so many years, going through all the hardships. After working so hard to build a multi-billion-dollar group, how could she choose to leave when the time came to enjoy the honor? Her departure must have been due to some special reason. It's just that William doesn't want to say it. William saw that she was stunned, but he didn't urge her. He just looked at Xiaowei and said, "Follow this sister first. Let her take you around the group, and then let her take you to buy a mobile phone and a computer." No, these are too expensive." Xiaowei shook his head quickly. "Thank you, Brother William. Aunt Lu said that we can't cause you any trouble." "Too expensive? How much do you think it will cost to buy a mobile phone and a computer?" William frowned, tried to enlighten him. After all, those who do big things cannot be obsessed with small amounts of money. At least 10,000, right? Xiaowei's eyes were full of caution and fear. For him, 10,000 yuan is an unattainable amount of money. You can't make that much in a year. "Do you know how long it takes me to make 10,000 yuan?" William smiled. 3, 2, 1. "It only takes 3 seconds." "Okay, now I've made 10,000 yuan. Let's go." Shan Kaiwei also reacted and said with a smile, "Your brother William has plenty of money. Don't save money for him. Come on, sister will take you out to play." Xiaowei nodded in shock. "Okay." After the two left, William turned on his cell phone, looked at the dozen missed calls from Black Wolf, and dialed. Black Wolf's voice sounded in surprise. "You kid." "No, Mr. Lynn, you finally answered the phone. You don't know how much I have been waiting for you these days. I just heard from my younger brother that you have arrived at the group, so I hurried over to find you. Are you free now? If so, I'll go upstairs. Come up when you're free." William smiled faintly and tapped the table with his fingers, thinking about what Black Wolf and his gang would do next. Chapter 234, Dog Skin Plaster. Underground forces like Black Wolf are just a dog skin plaster. It is quite useful, but once you get it on you, it's like a dog skin plaster that can't be removed. It even gives opponents the opportunity to target you. Just like how we dealt with Anthony this time. It was originally just a minor fight, but because it was linked to the Black Wolf gang, it became a serious crime of organizing an underground force. William took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's just a shitty plaster. Wait until I cooperate with the War Department and see who dares to use this excuse to deal with me." Moreover, the subsequent development would be difficult to proceed without the Black Wolf gang to do the dirty work. The best way is to whitewash the Black Wolf group so that they are not considered to be an underground force. Soon, there was a knock on the door. William nodded with satisfaction. The Black Wolf was becoming more and more perceptive now. Know how to make clear his own identity and status. "I won't let the underground forces do anything to me. Come in." Hailang pushed open the door and walked in with a smile on his face. "Boss Lin, I'm glad to see you. You don't know how shocked your brothers are behind your back. When you were arrested, the brothers all thought you were doomed, but we didn't expect you to be safe and sound in the end. Go on." William laughed and said with interest, "You guys are not going to brag about me being all-powerful, are you?" "Of course." Black Wolf laughed. "Look, they thought it was impossible to kill Kong Jisho and Bai Go, but you killed them. Even if someone from the provincial police headquarters comes this time, they won't be able to do anything to you. Now the brothers are completely convinced by you." "I like to hear that." William nodded slowly and said in a serious tone, "I heard that the brothers have been trying to take over Bai Go's business recently." "That's right." Black Wolf nodded, his expression becoming serious. White Dog was the biggest underground force in Nanzhou. Once he fell, the entire White Dog gang fell apart. All kinds of hooligans set up their own gangs and are trying to grab the assets left by White Dog. Nightclubs, KTVs, arcades, and clubs all have very high profits, and everyone is fighting for them. We have robbed a lot of industries and injured a lot of brothers. In total, we have taken over more than a dozen clubs. William raised his hand, motioning him not to continue. William, in confusion. After defeating White Dog, shouldn't we seize White Dog's assets and make the Black Wolf gang bigger and stronger? Why doesn't William look happy at all? William frowned. What are your plans for next? At that time, we took advantage of our prestige after we defeated Bai Go and Chief Kong and rushed to grab the throne. Black Wolf said proudly, "Now those forces are afraid of you and dare not compete with us for the throne. Within a year, I have the confidence to develop the Black Wolf gang into the largest underground force in Southern Province." William looked at his excited expression and smiled meaningfully. Oh, recreate the glory of your unification of the underground forces in Nanzhou? Just like White Dog, right? Of course, Black Wolf said carelessly. Back then, I could get hundreds of people to respond with just one call. A few phone calls could get more than 1,000 people. Who would dare to go against me? However, due to the economic opening up in recent years, there are more and more people in Nanzhou and more gangsters. He has more than 1,000 hooligans under him, but he still can't be ranked as the boss. We have to be at least like the White Dog back then, with tens of thousands of followers, to be worthy of being called the #1 underground force in Nanzhou. William smiled and said, "You are very confident. Once by Go Falls, you want to be the boss of the underground forces in Nanzhou." Hailang frowned and quickly expressed his loyalty. I dare not. Hailang, will never forget my roots. You're always the boss in my eyes. Without you, Hailang, would still be a delivery boy. That's not what I meant. William shook his head and smiled. It's very chaotic in Nanzhou now, right? Are there any gangs supported by other big forces or big people? It's definitely a mess. Black Wolf fell in a deep thought and suddenly raised his head and said, it seems that those people really have no backers. He won't be like the White Dog, with Kong Jusho standing behind him. These are all forces formed by some scoundrels who have been hanging around for many years. William tapped the table lightly. A smile appeared in the corner of his mouth, and he said meaningfully, it seems that you're the only one who has a big force behind you. But I'm a bit shameless. After all, the group is not a big force at the moment. Chapter 235, Do You Believe Me? Although Lynn Group is only a billion-dollar group, it is definitely a big force now, because he knocked down by Go and Director Kong, and also escaped from the police station. Li Qitian and Hailang are also in his hands. In the eyes of the upper class in Nanzhou, he is considered a force of considerable strength. Black Wolf's reaction was exaggerated, and he said with a smile, Boss Lin, if you are not considered a big shot or a big force, then no one in Nanzhou would dare to call themselves a big shot or a big force. Now, when you mention your name outside, everyone gives you a thumbs up. William narrowed his eyes and frowned. Brother Black Wolf, don't you understand what I mean? After the fall of White Dog, why didn't the famous big forces in Nanzhou quickly divide up the underground power pie? Don't they want to eat it? Or do they dislike it? Although the underground power pie is not big, it is tempting enough. Black Wolf was stunned for a moment, frowning tightly, as if he understood what William meant. You mean those big shots and big forces dare not touch the underground forces pie? Are you afraid of being implicated like Chief Kong? That's right, William sighed. Come to think of it, this is also the reason why I was almost thrown into jail by the police this time. It is because of my connection with you that I was charged with such a serious crime. So those big shots and big forces in Nanzhou are very smart. They would rather not have this piece of cake than be implicated. The Black Wolf was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of disbelief. We fought so hard to conquer this country, and now you say it's gone? Does William want to draw a clear line between himself and the Black Wolf gang for fear of being implicated by him? The scene fell into silence. Black Wolf gritted his teeth and said, Boss Lin, the brothers are loyal to you. You can't just say no. In everyone's eyes, I, Black Wolf, and you are the backbone. Neither of us can be without each other. And you've given us so much. How dare we draw a line between ourselves and you? Boss Lin, I, Black Wolf, am not an ungrateful person. Just tell me what you want us to do. It doesn't even have to involve us in the underground forces. Although he is now separated from William and is working on his own, he can still become the boss of the underground forces in Nanzhou. But he is not a person who forgets his roots. William helped him when he was at his lowest point. William just when he was successful. This is the romance between men. William nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, You are my brother. I, William, will not abandon any brother. But the underground forces must not survive. Sell all the places under your control. Don't leave any behind. What? Black Wolf exclaimed. Not one will be left alive. These are all gold mountains, treasures that can bring in endless money. Boss Lin, please think it over clearly. Otherwise, we should stop doing those marginal things and only do the serious green things. In his opinion, William was in a high position and did not understand the difficulties faced by his brothers. The brothers below only care about eating, drinking, gambling, and women. Without these three things, they will become useless. Without these industries, where would the brothers get the money to eat, drink, gamble, and play with women? William was too absolute in this matter. No matter what We can't just cut it all off, right? William narrowed his eyes, recalling his memories from his past life. As Nanzhou's economy becomes more and more developed, it has also become a model city for open economy. Next year, the big shots above will launch a major sweep against the underground forces in Nanzhou. As long as they are underground forces, they cannot escape the thundering measures from above. Countless people were thrown into prison. Since then, the environment in South State has become much cleaner. The remaining underground forces also hurriedly transformed. He said calmly, "Brother Black Wolf, do you believe me?" "I believe it, of course I do," Black Wolf said without hesitation. William said slowly, "Next year, the higher-ups will conduct a major sweep of the underground forces in Nanzhou. If you continue to mess around, you and your brothers will all go to jail. I'm afraid this squat will last you a lifetime. It's for your own good to let you all give up. As long as there is even the slightest clue left, someone will catch us and wipe us out." Chapter 236, Becoming Bigger and Stronger. Hearing this, Highlang stood there in a daze, looking at William in disbelief. Next year, a big sweep? This is impossible, right? How can it be swept clean? So many people rely on this for their livelihoods. How dare the authorities take such a cruel approach? In his view, underground forces exist with official acquiescence. After all, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. How can we possibly carry out a large-scale cleanup? As long as the situation is controlled within a certain level and there is no indiscriminate killing or harming of people, the authorities will not take fatal action. Moreover, the underground forces and the official authorities have a vested interest in collusion. Even if the provincial capital issues orders, the lower levels can still carry out the operations secretly. William knew what he was thinking, but still retained a bit of hope, thinking that underground forces could still exist. He smiled faintly. "Don't believe it?" "This." Black Wolf's eyes widened. "How do you know it's next year?" "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. You just need to know that I was able to escape danger many times because of my own judgment and strategy." William said calmly, "If you don't listen to my arrangements, then we will go our separate ways." There is nothing more to say. Black Wolf's face changed, his eyes became a little confused, and then quickly became firm. "Boss Lynn, I believe you. You gave me the opportunity. How can I let you down? I will ask my brothers to abandon the robbed place and do business honestly." "Okay." William nodded with satisfaction. "But I don't need you to feel guilty about me. I need you to trust me. Only if you believe what I say from the bottom of your heart can you make the brothers obey you and stop being involved in underground forces. Believe it." Black Wolf clasped his fists and said sincerely, "The best decision I have ever made in my life is to follow you. But if we don't mix with the underground forces, do we have to rely on credit companies? But the credit company has not been profitable so far. Soon, the authorities will relax control over online private loans, and there will be a big boom at that time." William narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "Soon, there will be a steady stream of people looking for loans from you. I can give you $1 billion directly, and you can lend out $3 billion, then securitize the assets and use future income as collateral to borrow $6 billion from the bank, and then continue to lend out and repeat this cycle over and over again." Black Wolf was stunned. He didn't understand what it meant. The only thing on his mind was grabbing the market and making money by taking advantage of the situation. You can also use your connections in the bank to get some worthless items as collateral and borrow a large sum of money. I don't understand why $6 billion can be loaned out with $1 billion. William shook his head and smiled. This cycle repeats itself, and the money keeps growing like a snowball. We can have hundreds of billions of interest income, and we only need to take a risk of $1 billion. But doing so is very risky. You need strong connections, and you can't use leverage to move more than $50 billion. Otherwise, if things get out of hand and you're targeted by the higher-ups, you'll be in trouble. What? Black Wolf took a deep breath. He didn't understand what it meant. He only understood $50 billion, and it cannot exceed $50 billion. That being said, according to William's plan, he can easily have assets worth more than $50 billion. He couldn't even imagine that his small company could have assets worth $50 billion. After all, even Ling Yun Group currently has a market value of only over $6 billion. William smiled and said, "Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. I'll ask Kai Wei to recruit some elites from the financial industry for you, and then I'll teach them and let them cooperate with you. As for relationships, leave it to me. Leave the big ones to me. You'll need to maintain some of the lower-level characters yourself. By then, we can earn more than 1 billion yuan a year just from some high-quality loans." Black Wolf slapped his thigh excitedly. "I will listen to Big Brother. If Big Brother tells me to go east, I will never go west. I didn't expect that I could earn such a high income by doing loans. What kind of underground forces are they playing with? Chapter 237, First-Class Guests. William continued. As for the brothers, they all have to wear suits and ties and become professional debt collectors. Well, brothers are good at this. Black Wolf waved his hand and said confidently, if any idiot dares to owe money, just stab him twice and then tie up his wife and children. If it's a girl, let her take those photos. TSK, TSK, you can feast your eyes. William slapped Highlang on the bald head and said unhappily, if you keep doing this, we brothers will be in jail in less than a month. What else can we do? Black Wolf scratched his head in confusion. Is it possible to persuade them to pay back the money by appealing to their emotions or reason? Since you're no longer involved in the underground forces, of course you have to use civilized means. You can threaten, but you must never use force. William smiled faintly. First, bombard the relatives and friends with phone calls, and then go to their homes to ask for it. Then we find some old men and women in the area, go to people's doorsteps and cry and make a scene. Black Wolf slapped his thigh and said excitedly, I understand. I have used this method before, but I didn't expect it to be used for debt collection. Well, go get busy. William smiled and ordered him to leave. I'm optimistic about you, Brother Black Wolf. I promise not to let Big Brother down. Highlang chuckled and left the office. William smiled and shook his head. If Black Wolf could really build up the online loan company, it would be a treasure of the group in the future. The premise is that it does not involve violating the law and will not bring trouble to yourself. He called the finance department and asked them to inject 1 billion yuan into Net Wolf Credit Company. Then he lay down in the office chair, thinking about how to carry out the next plan. Both the automotive battery business and the high-tech drone business require a large number of talents. It is not cost-effective to poach talents from companies in the same field. The most cost-effective way is to recruit students from major universities. Moreover, college students have characteristics that veterans in the workplace do not possess. Clear, stupid, self-adaptive, tough. He thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up with several people's names and faces flashing by. Those people were none other than the top geniuses in the drone industry who were famous in their previous lives. You should still be in college now. Then it is necessary to go to the school in person. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door, and Sean Siway's slightly excited voice came. Boss Lynn, it's me. Come in. William looked at her with a smile. What's so exciting? Sean Kaiway took out a big red Golden Boss card. The mayor's secretary sent an invitation to the mayor's birthday party. You're a first-class guest. I didn't expect that the mayor would value you so much and even place you in the position of a first-class guest. At the previous birthday party, you were only a third-level guest or a second-level guest. William raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Apart from the official bigwigs, only the top dozen or so people in Nanzhou can become the first-level guest of the mayor. Although he previously owned a 10 billion yuan group, he was only treated as a third-level guest. Only once was he seen as a second-level guest. I didn't expect that even though Ling Yun Group's market value plummeted this time, I was still treated as a first-class guest. It seems that after these two events during this period, my weight in the mayor's heart has become even greater. Of course, it could also be because of Eve. William smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll go and take a look then. There was a flash of disappointment in Sean Siway's eyes. William didn't even want to take her with him. William attended important banquets in the past. He always brought his secretary Eve with him. It seems that as a secretary, I am far less important than Eve in William's heart. But when I think about it, I feel happy for Eve. After all, this also means that William is very loyal. She said seriously, Boss Lynn, those suppliers have been making trouble and refusing to leave. They even brought their employees to protest outside the group, demanding that purchases from their company be resumed. Otherwise, their employees will starve to death. Why don't you go out and meet them? Chapter 238. People in the Jianghu have no choice. William stood up and just sneered, a bunch of shameless idiots. When I was in trouble, everyone ran away faster than a rabbit. Now that they think I'm no longer a problem, they're asking me to resume my cooperation. Do you really think that my Ling Yun Group is a place where you can come and go as you please? Sean Kaiway also nodded angrily. That's right. They just think that our group needs them as suppliers. After all, we are in Nanzhou, and the most economical and efficient way is to purchase products from these Nanzhou companies. They think we can only buy from them, so they are so confident. Ridiculous. William sneered and squinted his eyes to look out the window. The tall buildings shine brightly in the sun, as if illustrating the glory of Nanzhou. But these glories have never truly belonged to anyone. Only belongs to Nanzhou, he said calmly. I have decided to transform the industry into a high-tech, high-value-added industry. These old suppliers no longer meet our requirements. Anyway, they can make a fuss, just ignore them. But a large part of the suppliers rely on our group's orders to make a living. Shan Kaiwei said worriedly. If we don't stop ordering, I'm afraid many suppliers will go bankrupt. So what? William was so angry that he laughed out of anger. How shameless. Their employees have no food to eat. It's their own fault, but they blame it on me. Does it mean that just because I'm their father, I have to give them money and let them eat? Shan Kaiwei sighed. What they said is not without reason. After all, once those companies go bankrupt, thousands of people will lose their jobs and the government will definitely intervene. I'm afraid the mayor will bring up this matter at the banquet this time. William frowned. He didn't realize this just now and held his forehead helplessly. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. Not only do you have to support your own subordinates, but you also have to worry about other people's employees. He thought for a moment and recalled what all the big companies in his previous life had done. Deep cooperation and integration of supply chain. His eyes lit up. Since he wanted to build military-grade drones, he had to work closely with the supply chain. First, we invest and take control, and then list a series of strict requirements to ensure that every component has the lowest cost and the best quality. If those suppliers are unwilling, that's their own fault. William lost in thought. Shan Kaiwei stood respectfully aside, looking at William with even more admiration. She believed that if she encountered such a problem, she would definitely lose her composure. After all, there is pressure from both the government and suppliers. And now a bunch of suppliers are making trouble downstairs of the group. William's ability to remain calm, even when faced with a catastrophe, is worthy of her admiration. At this time, William said calmly, select 3 representatives from each supplier and hold a negotiation meeting at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Shan Kaiwei was stunned and said nervously, Boss Lynn, this is not good, right? If you don't plan to continue cooperating with them and hold a negotiation meeting with them, how will it end tomorrow afternoon? You just need to notify them. I will arrange the rest. William said calmly. After Shan Kaiwei left, William convened another high-level meeting of the group. He looked at the many executives in the audience and inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. After all, these people are loyal to me. Even though they were targeted by Baigo and Director Kong and arrested by the police, they did not choose to resign, but stayed in the precarious Ling Yun group. However, of the original 40-odd executives, only 19 remain. He smiled faintly and said sincerely, Thank you all for your trust in me and your loyalty to Ling Yun Group. I will never allow those senior staff who have already left to return to their posts. If anyone wants to plead for them, don't blame me for kicking you out too. I, William, guarantee here that within half a year, Ling Yun Group will exceed 20 billion in market value. Within 5 years, the market value will reach 100 billion, making it one of the most important large companies in Nanhwa Province. Chapter 239, Undergraduates Only. As soon as these words were spoken, there was warm applause at the scene. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. But in fact, almost everyone thinks William is dreaming. The market value exceeded 20 billion in half a year. The market value exceeded 100 billion in 5 years. Isn't this bullshit? It would be better to think about how to bring Ling Yun Group's market value back to its original level. William knew that few people would believe him, so he smiled faintly. You may think I am bragging, so I will put my actions into practice. Everyone here, the guaranteed annual salary will increase by 30%. It takes effect from now on. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate sensation at the scene. Is this true or false? It's increased so much. I've made a fortune. General Lynn, stand up. Swear to be loyal to General Lynn until death. Now everyone was really excited and thought William was bragging. I didn't expect he would really take action. Shan Kaiwei was also stunned, with a look of panic on her face. The company doesn't have much money at the moment, and there is still a lot of room for investment. It will be fine if you don't use it sparingly, but why are you so wasteful? Unexpectedly, William continued, at present, the annual salary of ordinary employees in the group has also increased by 30%. The annual salary of middle-level employees has increased by 20%. Currently, more than half of the employees in the entire Ling Yun group have resigned, and less than 50% are left. Since they trust the group so much, this is what they deserve. But everyone was dumbfounded and stood there in disbelief. The joy on his face disappeared instantly. Forget about raising the salaries of the executives. After all, 19 people won't cost that much. But if we raise salaries for all employees, the extra monthly wages will be an astronomical figure. William crazy? Seeing everyone's surprised faces, William said calmly, "From now on, all newly recruited employees will also receive salary increases. But since the salary has increased, the quality of new employees must also be improved. At least, no one with less than a bachelor's degree can be recruited. Even cleaners and security guards need a bachelor's degree or above." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sensation at the scene. Everyone was shocked. Boss Lynn think twice. It's okay for ordinary employees, but why do even security guards and cleaners need to have undergraduate degrees? Yes, the salary that undergraduates ask for is more than twice that of those uncles and aunts. Even if our group has money, we can't spend it like this, right? Sean Kaiway also said solemnly, "Boss Lin, the group currently has little existing funds. I suggest that we increase revenue and reduce expenditure." William smiled faintly. "Don't worry about the money. Within a month, I will clean up all the small shareholders in the group and inject more than 10 billion yuan in funds." Although he owns more than 95% of the shares, there's still some small shareholders left in the group. I must clean all of these up and keep the shares firmly in my own hands. In this way, the entire company truly belongs to you. Only then can I inject money into the group with confidence. There was an uproar at the scene again, and everyone's eyes were full of doubt. But seeing William's determined eyes and the fact that he never boasted, most people chose to believe him. The head of the HR department frowned and said, "Boss Lin, I support all your other decisions, but isn't it a joke to let undergraduate graduates work as cleaners and security guards? You know, they have studied hard for so many years, and they're not willing to be security guards and cleaners. Even if the salary level matches, they don't like this kind of undignified work." Everyone nodded. William smiled. "Don't write security guard or cleaner in the recruitment information. Write management trainee or management trainee for short. However, specific tasks, such as cleaning and tidying up the meeting room, must still be reported truthfully." Everyone was stunned. Management trainee? What a high-sounding noun. In this way, it seems that many college students can be fooled into joining the company. William's lips curled up into a faint smile. In this era, when undergraduates are still valuable, he announced that he would only recruit undergraduates. Even cleaners and security guards had to be undergraduates. Although it will incur a lot of additional expenses, it will also cause a social sensation. Create a high-end image of Ling Yun Group in people's minds. Compared with the rich marketing effects, this salary expenditure is nothing. Chapter 240. Don't get involved. If I were to live my life again, of course I would learn from the successful marketing cases of my previous life. After the meeting, William called Gao Hongxiang, the new head of the purchasing department. I repeated my ideas on supply, chain integration, and in-depth cooperation. Gao Hongxiang was stunned with shock. "I didn't expect that I would take on such a heavy task just after taking office. If you do well, you will definitely become famous in the industry. If you don't do it well, your reputation will be ruined. Draft a plan first. At the supplier meeting tomorrow, tell those people the specific requirements." William smiled faintly and waved his hand. Gao Hongxiang was stunned for a moment and wanted to say something else with a bitter look on his face. "I have something else to do." William put on his coat and turned to go out. Think about it carefully. He came to the drone product testing center and found Xiaowei, who was enjoying playing with the drone. When Xiaowei saw William, he almost jumped up with excitement. "Brother William, airplanes are so fun. I've decided that I want to learn drones." William smiled faintly. Okay. This was also within his expectations. What kid doesn't like flying an airplane? "Let's go, it's getting late. Let me take you back to the hospital." William smiled and said, "I'll have someone pick you up tomorrow." Okay. Xiaowei nodded obediently. William patted the shoulders of several employees nearby and said, "Work hard. I'm counting on you." Several employees nodded excitedly. Took Xiaowei back to the hospital. Aunt Lu looked up with joy, but when she saw that only William and Xiaowei were there, she asked in confusion, "Where's Annie? Didn't she come back with you?" "Sister Annie has something to do, so Brother William took me to his company to study." Xiaowei said happily, "Mom Lu, I want to work in Brother William's company." "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't cause trouble for your brother." Aunt Lu scolded. "You are still young, you still need to go to school well. If you want to work before you learn anything, it's like the old saying goes, if you want to fly before you learn to walk. I'm telling you, you haven't been to school in months. You're in the hospital now, so you should go to school. Xiaowei looked unwilling, but didn't dare to speak. William smiled and said, Okay, Aunt Lu, you are still as nagging as before. I will take care of Xiaowei's affairs, so don't worry. I'm sorry to trouble you. Aunt Lu looked apologetic. You have raised me. Why are you causing me any trouble? William waved his hand. Xiaowei, go to the first floor and buy some fruit for Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu smiled kindly and said, Brother William is here. We have to treat him to some fruit. Do you still have the money I gave you last time? Don't buy those on sale. Buy the good ones. Okay, I'll go now. Xiaowei went out obediently. William looked at Lu Ma and knew that she was deliberately sending Xiaowei away. At this time, Aunt Lu looked worried and asked, William, why didn't you and Annie take Xiaowei with you? Annie's actually a good kid. Maybe there was some misunderstanding between you two over the years. William frowned, knowing that Aunt Lu was still worried about him and Annie. He said sincerely, Aunt Lu, it's impossible for Annie and I to be together, so don't worry about it. She knows exactly what she did to me. It's good enough that we didn't fall out with each other. If you weren't here, I would have found a way to get rid of her. What? Aunt Lu took a deep breath and said in shock, How big is the conflict between you two? Isn't it because she didn't help you before? William sneered. It seems that she is too embarrassed to tell you what she did to me before. Aunt Lu, please don't get involved in this matter. William blankly and nodded. Okay, I won't get involved in your affairs. You have a good rest. I'm leaving first. William nodded. Back at Eva's house, William sat quietly on the terrace, watching people coming and going downstairs. Pick up your phone and send Eva a message. Chapter 241 Billions of Investments. Today's weather is very good, very suitable for a walk in Ueho Lake, but I dare not go for fear of being fed dog food. Everything is going well at the company because I made more than 10 billion from Sino Salt Lake, and now I have nearly 20 billion in my account, so I gave everyone a raise, and I plan to exaggerate it. Yes, it's the car batteries and high-tech drones I told you about before. It's ridiculous to say it. I don't know how Annie fooled Aunt Lu into bringing me and her together. I've already made it clear to Aunt Lu that it is impossible to get along with her. After sending these messages, William let out a long breath, his mind filled with thoughts of her. It took a long time before a message was sent. How are you now? But from beginning to end, Eve never replied to any of his messages. And he was like a dog, sending her messages every day. Maybe she could see it, but she just didn't dare to reply to me. After eating a little, he fell into a deep sleep. The other side, the Lynn family was in a joyous atmosphere. Anthony? Is it true? Can superstar Yang Li invest in Lynn Group? Robert looked excited. Really? Anthony nodded with a smile on his face. She promised me. And she said this would be her last investment. So, she wanted to make a big one. Maybe one move could be worth tens of billions. As soon as these words came out, the entire Lynn family was in an uproar. Billions. The current market value of the Lynn Group is only 1 billion. Wouldn't that mean the market value could double very quickly? Anthony is amazing, isn't he? The second sister, Lynn Kuer, hugged Anthony excitedly and kissed him heavily on the face. You are really the lucky star of our family. It is our Lynn family's fortune to have you. Brother Anthony is really promising. It's worth it that we support you to become a star. Third sister Lynn Keshin also smiled. Now you know how to repay us. I'm not like a certain ungrateful person who turned his back on people after becoming successful. Forget about that loser. I don't want to acknowledge that beast at all, Maria said with disgust and aversion. But he didn't get any good results. He scared away the girlfriend I finally got. Now he is still alone, like a stray dog that no one wants. Yes, he is all alone now, and even his girlfriend ran away. Lin Kuer said proudly, It must be hard to live alone. Well, he asked to come back to our Lin family in a few days. I don't care if he lives or dies. Robert sneered and said with disdain, None of you should contact him, and don't care about him if you see him. Let it be a stray dog out there and experience what it's like to be unloved and uncared for. Make him regret leaving the Lin family. Everyone nodded, with smiles on their faces as if they had gotten revenge. Anthony also smiled and said, He deserves it. Mom, Dad, sister, please don't be sad for him. Sister Yang Liz already promised me that she will come to my house tomorrow to discuss investment matters. When Lynn Keshin heard this, she looked at her clothes excitedly. This is the first time I've met such a big shot. Should I order some high-end clothes to avoid embarrassing Ziwu? When everyone heard this, they all thought it made sense. Indeed, at least one piece of clothing should cost more than 100,000, Otherwise, the superstar will look down on us. Maria smiled. At this time, Anthony received a call and quickly responded, Okay, I'll go pick up my sister now. Everyone looked surprised. Is this Yang Li's call? She just arrived in Nanzhou. Do you want us to go pick her up together? Anthony, the Lin family depends on you. You must work hard. Anthony's eyes, but he still smiled and nodded. Don't worry. Instead of going to the airport, he went to the presidential suite of a hotel. Chapter 242, Working Like a Horse. He knocked on the door respectfully. Sister Yang, it's me. The door was opened, revealing a heavily made-up face. The woman had a very good foundation, with a high-nose bridge, big eyes, and a small face, but her eyes were full of vicissitudes, and she looked old. Although the skin is covered with thick powder, you can still see signs of sagging and wrinkles if you look closely. Even though she was hailed as a beautiful goddess when she was young, she could not stop the passage of time. Gumin, Yang Li said in a cold voice. Anthony closed the door obediently. 2 hours later, Anthony said weakly, Sister, I've taken 5 pills. I can't take it anymore. Take one last pill. Yang Li ordered, Climb onto the bed quickly. Hurry up. Anthony's eyes went dark, and he fainted. Yang Li glanced at him and sneered. He looks handsome, but I didn't expect him to be such a loser. She murmured, More than a decade ago, I was the one kneeling on the ground. I was the one who fainted after taking the medicine, and I was the one who looked like a dog. And the one who stepped on my head was also a big shot back then. TSK, Anthony, I will give you back the humiliation I have suffered tenfold or 100-fold. I heard you have a beautiful girlfriend. Call her over to serve me when the time comes. As she said that, she picked up the mineral water and poured it on Anthony's head. Anthony woke up and said weakly, Sister Yang, what do you want? Have you done everything I told you to do? Yang Li asked coldly. I've done all. Anthony was pleasantly surprised and nodded quickly. I've convinced my family to cooperate with your plan. They are willing to accept your investment, but I didn't tell them the truth. You idiot, you must not tell the truth, lest they let it slip. Yang Li showed a satisfied smile on her face. Well done. I will sign a 3 billion financing plan with Nanzhou Lin Group to support Lin Group's pharmaceutical industry. But I won't pay a penny of this 3 billion, and of course it won't go into the Lin Group's account. But you and your family must cooperate with me and tell the outside world that the 3 billion has been received. But what I'm most worried about is that your family members will doubt. No, Anthony assured confidently. They trust me very much. As long as I open my mouth, they will definitely not doubt it. Sister Yang, just do it with confidence. Just drive up the stock price and cash out. You don't have to worry about the Lin family's affairs. Don't worry about the Lin family's life or death. You are so cruel. I have never seen you cheat your family like this. Yang Li sneered. When we leave, everyone will realize that they have been deceived by the Lin family. By then, the Lin family will not only be notorious, but also have provoked a lot of people. I'm afraid my life will be in danger. Aren't you worried about your family at all? Anthony burst into tears. Sister Yang, to be honest, I have always had a hard time at home. I was bullied by my sisters, abused by my brother, and my parents didn't like me either. It's just because I was adopted and they don't like me as an adopted child at all. So I don't want to worry about how they will live in the future. I see. Yang Li's eyes flashed with pity, and she said coldly, Don't worry. As long as you cash out and leave, I will definitely support you vigorously and make you a nationally famous star. With my connections and capital, I might be able to support you to become the top person of the new generation. After all, you look good, and your voice is okay. Seeing that Yang Li believed his lies, Anthony's eyes flashed with cunning, and he said gratefully, Thank you, Sister Yang. I will definitely work hard for you. Work like a slave? Yang Li snorted in dissatisfaction. Be a dog, be a dog. Anthony clenched his fists suddenly, then slowly loosened them. I am Sister Yang's most loyal dog. Chapter 243, Tricking Your Brother. He laughed and said, Not bad. I like your dog very much. It's also because you're obedient and make me happy. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother looking for you. Yes, it's my great honor that Sister Yang likes me. Anthony spoke humbly with his head almost buried in the ground. But I heard that your family treats you well. Yang Li's eyes turned cold. Are you lying to me? Anthony, what I hate most is ungrateful people. I don't want you to repay me with hatred after I helped you get ahead. Anthony choked up and said, Sister Yang, don't you know me yet? I am sincere to you and willing to be your dog. As for those rumors outside, they are all false. They were spread by my family just to save face. Think about it. If my family loved me, would they give Lingyun Group which is worth tens of billions, to my brother? Haha, I heard that your brother is not a good guy. After taking over the 10 billion yuan group, he turned his back on us. Yang Li sneered, but she frowned slightly and touched her wrinkled neck. It would be even better if I could drag your brother into this. Then we can make a lot of money again. But you and your brother don't have a good relationship, right? It's a bit difficult, Anthony said hesitantly, but I can try. Leave it to you. Yang Li calmly opened her phone and ordered, "Massage my legs." Okay, sister. Anthony knelt down respectfully. On the other side, the Sue group. In the conference room, everyone looked at the green screen with pale faces. Annie and her father Su Jianhong both looked unhappy. Looking at the questioning looks coming their way, they fell into silence. Sino Salt Lake stock price has fallen more than 10 times since its initial plunge until now, although there have been several small-scale rebounds in between. It may really never go back up. Finally, a shareholder couldn't help but question, "Ms. Su, didn't you say that the stock price would rise again soon? Why is it falling like shit now? I invested 7 million, and now only have over 1 million left. Don't even mention making money. I'm almost losing everything now." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was excited. Yes, you promised it with all your heart. Why are you falling like this now? I have invested all my wealth here. If the price doesn't go up again, I will be finished. I borrowed a lot of money from the bank to play with you. If the price doesn't go back up, I'll jump off the roof right now. I don't want to make money anymore. I just want to get my principal back now. And frowned deeply, looking at the scene in despair. William clearly said at the police station that it was only a temporary drop and would soon soar back up. But after waiting for so long, not only did the price not rise, it fell even more badly. Was William lying to himself at that time? It's impossible. He was clearly begging me anxiously at that time. How could he dare to lie to me? Su Jianhong asked tentatively. Annie, why don't you ask William again? Otherwise, everyone really doesn't have the confidence to continue. Annie shook her head decisively and said, My relationship with him is very bad now. He doesn't want to see me at all, let alone tell me such important news. Besides, I knew about the letter in Salt Lake by accident, so he felt even worse. There was a sudden groan at the scene, and said firmly, Don't worry, the stock price will definitely continue to rise. William S. investment in Sino Salt Lake is definitely much more than ours. He is not panicking, so why should we be panicking? Besides, haven't you heard the latest news released by Lynn Group? Give all employees in the group a salary increase. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Is this true? Does Lynn Group have so much money? After these two incidents, Lynn Group is probably in a precarious situation. Where will the money come from to raise the employees' salaries? Could it be that he firmly believes that Sino Salt Lake stock can really make a lot of money? This is true. I just heard about it. Annie nodded heavily. There should not be much money in Lynn Group's account right now. I'm afraid the only ones who can give him a big salary increase are Sheena Salt Lake. So please wait a little longer. The price will definitely go up. But the reaction of the people present was very intense. Still believe him? Maybe he is also a victim. Yeah, I feel like he has no idea what's going on, and he's just gambling. Ms. Sue, how many times have we chosen to believe him? In the end, he ended up like this. If we hadn't chosen to believe him, we could have made some money. Chapter 244, Finding Out the Words. Su-Hyunong looked helpless. On one side is his old comrade in the business world, and on the other side is his daughter. He couldn't say anything. Annie frowned and became even angrier. What can we do now? Sell all the stocks we have. If you want to withdraw, just come to me and I will return your investment to you based on the current share price. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent again. If we quit now, we will lose everything, even our underwear. The original investment was 10 million, but now I can only get back less than 2 million. Who would be willing to quit now? Seeing everyone was silent, Annie snorted coldly. That's right. Since you all want to gamble and wait for the share price of Sino Salt Lake to rise again, then why do you all question me and let me bear your pressure? Since everyone wants to wait and gamble, let's work together and pay attention to Sheena's Salt Lake. Anyway, according to the information I have received so far, all the machinery has arrived at the mining area, and all that is left is approval from above. You should also know this news, but you're just worried that it won't be approved by the higher-ups. Then keep waiting and keep paying attention. Everyone nodded. This was the only solution at the moment. After all, they have been trapped now and are reluctant to sell, so they can only hope that the price will go up. Annie said slowly, Tomorrow night is the mayor's birthday party. My father gave me a spot for the party. William will probably go there too. I'll go and ask him about it. Please don't worry. After the meeting, Su Jianhong said with a worried look on his face, with your current relationship with William, will he tell you the real news? Even if he says it will continue to rise, can you guarantee that he is telling the truth? There's nothing we can do about it. We can only try to get him to talk. Annie's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, I can ask Aunt Lu to ask him for me. I believe he would never lie to Aunt Lu. That's right. Su Jianhong slapped his thigh and said, then go find the director of your orphanage. By the way, take 100,000 yuan over to show our appreciation. William paid for her hospital stay. Annie was a little annoyed. How could I forget about this? Okay, I'll take it now. Annie drove out of the company, and seeing that it was almost time for dinner, she went to the private kitchen to pack some food and took it to the hospital. In the hospital, Mother Lu was lying on the hospital bed and browsing her phone. Xiao Wei was also lying on the sofa next to him, browsing his phone. They looked very happy. Annie came in with food and said with a smile, Aunt Lu, you haven't finished your meal yet? I brought you some. Oh, the hospital has free dinner, and it's pretty delicious. Why did you bring food? Aunt Lu said with a distressed look on her face. It's a wooden box? Did you make it yourself? I bought it outside. Annie smiled and said, nowadays, many hotel takeout meals are packaged in wooden boxes. It's too expensive, too expensive. See if you can return it. Aunt Lu quickly shook her head. Annie has already opened it, and the aroma of food is wafting out. Xiao Wei jumped up excitedly. Sister Annie, let me help you open it. Okay. Annie smiled and brought a bowl of soup to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, I'll feed you. William had been the most sensible since childhood. After dinner, Annie took out a file bag and put it in Aunt Lu's hand. Aunt Lu, there's 100,000 yuan in it. It's a little gift from me. Let me know when you have used it up. No, you can use the money to start business. William has already made arrangements for the children in the orphanage. They are now living in an apartment and have someone to take care of them. Aunt Lu said proudly. William said that he has already handed over to the official department and is preparing to rebuild the orphanage. William is a rich kid, and Lu Ma can just cheat him out of enough money. Don't talk so much. Just accept it if I ask you to. And said angrily, do you think I'm not as good as William in your eyes? Aunt Lu couldn't refuse and had to accept it. Seeing that Aunt Lu accepted it, Annie tactfully stated her intention. Aunt Lu, I have something to ask of you. I'm having a bad time with William right now, so I want you to ask him for me. Hey, kid, why don't you just ask him yourself? He won't be so stingy. Aunt Lu shook her head and sighed. He won't tell me, and said firmly, he's just so mean. I took the initiative to show my friendliness to him in the afternoon, but he still had a sour face. Hey, Aunt Lu shook her head and asked, what's the matter? Annie whispered, you must not say that I asked. You can only ask indirectly about a big project he recently invested in, what the future prospects are, and whether it can make a lot of money. Chapter 245, No Room for Negotiation. Aunt Lu was stunned for a moment, and a hint of vigilance flashed across her weathered eyes. Although she didn't understand these, she at least knew the business secrets. Could it be that, and is trying to get William's business secrets out on her own? Thinking of this, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on her face. Annie, since William doesn't want to tell you, it's not easy for Aunt Lu to ask. William is a good boy, and Aunt Lu doesn't want to harm him because of some trivial things. How could that be? Annie explained hastily, it's not a trade secret, and it won't harm him. Aunt Lu, Annie, am not that kind of person. You have to believe me. I'm just a little confused about future investments and want him to give me some direction. Forget it, Annie. Aunt Lu shook her head firmly. I'm old now and don't want to get involved in the affairs between you young people. Annie looked helpless and anxious. She knew what Aunt Lu was worried about. But at present, only Lu Ma can help me and the Su group. Aunt Lu, this matter is really important to me and the Su family. Annie pleaded, please help me ask. If I don't get the exact news, I'm afraid I will go bankrupt. Aunt Lu closed her eyes and sighed. Annie, I'm tired and want to rest. Go do what you need first. Annie gritted her teeth, knowing that it would be fruitless to continue pestering, so she could only helplessly say, then you have a good rest. I will come to see you when I have time. After saying that, he said hello to Xiao Wei and left. Looking at Annie's departing figure, Aunt Lu slowly opened her eyes, full of disappointment. Annie, how did you become like this? Even Aunt Lu wants to take advantage of you. Your family doesn't get along with William. If I really ask him about some secrets, wouldn't that harm him? Alas, I have finally been influenced by the social trends. Annie returned to the car and angrily hit it. She was very puzzled. It was obviously just a small matter. So why was Aunt Lu unwilling to help? In the past, Lu Ma would always grant my requests. After thinking about it, a hint of anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. Could it be that William said something bad about me in front of Lu Ma? It must be. Otherwise, why would Aunt Lu not want to help me with even such a small matter? William, just wait for me, and gritted her teeth and said, when I make my first pot of gold, I won't have to bow down to you anymore. Even if I don't have your help, I, Annie, can make a name for myself. The next day, William convened a supplier meeting within the group. He sat in the audience with a faint smile on his face, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The suppliers all pricked up their ears and listened to the speech by Gao Hongxiang, the director of the purchasing department. When they heard about in-depth cooperation, investment in or acquisition of suppliers, and customized procurement with high standards, the whole audience was excited. To supply goods to Ling Yun Group, one must agree to Ling Yun Group's investment or acquisition, and also agree to the good standards set by Ling Yun Group. Even the use of raw materials must be approved by Ling Yun Group. Isn't this an unfair clause? Everyone spoke up in dissatisfaction. I don't agree. Why should I give you shares just because I supply you with goods? We're doing well. Why should we give you shares? Everyone on the market uses our products, and few have bad things to say about them. Why should we follow your standards? Gao Hongxiang stood on the stage with a stern face, accepting everyone's questions. A hint of panic flashed across his face, but he quickly calmed down, because William told him that he couldn't retreat even a single step. It doesn't matter even if all suppliers don't agree. You could just build your own factory. William, who was sitting quietly in the first row, and they all spoke up, asking William to give an explanation. William glanced at everyone calmly and said calmly, Ling Yun Group's products will be the most cost-effective products in the industry, so I must have full control over the part suppliers. If you want to continue cooperating with Ling Yun Group, you must agree to each of the above conditions. There is no room for negotiation. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Many supplier CEOs stood up angrily. Chapter 246, Harsh Cooperation Requirements. Boss Lynn, are you sincere about cooperating? It's as if Ling Yun Group will go bankrupt if we leave. Customized standards, you are so brave to ask for it. Do you think we can open a production line just for you? William looked at everyone calmly. I'm not forcing you to cooperate with me. If you don't agree to these conditions, you can leave now. William angrily, but no one left. After all, Ling Yun Group has a large purchase order every year, and they don't want to lose such a big customer. They felt that there was definitely room for discussion. But at this time, Gao Hongxiang personally took action and gave the component standards that were rushed out overnight to different manufacturers. When everyone present saw the document, they all read it attentively. After a while, there was an uproar at the scene. Without exception, they all said that Ling Yun Group's standards were too strict. The compliance rate, must be 99.9%, which is very difficult to achieve. What? We're going to change to a higher grade silicone grease material? Do you know how much the cost will increase? Want to improve the production process? Then the entire production line has to be replaced. William said calmly, the conditions are a bit harsh, but you don't have to worry about the money. As long as a deep cooperation contract is signed, all our D costs, production line change costs, and machine purchase costs will be borne by Ling Yun Group. And the investment will be for 130% of your company's market value. Ling Yun Group must hold at least 51% of the shares, which means it must have absolute controlling rights. The crowd, who were originally excited, fell into deep thought. The conditions offered by William were very tempting, but this also meant that the company would no longer belong to them, but to Ling Yun Group. Everyone present was a well-known big boss, and none of them wanted to be controlled by others. William said calmly, if you disagree, you can leave now. If you agree, please send someone to discuss the details of the cooperation. After saying that, he glanced at Gao Hongxiang and left the meeting room without looking back. Seeing William's firm attitude, everyone was shocked again. Gao Hongxiang stepped onto the stage and spoke in a serious tone. Mr. Lin's attitude is like this, and it will not change. If you want to cooperate, please go to the small conference room to discuss with the staff in detail. William left. He sat in the office leisurely, crossing his legs. Anyway, he didn't have much hope for these suppliers, so he just let it go if they disagreed. Anyway, I have money now, so the worst that can happen is I can build my own factory. Moreover, if the mayor blames me for causing so many factories to close down, I will have a reason to respond. After all, I gave them the opportunity, but they didn't cherish it, and it's none of my business. Half an hour later, Gao Hongxiang knocked on the office door and said with a sad face, "Boss Lin, no supplier is willing to continue to cooperate with us." They even formed a group on the spot to unite against Ling Yun Group's bullying behavior. "Boss Lin, we have aroused public anger. How about we change the terms of cooperation?" William's lips curled up into a smile. As expected. As expected? Gao Hongxiang said in shock. "Boss Lin, you don't want to cooperate with them at all, do you?" "That's not the case." William shook his head and smiled. "Don't you think it's ridiculous that they joined forces? Businessmen are all profit-driven. Even brothers can turn against each other. They say they're joining forces, but maybe they're all secretly looking for cooperation with us." Gao Hongxiang was stunned. At this time, his phone rang. William indicated that he could take the call. Gao Hongxiang answered the phone, listened for a while, and then stood there in a daze. Mr. Lin, a supplier of controller parts, said we can cooperate and asked me to talk to him now." He started stuttering. As soon as I finished speaking, the phone continued to ring. He continued to answer the call, then hung up with a look of shock on his face. "There's another one." Just after hanging up, another call came in. William smiled and waved his hand. "Go and get busy." William in shock. "Sure enough, it's within your expectations. I believe they will be very embarrassed when they meet each other later." William laughed. "They are brothers in words, but they stab each other in the back. Stop flattering me and do your job well. You will get benefits in the future." Gao Hongxiang nodded quickly and left the office. Chapter 247 Logistics Specialist. William smiled, lay down his office chair, and pressed a button. Soon, there was a knock on the office door. A beautiful girl in a suit brought a cup of tea. "Boss Lin, please enjoy your meal." After saying that, seeing that William didn't give any more instructions, he left. In small companies, jobs like serving tea and water are usually done by secretaries. But Sean Kaiwei and Eve are both highly intelligent and capable executives, and they are generally not asked to do such low-end work. So they recruit some pretty female college graduates who have just graduated to do the job of serving tea and water. Moreover, this position has a nice name, Logistics Specialist in the chairman's office. William crossed his legs and watched the game on his tablet, smoking a cigarette and drinking tea. I also asked the logistics specialist to bring some afternoon tea. The whole afternoon passed leisurely. The sun slowly sets, and it's time to get off work. Sean Kaiwei knocked on the door and walked in. "Boss Lin, Yang Li has already made arrangements. The mayor's birthday party will start at 8 p.m. Where do you want to leave for the mayor's villa?" William nodded and said, "Take Yang Li and the others to the safe, and take my painting of a fisherman fishing by Wu Daozi." "Okay." Sean Kaiwei nodded respectfully. "By the way, Mr. Lin, the information department has just collected information about the Lin family. Tell me about it." William raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Superstar Yang Li came to Nanzhou and met Anthony alone first, and then went to the Lin family. Sean Kaiwei said solemnly, "It seems that the two parties signed some contract. Lin Group has held an emergency shareholders meeting, but the specific content of the meeting has not yet been learned. According to the Ministry of Information's analysis, the entertainment company that actress Yang Li recently invested in is on the verge of bankruptcy, and its overseas businesses have also suffered heavy losses due to local unrest. And there are rumors that Yang Li is about to be abandoned by the big boss behind the scenes. She came to Nanzhou this time to look for Lin Ziwu and the Lin family. I'm afraid she wants to discuss related industrial cooperation. She may also be interested in Nanzhou's favorable business environment and investment atmosphere and wants to make a fortune here." William narrowed his eyes, nodded, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected, Lin Ziwu is never idle for a moment, and he caused trouble so quickly. Superstar Yang Li. This person is no ordinary person. There are several big shots behind it, and it is rumored that it is the common plaything of those big shots. Moreover, he has considerable connections in both the black and white worlds, and the power of fans should not be underestimated. I didn't expect Lin Ziwu to hook up with her so quickly. It seems that I will see the smug faces of the Lin family again at the mayor's birthday party tonight." William sneered, his eyes full of coldness. "But what if Yang Li helps? I still don't take you seriously. But you also have to be careful that they may be stabbing you in the back." Sean Kaiwei reminded. "Also, the Su Group seems to be plotting something, so you have to be careful too." "Su Group?" William couldn't help laughing. "They're just a bunch of idiots, nothing to worry about." "Kaiwei, don't take these rubbish too seriously. At least look at the entire southern wilderness. We are people who want to do great things. Fighting with these little people will only lower our status. Sean Kaiway smiled and nodded. You are right. Okay, William said with a smile. Go and do your thing. Tell Yang Li and the others to come find me when they are ready. Sean Kaiway nodded and left. William narrowed his eyes. I plan to build a large-scale automobile battery production plant and automobile production plant, which requires a large piece of land to build the factory and also requires official approval and support. In the future, the mayor may even need to step in and help him obtain qualifications for automobile production. At this mayor's banquet, I will give him a fishing painting worth 2 or 300 million to please him. Let the mayor grant him a large piece of wasteland in the northern suburbs to build a factory, and provide yourself with policy benefits. Chapter 248, The Attention of All. Half an hour later, 3 Hummers and 12 bodyguards escorted William from Ling Yun Group to the secret villa in the city center. Soon, the convoy drove into the mountains in the suburbs. The mountain road, which is usually deserted and empty, is now filled with luxury cars. This attracted the attention of local residents, who were all discussing what had happened. Those who came to attend the banquet were all well-known figures, so naturally they would not reveal any information. William's 3 Hummers attracted a lot of people's attention. When everyone saw him, they knew without thinking that William had come. Many important people in the car looked sideways, and some instructed the driver to turn on the hazard lights to make way. William sat in the car with a smile on his face. Before this, I rarely enjoyed the treatment of being given way. It seems that these 2 troubles made his reputation famous. After the 3 Hummers turned the mountain road, they saw many traffic police maintaining order. There was also a sign. No unauthorized vehicles are allowed to enter. Police officers then stopped the 3 vehicles. The leading Hummer rolled down its window and showed an invitation letter before being allowed to pass. The 3 Humvees continued to drive. The originally dilapidated mountain roads have all been transformed into brand new and shiny asphalt roads. There are various precious trees and carefully maintained green areas on the roadside. After a moment, a huge villa appeared in front of us. The place was already crowded with people, all of whom were important figures in Nanzhou, all dressed in gorgeous clothes. Luxury cars that are rarely seen in daily life can be seen everywhere here. There are also countless police officers in uniform. More than a dozen bodyguards got out of the car in unison, with their backs straight, wearing sunglasses, holding black umbrellas, and guarding on both sides. Yang Li also held an umbrella and respectfully opened the car door for William. When everyone saw this scene, they all talked about it. William, the chairman of Ling Yun Group, who has been in the limelight recently. What a big act, worthy of being the man who could bring down by Go and Bureau Chief Kong. It's just 2 times of glory, but you dare to act like this. You are indeed young and frivolous, and your mind is not calm. A man in a suit saw William get off the car and hurried over with a warm smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Lynn. I am Chui Yin, the mayor's secretary. Hello. William shook hands with him with a faint smile on his face. You bodyguards are not allowed to enter the banquet, Chui Yin said with a smile, but there is a special restaurant to receive them. Okay. William nodded and looked at Yang Li and the others. You guys go with Secretary Chui's people. Yang Li saluted respectfully and left with several police officers beside Chui Yin. Afterwards, William walked into the banquet hall under the guidance of Chui Yin. This scene also attracted a lot of discussion. Although everyone present was a well-known figure, there was still a big gap between them and William. Even with William's status and position, he is still an object of admiration for many people. Boss Lin of Ling Yun Group is indeed a young and promising man. You have achieved so much at such a young age. It really makes me ashamed. I heard his girlfriend ran away, so my daughter must seize the opportunity. There are also many CEOs of billion-dollar groups, but they have money but no power. He is far less powerful than William, and even less famous. But that doesn't mean they would be willing to be inferior to William. This kid actually got Secretary Chui to lead the way personally. It seems that the mayor values him very much. Tisk, it's just a temporary limelight. Look how proud he is. Young people are full of youthful vigor. They don't understand that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This scene was also seen by Anthony and Robert, who came to the banquet. The 2 of them were nodding and bowing to the police officer who stopped them. Request permission to enter the banquet hall together. After all, the invitation letter the Lin family received was the lowest level, allowing only 1 person to enter the mayor's banquet. Seeing the huge difference in how they and William were treated, both of them looked unhappy. Why could someone who was considered trash be personally received by the mayor's secretary? Why should they have to compete with the security guard at the door and beg in a nice way? Chapter 249, William was the one spreading rumors behind the scenes. Look how proud he is. He doesn't even care about me as his father. Robert snorted angrily. He saw me here and didn't even come over to say hello. Ah, Anthony sighed with envy. After all, he has fallen out with us and no longer considers us as family. Dad, don't be sad. I'm still here. Robert nodded and said angrily, That's right. I still have yours. You are no worse than him. You actually brought tens of billions of investments to my Lynn group. Luckily, we sold everything we had to get you into the entertainment industry. At this time, a police officer asked unhappily, What are you talking about? Robert's name is written on the invitation. Which of you two is Robert? Show your ID and you can come in. I am Robert. Robert did not dare to show any anger. After all, he was a third-rank official in front of the Prime Minister. These police officers in front of him represent the mayor's face, and he dare not offend any of them. Then go in and don't delay our work. The police officer waved his hand coldly. It's just a third-level guest. You want to bring another person in? Dream on. Please be flexible. Robert said kindly. This is my son Anthony. He is also a famous star. Don't think that he has no reputation now. After a while, he can at least become a second-level guest of the mayor. The police officers were amused. No wonder he looked familiar. It turned out to be the pretty boy who ate Tao Liang Liang. It will take some time. Let's talk about it later. If anyone can get in, wouldn't the party be a mess? Anthony asked, and his face turned ugly. The young policeman in front of him actually dared to say that he was a nobody. Get out of here right now. A police officer glared at Anthony and shouted, This is not a place you can enter. We'll give you 10 seconds, or we'll take coercive measures. Anthony was furious, but helpless. William, who was the center of attention, the hatred in his eyes deepened. If William had handed over Ling Yun Group obediently, he would at least be a second-level guest now. Ling Yun Group should have been his. Why should William be allowed to enjoy his own treatment? Robert thought quickly and pointed at William next to the mayor's secretary and said hurriedly, That William, your first-class guest, is my son. Anthony again. He is William's brother. As a third-level guest, I can't bring anyone in, but he's a first-level guest, so he can definitely bring anyone in, right? Just use William's authority and let my son in. When these words were spoken, several police officers were stunned and then sneered with disdain. So it's that vampire that's been so talked about. The Ling Yun Group, which was built by Mr. William Lynn himself, was almost snatched away by your vampire father. When General Manager Lynn was arrested, it was you, old man, who brought your whole family to add insult to injury. A police officer walked away quickly while laughing. I'll ask Chief Lee to come over. The people around also looked over curiously and laughed at him. If it weren't for William, the Lynn Group would have almost gone bankrupt. How could you have the nerve to turn against him? TSK. I've heard of sons being ungrateful, but I've never heard of fathers being ungrateful. Get lost now. How dare you come here? Robert and Anthony both blushed. Looking at the sarcastic looks from people around me, I wished I could dig a hole and crawl into it. They had not expected that they had such a bad reputation in the eyes of Nanzhou celebrities. This damn beast, he must be the one spreading rumors behind my back. Robert was furious. How dare you call me an ungrateful person? Without me, there would be no such person as him in this world. Anthony also said with an unhappy look on his face, If you want to scold someone, scold me. Don't scold my dad. Dad, don't be angry. It must be William who said bad things about you behind your back. We just need to explain it clearly. Anthony looked at William, who was walking away with hatred. But he found that the other party didn't even look at him. The feeling of frustration is even stronger. Robert snorted angrily. What's the use of explaining? Once the news of Yang Li's investment of $3 billion is released, all these people will come and lick my ass. He pointed at William and yelled, You bastard, you saw I was in trouble. Why don't you come over to help me? William, who was far away, frowned, looked back, and saw this scene. Chapter 250, Frog in the Well. When he saw Robert and Anthony, his eyes were full of disdain and sneer, and he was too lazy to pay attention to them. But he already had a plan in mind. After the Sioux Group went bankrupt, they set about bringing down the Lin Group. Chui Yin, the mayor's secretary, smiled, his eyes clear behind his glasses. How about I have someone drive them away? No need. William shook his head and smiled. The other side. Robert was furious when he saw that William was unwilling to even pay attention to them. This beast, he really doesn't have me as his father anymore. At this time, Li Qitian walked over with a stern expression. The police officers saluted. Chief. Li Qitian nodded and looked at Robert with a sneer. Isn't this Mr. Lin from the Lin Group? How did he fall to this point now? Oh, so you couldn't continue to be a parasite on William. So you ended up like this? Back then, because you had a good son, everyone looked up to you. But you don't cherish the real dragon, but prefer the real insect beside you. Robert's face turned red with anger, and he was about to curse. Then he remembered that Li Qitian was now the chief of the police station and could destroy him with ease. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Anthony said angrily, "This is our family affair. You don't need to interfere. As the chief of the police station, can you really prevent us from entering this banquet? TSK, you are really insidious. You want to provoke me to stop Robert from going in. Are you going to report me to the mayor for personal revenge?" Li Qiqian shook his head and laughed. "Unfortunately, I am not as stupid as that kid William. Robert, since you have an invitation from the mayor, you can go in. But what about Anthony?" I reluctantly arranged for him to stay in the security room and asked someone to bring him some leftovers. Anthony looked unhappy and could only snort coldly. At this moment, a chuckle sounded. As expected, the officials in small places are so powerful that they can overwhelm people. A mere police chief dares to humiliate ordinary people like this. Just because you have a little power, have you forgotten that you were once an ordinary person? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. He is so bold that he even dares to openly challenge Li Qitian. There was even a subtle mockery of the official figures of Nanzhou. You know, this is the city's chief banquet. All the official figures from Nanzhou, big and small, were present. This sentence offended many people present. But when everyone saw the person who was speaking, their eyes immediately became filled with awe. It turned out to be Yang Li, a famous superstar in Long Country and the mayor's guest of honor. It turns out to be this big shot. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Li Qiqian frowned, but still spoke respectfully. "Ms. Yang, I'm just performing my duties. We can't let some ill-intentioned dogs into the city's banquet hall, can we? Having evil intentions?" Yang Li's eyes turned cold. "Are you saying that my brother has evil intentions, or that my partner Mr. Robert has evil intentions? Can I take this as an insult to me?" As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Li Qiqian was also dumbfounded. The superstar Yang Li actually openly said that Anthony was her younger brother. She even said Robert was her partner. Everyone looked shocked. When did the Lynn family get such a powerful supporter? Who had just laughed at Robert, quietly retreated behind the crowd. Robert was shocked. Then he raised his head proudly with an arrogant look in his eyes, as if to say, "You're such a snob. You never thought there was such a big shot behind me, right?" He looked at Anthony, his eyes full of complacency and pride. "Fortunately, I have a good son who brings honor to me. Otherwise, I would have lost all my face today." Anthony's eyes also flashed with pride, but he quickly revealed a pitiful expression. "Thank you, Sister Yang. It's a good thing you came. Otherwise, I would have been bullied to death." Yang Li snorted coldly, stared at Li Qiqian, and said, "Don't think that you and William are in cahoots and can do whatever you want in Nanzhou. In my eyes, you are nothing but frogs in a well, arrogant trash at the bottom of the well. When you see the real world, you will realize how high the sky is and how vast the earth is." Being openly ridiculed, Li Qiqian was furious, but he could do nothing about it. "Yes, you are right. Ms. Yang, you're the mayor's first-class guest. Please come in quickly. Anthony, let's go. Don't bother with a bunch of losers who look down on others." Yang Li glanced and walked straight into the villa. Anthony and Robert hurried to follow. At the same time, the mayor's secretary Chui Yin also came back and greeted Yang Li enthusiastically. This greatly satisfied Robert's vanity. Chapter 251, Fraud. William, who was in the banquet hall, also received a call from Li Qiqian. "You have to be careful, Yang Li. She just said outside that Anthony is her brother, and she also said that Robert is her partner. This is outrageous. How could a superstar like Yang Li work with Robert? I guess Anthony is someone's gigolo, right?" Hearing this, William just shook his head and sneered. "It's just a high-end toy. I really don't take it seriously. You go ahead and do your work. I have something else to do here." He hung up the phone, picked up the red wine glass, and took a sip. Although he didn't know why Yang Li fell in love with the Lin family, it was definitely not a good thing. The Lin family's move will only invite a wolf into the house and will ultimately harm themselves. At this time, Zhang Fa came over with a wine glass in hand and said with a smile, "Boss Lin, although we just met not long ago, I still have to say hello." William nodded, his expression calm. "Mr. Zhang is in a good mood. I heard that he wanted to cooperate with Annie to seize the shares of my Ling Yun group. I didn't expect you to greet me like nothing happened." Zhang Fa's face was gloomy. He didn't expect William to be so disrespectful. He snorted coldly and said, I haven't settled the score with you for taking advantage of my Zhang family before. You tricked my Zhang family into cooperating with you before, but it turned out to be just a trick by going to taking action against you sooner. What do you think of my Zhang family? Just a tool for you, William. It's an honor for your Zhang family to be my tool, William said lightly. Although the Zhang family is a large family in Nanzhou with great wealth and power, but his current strength is not bad, so there is no need to be inferior to the Zhang family. What's more, I have no good feelings at all towards this kind of person who once wanted to harm me. What a big tone. Zhang Fa snorted coldly. Young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have a little money and a few people under you, you dare to provoke a big family like us. It may not be long before you come to me and beg for mercy. After saying that, he turned and left, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. William frowned, catching his reaction. Zhang Fa was so weird. Did he come here to toast me just to ridicule me? Why does it look like he is here to test me? Suddenly, he frowned, as if he heard someone mention his name. When I turned around, it was Annie. She was talking to many big bosses in suits and ties. This project is a collaboration between Mr. Lin from Ling Yun Group and me. The future profits will be very considerable. Even if you don't believe me, don't you believe William? Several people smiled at each other. Ms. Su, everyone knows about your relationship with William. There's no need for you to lie to us. Is there any project that can make a lot of money? Why haven't I heard about it recently? How could Mr. Lin possibly cooperate with you? And shook her head and smiled. It's okay if you don't believe me. Anyway, my relationship with William is slowly getting back to normal. After all, as you know, his girlfriend has run away, and he's an orphan now. He used to like me so much that as long as I gave him a little sweetness, he would continue to pursue me. Suddenly, she noticed William not far away and waved hurriedly. William, I'm here. What are you doing over there? William was so angry that he laughed, and was actually using her own reputation as a banner. I guess he wants to use his name to defraud more investment? Annie coldly. What are you doing again? Anne's eyes became a little panicked, and she quickly leaned close to William's ear and said, Can you please give me some face? Please. The sound is crisp and pleasant, coupled with her beautiful eyes and pretty face. Almost no man can resist it. Of course, William is an exception. He looked at them and said calmly, Annie and I have nothing to do with each other, and it is impossible for me to have any cooperation with her. Don't be fooled by her. If you want to cooperate, you can make an appointment with my secretary. A few of them smiled in a flattering manner and looked at Annie with angry eyes. Boss Sue, it's no fun to lie to people. If Mr. Lin is not a fool, he would never cooperate with you. He is a general manager after all, but he actually resorted to such tactics. No, don't listen to his nonsense. We just had a small conflict. Annie said hurriedly. Believe me, within a month, my Sue group will be famous in Nanzhou. But everyone just laughed at him. William looked at her with a half smile. I don't know where you got the nerve to use my name to cheat people. William, I'm kind enough to give you a chance to pursue me, but you shouldn't be ungrateful. And said angrily, if you want to pursue me after a while, I will still look down on you. Chapter 252 Meeting with the Mayor. William just shook his head and sneered, too lazy to bother with this crazy woman. Sino-Salt Lake's decline will only get more severe, and its share price is unlikely to rise any further. At most, there will be a small-scale rebound in the next few days to attract more leaks. At this moment, Annie's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Still don't believe it? Don't think I don't know that you are also secretly investing heavily in this project, and you must have bet most of your wealth on it. William, you are such a piece of shit. Aren't you just jealous that I participated in this project and took away some of your money? William frowned and immediately understood what it meant. She wanted to continue to use the tiger's skin as a banner and use her influence to deceive people's investment and trust. Sure enough, many people pricked up their ears when they heard this. William is a famous investment genius. If even William invests heavily in a good project, it must be reliable. Everyone spoke up. Boss Lynn, if you have any good projects, please take us with you. No wonder Mr. Lin was able to escape danger so many times. It turns out he has this confidence. We can all make money together. At worst, we can give the money to you as an agent. William greedily wanted to share some of the profits. William just shook his head. No, don't listen to her nonsense. When everyone saw him deny it, they became more certain and said smugly, William, don't you just want to make a fortune quietly? Don't you want more people to join in and share your interests? I just won't let you do what you want. Everyone, Annie, have made this clear. Within a month, my Su group will become the most dazzling new star in Nanzhou. By then, nearly 1 billion yuan will be invested. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. 1 billion. The market value of Su Group is only about 1 billion. Could it be that and really had some way to make fortune? At this time, a cold voice sounded. Oh, I am now interested. Let me guess, your investment is related to resources. Everyone looked sideways and realized it was the voice of superstar Yang Li. Annie was flattered and nodded quickly. Right? Could it be you too? Letter. Yang Li asked tentatively. That's right. Annie nodded heavily, looking excited. I didn't expect you to pay attention to it. Yang Li's eyes lit up, as if she had found a soulmate. Good sister, then we should have a good talk. And was very excited. I didn't expect that a big shot like superstar Yang Li also has an investment letter and a Salt Lake. She became more confident about the stock price surge. When everyone saw this, there was an uproar and they all surrounded Annie. Miss Su, if you have any good projects, please take me with you. If the profit is substantial, I can invest 50 million. Ms. Su is indeed a woman of both talent and beauty, and, who was the center of attention, was very proud and glanced at William as if she was showing off. William shook his head, not bothering to pay attention to her. At this time, Secretary Chui Yin came over quickly and said, Boss Lynn, the mayor invites you to have tea. William nodded, walked to the chairman, and said politely, Hello, Mayor Song. Sitting on the chair were the top figures among the people of Nanzhou. For example, Zheng Fa, the leader of the Zheng family, was among them. The mayor just nodded slightly. You have been a celebrity in our Nanzhou recently. Zheng Fa, who was standing by, snorted coldly. It's just a rat crossing the street. Oh, the mayor raised his eyebrows. His eyes seemed to see through William. Being able to stir up a pool of stagnant water is also a skill. I have to say, young man, I admire you very much. I heard that Lingyun Group is going to expand its business recently. I have always been very supportive of local enterprises. If you need any policy assistance, please feel free to ask. William said a few polite words and slowly said, Mayor Song, I want to build a super factory in the northern suburbs of Nanzhou. It is expected to provide employment for at least 10,000 people. I want to fight for that piece of land. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. It wasn't because William was abrupt, nor because he had a big appetite. After all, the mayor's banquet is a place where several major forces come to discuss things, and anything can be put on the table. Everyone looked at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa looked very unhappy and looked at William coldly. Boss Lin, my Zheng family hasn't offended you in any way, right? Why do you have to go against my Zheng family to death? Chapter 253, God's Back Garden. William frowned, not understanding what Zheng Fa meant. Although he had deceived the Zheng family, he did not completely fall out with them. He said calmly, I want to build a factory. Does that mean it will block your Zheng family's financial path? Could it be that your Zheng family also wants the land in the northern suburbs of the city? Everyone present shook their heads and laughed. Boss Lin, are you pretending to be stupid, or do you really not know? The Zheng family applied for that piece of land several months ago. Boss Lin, this is too much of an insult to the Zheng family. Zheng Lao-san, you can tolerate this, but I definitely can't tolerate it. Seeing everyone teasing him, Zheng Fa's face darkened. Boy, I have set my sights on that large piece of land in the northern suburbs. I advise you not to snatch it from the tiger's mouth. William just sneered when he heard this. It won't be long before the northern suburbs are designated as an economic development zone and given very generous policy benefits. The government will also open a subway to promote the transfer of high-tech industries there. Develop a new city along the river. Although it is just a wasteland now and only a few bus lines pass by. But it won't be long before it becomes a treasure land. Any company that occupies a piece of precious land in advance can become rich even if it just rents it out later. So even if the opponent is the Zheng family, there is no way I would give up the fight. But no one expected the Zheng family to be so lucky. Like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, they also set their eyes on the land in the northern suburbs. William shook his head calmly. Mr. Zheng, this is not just a matter of talking, and the land will be yours. Since that piece of land has yet to be developed, it all depends on one's ability. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect William actually wanted to do this for real. Even though he's been in the limelight recently, how could he possibly be a rival to the old aristocratic family, the Zheng family? Zheng Fa was so angry that he laughed. Just you? I haven't settled the matter with you for the last time, and you're plotting against my Zung family again. I have to say that although you are ugly, you have wishful thinking. William shook his head and smiled. Everyone present burst into laughter. Zung Fa is indeed extremely ugly, with a very vulgar expression and movements, but he has a very good brain and means. Mayor Song, this kid is so bold, it's obvious that he is provoking my Zung family. Zung Fa said indignantly. You have to be fair. Even if our Zung family has not made any contributions to Nanzhou over the years, we have worked hard. Mayor Song just smiled, as if the matter in front of him had nothing to do with him. The Zung family has indeed made many contributions to Nanzhou, but what I value more is your sincerity. What it means is that he will help whoever gives the bigger card. Zung Fa nodded with a wry smile on his face. The small Inyun group certainly doesn't have the sincerity of my Zung family. At this time, the mayor's secretary whispered a few words into the mayor's ear. The mayor then stood up, took the microphone, and gave a long, cliched speech, finally thanking all the guests. The next step is the gift-giving process, which everyone knows about tacitly. First, several major families gave gifts. There are valuable antiques, precious medicinal materials, and real estate from all over the country. But they were all hidden in the words and not made clear. Zung Fa also stood up and said a lot of words praising the mayor's achievements with a proud look on his face. Finally, he slowly said, beside the capital of Australia, there's a manor of the Zung family. There are more than 30 Australian made to meet the aesthetic standards of our people. They are all under 18 years old and are all top students studying at the University of the Australian Capital Territory. They are replaced every year. That manor is also known locally as God's back garden. He talked about this and that, ostensibly giving an introduction. In fact, everyone knew that the gift that the Zung family gave to the mayor was the manor and the group of young maids who made people salivate. Many people drooled after hearing this. Even Robert was drooling and couldn't wait to go to Australia to enjoy the service. William raised his eyebrows and was actually a little moved. Which man can refuse such a gift? The Zung family has spent a lot of money on it. After Zung Fa said this, he looked very proud. The reason why they chose to give the Australian manor as a gift was because the Zung family learned that the mayor would continue to travel to Australia on business to discuss cross-border cooperation on behalf of Nanzhou. Mayor Song Gue simply nodded. Not bad. Just this sentence made everyone's eyes widen. Just now, several major families gave so many valuable gifts, but the mayor just nodded slightly. Now he actually says it's good. This means that this gift was sent to the mayor and touched his heart. Chapter 254, this painting is good. Zung Fa looked at William with a proud look on his face. I wonder what gift Mr. Lynn has prepared. Isn't it some drone model or ion droplet? I think your shabby company has only this little bit of stuff to show for itself.